cousin to the museum for next Thursday
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. All
for
right.
the what is it called? The National Museum Night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next
What is
Thursday
that?
school. That's cool. Rotunda.
What is that, Ro?
She's on mute.
They have events at the National Museum during the fall, and the first one is the block party for celebrating 50 years of hip hop
Oh,
at the National Museum. So you can get tickets.
that sounds cool.
What time? 5?
5:30, I think.
That's perfect. No, it's cool. It's cool, actually. What's up, bub? Lionel. Nina.
Hey, girl.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah, what's popping?
What's going on? Good.
Yeah, man. We're waiting on. Where's sis?
Ratchet. She said she's running a little bit late.
Where's sis?
She was here, but she left. She was here. I think she's had an issue with her webcam, but she's here.
She ain't here.
Well, she was. She got off and just come back on.
Who in the chat so far? Nina, Lionel, of course. Hey, Lionel, make sure you drop your channel in the comments. Got to get you to 1,000 subs so you can monetize. 1,000 subs, 4,000 watch hours, I think. Let's see if we can help you get there. You feel me? Bub, you on the back of the train or what? No sound. Why'd she say that?
I'm not sure. I can hear.
You can hear these, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hold this, Nina.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Jeez. Damn, what's good? Asia, how was your trip and all that?
Everything I needed it to be. I got off the grid. I unplugged. I came back refreshed, renewed, full of energy. It was everything I needed.
Word. What does unplugging look like? Like you didn't use your phone type shit?
Exactly. I had no phone access. I didn't return any emails.
I thought I saw a picture of you on the boat.
It wasn't by me. Why you trying to be funny? Why you trying? It wasn't for me.
Posted on your page?
No, it was a lie.
Wow.
Isha was good.
What's good?
Hey shit. What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
What's wrong with you, Isha? You so tired or some shit?
Him, I do be tired. I work 2 jobs. Hello.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Hint, where the link? This shit subscribers unavailable, man. Y'all gonna take my phone off. I'm telling you.
Don't do that, Hampton. And don't embarrass me in front of mixed company. You do that behind stage. You don't do that when we're live.
You drop off. You drop off on the live.
I couldn't even keep my eyes open, but I'm here till 11 tonight.
Let's do it, man. Dana, what's popping?
What's that? What's good?
What happened?
I came home from work and did some work.
That's why you got that hat on?
Yeah.
What?
I was assembling things and sweating and trying to put together a lot of my new housewarming gifts.
Or why you don't got no? You should employ help.
I did for some of the larger things, but these are just small little things that just require an Allen wrench. But I was moving around a lot, up and down the stairs, yada yada yada.
You was Allen wrenching by hand?
Yeah.
Man. Bruh. That'd take you forever to do that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, real shit. Damn, man. That's what's up. Tay, what's popping?
Hey, y'all. Hey, I'm good. How y'all?
Everything good? You got missing last week and shit.
Everything good. Yeah, no, I was working. I was in Atlanta with my bedroom candy family.
What's that mean?
I was in Atlanta with my bedroom candy family.
I know. What is that? I don't know what that means. Like your family?
Well, bedroom candy, my business partners are my family. So we was just, yeah.
I don't break it down for me. I don't understand.
So we had a convention in Atlanta. We were celebrating wins and our teams came together to have some time with candy. Yep. Talk about our business strategies for next year.
Candy, you keep throwing candy in and not get thrown off? Is this a business? Is this the strap-ons and shit?
It's the bedroom candy business. That's a part of it. Yeah.
You keep saying the same thing, Tay. I don't have context.
But we sell more than toys. We're way more than toys.
Plug the business. Let me hear the elevator speech. Go ahead.
Bedroom Candy is a business founded by Candy Burris. We're way more than toys. We offer a lot of other services like intimacy and, different services. Different people do different things. Me, what I do, I focus on self-love and self-care. And I help people learn how to become more confident.
What's your website?
Thepleasureplug.fun.
Fun?
Thepleasureplug.fun.
E like THEE?
THE. Thepleasureplug.fun.
All right, cool. I just shared it in the chat.
More there.
Huh?
You can find out more there about what I do specifically.
You need to get more enthusiasm in your pitch, though.
Well, I'm still working on my voice coming back because I left it in Atlanta. But
okay. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
What's popping?
Shit like that.
What's going on?
Shit. That's all you?
That's all me. Braids taken out. Recovering.
I didn't know you. I know you had long hair. Damn.
You said we all bald headed or something.
You say that every time she come on here with her hair out.
I want somebody to run in the room and pull it, like without her knowing.
If it's nice, I like my hair to be pulled. If it's nice.
What you mean by that? Break that down. Y'all gotta break down this shit for me now. I heard y'all talking nasty as hell, all five of y'all. So what does that mean to you, Ro?
If it's nice, I like for my hair to be pulled. I like to be choked a little. Yeah.
What do you mean nice? Break that down.
Nice. If I can.
They already started it with this pleasure plug shit. Go ahead.
If it feels good, yeah, I like to put your hands around my neck, pull my hair, straighten my back. Yeah.
Okay, what's your safe word?
I didn't say I had one.
Okay. You need one though. You need one because consent.
Yeah. Damn, man. Sis, what's good?
What's up? You can hear me?
Yeah, what's popping?
Nothing much.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Oh, God, man. Bruh. Gway, what's good? Welcome back.
What's up?
How's everything?
Good.
That's no doubt.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Gway.
Hey, I'm good.
All right, so y'all see the topic. I think this is gonna be interesting, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, we here. Let's get this shit popping, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the panel. Yeah, I'm ready. Long day, but it is what it ought to be. You feel me? Dana, I got an update.
I'm afraid to ask.
Brickgate update. Did you see the update?
No.
So there was a nurse, and maybe somebody watched more clips than me. But the heifer that allegedly got hit in the face with the brick, the nurse of like the urgent care she went to said that they removed saline from her face and just, I guess, suctioned it out. So apparently what was said was she injected some saline in her cheek, ran across the street talking about somebody hit her with a brick, whatever the case is. And then she went to the little doctor, you know, when she had the videos, and had it removed, essentially. This is also her second time. Like, remember OMAC was saying?
Yeah.
Where she got like 10 G's from the first time. Same thing, had a lump on her face, talking about a man punched her in the mouth or some shit. And then this time, she scammed y'all, black women, for $40,000. Now does she deserve a fucking brick in the face?
No. No, I I still stand by what I said.
Wait, hold on now. Hold. I'm talking about. Let me, sis. I could tell how serious sis face is. She heard what I said clearly. Sis, she scammed y'all. And I'm gonna throw this in for you, sis, because I know how much this stuff irritates you at a point. She was Somalian, sis. Scammed you guys. I think Gway donated.
No, I didn't.
No, Dana.
No,
Oh, my
I
bad.
did not.
I thought I seen your phone. I don't know.
No.
Dana donated. Ro was picketing. $40,000, sis.
Actually,
42. Go, you gonna rub it?
Wow.
I didn't believe her story.
Hold on, Ro. You were missing last week. Sis, now does she deserve a brick in the face or what? Huh? Oh, we can't hear you. Ro, what you think? Did you get the playback on all that?
Yep, I didn't believe her.
But now with all this scamming and all that, how you feel about it?
I feel like she need to be locked up.
Word? What would the charge be?
Well, falsifying. Well, first of all, she can get locked up because she got GoFundMe. So even though GoFundMe, that's still fraud by lying. They locked up the little white lady for that cancer. She lied and said she had cancer and she had a GoFundMe. She can get locked up for that. That's fraud.
Caesar's Palace with the $5. We need all the ladies to apologize to black men for coming at us for Brickgate. I'm looking at you, Dana, before we move on to other topics, or you don't care.
Wow.
I don't care. I'm not apologizing.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You know they say pride go before destruction.
That's what they say.
But what about the men that were celebrating and talking about some?
Thank you.
You know, and then the comments were so right.
What about the liar first?
We talked about that already. We already talked
You
about
didn't
that
talk about it. Go ahead. What about the liar first? And you weren't here last week. You talked about absolutely nothing in terms of this, actually.
Last week, you're right. I did not. We're not going to read.
Okay. Go ahead.
But I watched the replay. And what I'm saying about her.
No. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
See, you ain't listening. What I said about her is that she's trash. She's dead wrong for that. Like she has mental health issues. Okay. Like she has mental illness, right? Mm-hmm. However, who also has a mental health issue and illness are all the men that were sitting there saying Brick City, Brickgate, and she deserves it. And some women deserve it and this and that. They have mental health issues too. Because they're like celebrating her getting hit in the face with a brick.
What would their mental health be?
Violence, egregious violence.
Huh?
You heard I said.
What do you mean? You saying those men are violent because they were talking that she got what what y'all kept saying? Fucked around and found out.
I didn't say that last week, but
no, that's what you weren't on the show last week, Dana.
I mean, y'all.
So. No, you guys were saying fucked around and found out. You saying they have mental health issues because they were saying she found out?
No, I'm saying they have mental health issues. They were celebrating her getting hit. There were men in the comments that were celebrating her getting hit in the face. They thought it really happened. That's what I'm talking about, that piece of it.
Tell me about one of the celebration comments. Like how do you perceive celebration comments? What did they say?
A lot of these females deserve it. So it was like a whole movement. It seemed like it was like an undercurrent of a movement in which men felt, hitting a woman in the face with a brick was okay, and it was like a celebration somewhat.
What about the because there were more comments that said they didn't support her getting hit in the face with a brick, but at the same time, your conduct, you don't control your repercussions. What about the comments that said overwhelmingly a brick was too far?
I agree with them. A brick was too far.
But what I'm saying is more of the men's comments said that than what you're saying.
What I'm saying is I'm talking about the men who actually said it. Forget the men that didn't say
comments, you said comments.
Right. But there's a myriad of comments. So the comments I'm honing in on were those men had mental illness, mental health issues that were celebrating it. Those that didn't say she deserved it and were celebrating it, of course I'm not talking about them. I'm honing in on that subset of men that believed that it was actually funny, it was good, and whatnot. That's what I'm talking about them.
You think it was a minority or majority of men?
I think it was a minority. I didn't see a lot of them. But there were a number of them, but they weren't a majority.
It was the same ones over and over for the most part.
Yeah, I don't think it was a lot of them.
Hank was popping. Hank with the $2. I hope Dana is sober tonight.
Not likely.
Hey, one of the moderators, please post Hank's YouTube channel in the chat if you don't mind. Omac was good. Welcome back, bro. Omac with the $10. Dana needs to apologize to all the men. Dana was drunk, unruly, and completely unprofessional. Good God. If the roles were reversed, the Dana would be demanding and the Dana would be demanding an apology.
Not likely.
But why not though? What if you dead wrong though?
Because if I were dead wrong, I would apologize. I feel like the responses that I was offering last week were, I mean, this is just such a sensitive topic. It's such a serious topic. And the fact that there were so many men who were making light of it and condoning violence against women, like the gloves come off at that point. So if I did do something that I felt remorseful for, I would apologize, but I don't feel bad for anything that I said because it was in response to people condoning women getting hit in the face with bricks. And I'm not going to get back into it again, but I don't feel bad about it. Sauced or not.
Caesar with the $2. Hamp. Dana still want black men to protect her. Shaking my head. I was trying to get back to this. Maybe somebody got something to say about the fucking woman. So, Matt Pearson with the $2. Damn, ain't nobody turned up about the lie.
Wow.
We talked about it. We did. We said she was trash.
Not enough yet. You talked about what you wanted to talk about. You chose to focus on the comments, so that's done.
No, while I answered the question about
right, I'll come back to you, but you focused on the comments is the point, right? You could have focused on the woman, but you addressed the woman quickly and then you honed in on the comments. So that was what you wanted to talk about. That's all.
I addressed both.
Gway, what say you? Brickgate update scammer.
I mean, I saw all the videos that came out. Actually, she have had three go for me, not two. Yeah, they dig all the way back. The internet was able to find all her GoFundMes, and she even came out in rebuttal to like showing like hospital documents or police report, but you couldn't really see the police report. And they were trying to get the police report, but there was no police report filed. So they didn't know that what she was showing online, if it was the same as, she was telling the truth, because they couldn't find a police report because it's public document. You can pull that. Yeah. But she was showing some other document on her social media and stuff and saying that she did file a police report, but it just said police report. It didn't say anything. She didn't show anything else on the paperwork. Not the date, not the time, none of that stuff. So, I mean, from the get-go, I didn't believe what she said. And I think this happened in Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. Some people said Texas.
I thought it was Texas.
It was in Texas. Okay, but I think she's from Minnesota and she went to Texas. Or something like that. But I think she originally from Minnesota because there's a huge Somalian population here where we live in Minnesota. Okay. Yeah.
She didn't have a Southern accent, that's for sure. Like she doesn't.
I think she moved from here there because I think her parents still live over here in Minnesota. Yeah, there's a huge Somalian population over here. So, I mean, I didn't believe the story from the start because, nobody deserved to get hit with a brick or anything. But I think the most part that people wasn't addressing is her behavior. Before it got to the brick hitting, there was things that she did that led up to that. So if you address the behavior, then she wouldn't have to worry about getting attacked or anything like that. but she's slapping people. She said she don't need a man, you know, on her social media page over and over. She said women are the protector and stuff like that. So if women are your protector, why were you saying that men should protect you then? Because she said that over and over on her social media page, you know. But I think that Black women are it's like they're more emotional than logic thinkers. Everything is based off emotion, and when you're like that, people can fool you easily. You know, that's happened with the Carly Russell situation. That happened with Rada.
Question. Now, when you say Black, is it a capital B, or are you talking about just melanated women that look like everybody on the panel?
In general, because there was even Africans that were online, like going off in my community, in other African communities, saying how it was wrong, they shouldn't have did that, you know, and stuff like that. And then there was some African women who were saying, well, what did she do? Because like in our community, that's the first question they ask. What did you do? You know, because they want to know if they're going to have to defend you or not. Yeah. You know, so I think it's just everybody in general. So I don't think like, you know, her doing all of this for the attention. And she's a PhD student. So she don't need to do all of this for the money. She actually is a PhD student.
Well, she might be trying to save her for them goddamn loans. Ro, what'd you say?
And I think that's why she's doing it.
So she didn't say everybody first. She said Black women think with emotion. So the reality is when we see another woman, another sister, another brown, Black woman in pain or anguish, our first thought is to be nurturing, not emotional. It's a difference.
So Ro, you're saying go ahead.
I disagree. I think most of the time it's emotion.
People move if you want to, but the reality is many of us have seen mothers, grandmothers, not a lot of our friends, but some of our friends, some of our associates be in abusive relationships, be with abusive parents, be with abusive fathers, mothers. So at the end of the day, not slave owners. So it is not about emotion. It's about
that would be
it is, but it's not. It's a natural, it is a instinctive thought to be a nurturer and think about why did she first of all get hit? Her face looks crazy. So at the end of the day, my first thought is, oh, she running a scam. My first thought is, damn, what happened to her face? And then when she says, I got hit with a brick, this man hit me with a brick. Now, those of us that don't know, I don't know if y'all ever see somebody get hit with a brick. It doesn't look like that. It's not going to fall like that.
No, it will leave abrasion. It will leave bleeding. It will leave a brick. It's very hard.
That's why I didn't believe her. So at the end of the day, our first instinct is not necessarily, oh, I'm emotional and I'm going to support her no matter what. We're nurturers by nature. So
let me just ask a question before you go too far down the rabbit hole. So, Ro, you mentioned several things that were traumatic. So abuse, slavery, the whole 9 yards. So if people are coming from traumatic experiences and they have PTSD, their responses are going to be emotionally triggered based on what they'd experienced. That's not instinctive.
I'm saying him overall, cultural wise, we have seen these images throughout our life. No matter if it's been done to us or not, we've seen it. We've seen Kizzy get raped. We've seen pictures.
I know.
What I'm trying to say is it is a natural instinct for us to be nurturing to what we see. It is.
What if you didn't see those things? Would you still have the same response?
No, if we didn't see her face and we
just listen to what I'm saying. You named all these traumatic experiences that cause Black women to respond in a certain way. I'm saying that is nothing but emotional based on what happened to you or the people around you. So what I'm saying is if you didn't have those experiences, would you still have the same response? If you say yes, now that's instinctive and that could be nurture.
Yes, I would still have that. I would still have that nurturing ability to want to attend and see what happened and how we can assist her. That's just it. But again, I didn't believe her from the get-go because I've seen somebody hit with a brick and that's not the way your face forms up.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, because I just feel like I'm not disagreeing with your point. Just real quick for Ro, I'm not disagreeing with your point, Ro, but your examples kind of work against it because it's saying we learned this because of all these bad things.
I think it's no different, Hemp, if we see a child running in a street and the car is coming, or if we see, or the picture when COVID was happening, where the old white man was pushed down by the police officer. I had a natural reaction to that, not because I'm old, but because it was an elder being pushed down. I think for me, I think for most Black women in general, it is a natural instinct to care.
Okay, I got you. Tay, you weren't on last week. Wait, did you want to say something in response?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's still most of the people that was online, especially for Black women that was online, that was like mad. It wasn't because they look at her face and thought logically that, oh, that could not be a break hitting her face. Because if you see what a break look like and imagine that on somebody's face, it doesn't look like that. So they were moving off emotion. They wasn't moving based on nurture or anything like that, because they didn't know what happened. She just said what happened. And everybody chose to believe her instead of asking or looking at her face and saying, well, no, that don't look like a break. Hit your face at all. So the generation didn't ask the question. Everybody just took her side because she said that. And you know that she didn't blame like Somali, because I think they said the guy was Somalian. So she didn't blame the African guy for hitting her face. She blamed Black Americans for hitting her face. Because she know that if she probably tried to blame that community, the consequences would be very not good for her. So it was wrong what she did, because she kind of put all of them in a category as being abusive and bad and just like, people who are just animals.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dana.
Gway, per usual, I respectfully disagree.
Go ahead, Dana.
Sis. This is the issue for me. Okay, so before I get into my point, let me just say, if this was false, if this was made up, she's absolutely dead wrong. She doesn't deserve defense. She doesn't deserve anything other than what she has coming to her. I'm not to say who that or what that is, right? But the fact of the matter is, the conversation that we were having was all of us being under the assumption that this was reality, that this actually happened. The conversation wasn't about whether it happened or not, whether we should believe her or not, and how we should then feel or treat the situation. We were operating, at least I was, under the assumption that this actually happened. And the comments that were being made were in response to this woman being hit in the face with a brick. It wasn't about, I don't believe her, or it was always, what did she do to provoke them? How did this lead up to this? This is her fault. She brought this on herself. So even if it never happened, even if this is just a hypothetical conversation, the comments were just so egregious and so disrespectful and disheartening, to be quite honest with you. But that just wasn't the conversation at the time.
I would say this, I'll repeat this again. I think culture probably play like roles in the way like different type of Black women behave based on like the way we were brought up and raised. In any situation, like the first question you ask is, what happened? That would be the first question you ask. But she, being that people knew and been on her Instagram, there's a lot of people that know Rhoda because she always on Instagram, she always talking crazy, she a feminist and all of this stuff. So when you see something like that happen to somebody like that, your major instinct is to say, what did she do? Because based on her characteristics is what you go off for, because you don't really know her. But what she put out there is the way that you're going to be judged. So what you give her,
we don't really know her. So isn't that speculation?
Well, no, because you don't know her personally, what I'm saying. But based on what she posts on social media, you tend to kind of,
I don't know that girl.
I mean, I don't know her, but I'm just saying, like, what you post on social media tells all who you are without us knowing. That's why you see people are like seeing people in fancy cars and doing this and doing that. They're intrigued. They want their life to be that way, not knowing that could be somebody else's car that they post. So what you put on social media is how people are going to judge you. And based on her characteristics that she had put on social media, that's what made a lot of men to not believe what she was saying in saying that, what did she do? But most women just went off emotion in stating that, oh, it's Black men fault, or they did this, they did that, or they did, and stuff like that. So to me, I feel like that's wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, you agree with Dana in terms of a woman not getting hit with a brick,
yes.
right? All right, so That's what Dana. That was her whole sentiment the other night. So I'm not sure what you went back and researched or whatever. Now you're pulling other stuff and throwing it in and making it, look a little better because now you went back and got all this context when we were only shown a snippet of a video. So that's what we were responding to. You get what I'm saying?
When I was on the panel the last time and we talked, I said no woman deserves to get hit with a brick. But I also addressed her behavior. I didn't just say, oh, no woman deserves to be hit with a brick, because like if somebody brother and they got a gun and he got a brick, of course he's gonna either throw it something because they're gonna shoot. So I'm not saying that no woman in like but she wasn't
right.
What I'm saying is you can say all women don't deserve to be hit with a brick. At the time, we're talking about her. So does she deserve to be hit with a brick? Maybe the reaction is no, But what I'm saying is nobody's addressing her behavior that caused her to be hit with a brick in the first place.
Okay, so let me. I want to ask real quick. I want to ask Love. Well, you want to go? You want to make a statement first, then I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
You ask me a question.
Okay. Did we do? What do you think? Do you think it's immediately what happened to her, or what did she do? Like, what is the first thought?
I think the first thought is definitely what happened to her initially. That's the very first thought. What happened to her? Not what.
Okay. And I think that's probably correct for most people. Should that be the first thought? What you think? Like, what would, I guess my question, like, because I'm just thinking of it objectively. Mm-hmm. Like, if somebody, like, I'd be like, what the fuck made somebody hit you with a brick? Like, that's kind of what I'd be like, yo, what the fuck did you do?
That's not my first thought.
Okay.
My first thought is,
at a video, you're looking at a woman crying essentially and saying she got hit with a brick. So you're like, damn, that probably hurt. I mean, you're naturally gonna first kind of
be empathetic.
Yeah, respond to that at first.
Okay, just because of the imagery.
Say, well, she's not bleeding. You might go into that after that.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Afterwards, your initial thought, you seeing her face like this. Oh my God, what happened? That's literally without even thinking twice. Majority of people are gonna sit there and say, "Oh my God, what happened?" That's not a normal thing on the side of your face.
Yeah. So Love, the video I played last week insists they had more context. So remember, it had her slapping the white guy right first, and then the brick thing, the alleged, obviously false brick thing. Did that make a difference when you saw the image? Like, were you like, oh shit, well, this shit makes sense for her lifestyle type shit? Like, there's something like that happened to her.
To be very honest with you, I saw that video of her face, the snippet of her face first. I didn't see the video for slapping the white guy first. I saw her.
No, my bad. What I'm saying is the video I played was in that order. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. When I actually first saw it for the very first time. Yeah. So when I looked at the video that you put up, when I looked at the replay, that snippet, like it was 20 minutes, I was like, honest to God, when I saw it, I said, dang, she messed with the wrong dude and he hit her. That's what when I saw that, I said, oh, she messed with the wrong dude and he hit her in the face with a brick. That's what I thought when I saw the whole thing, as opposed to when I first saw it. I'm like, because you can deduce what happened after you see the whole video. I deduced, she was doing that. She slapped the dude, started twerking. And then next thing I saw from your clip was her face like that. She was crying. And she said, he hit me with the brick, if I remember correctly, right? Did she not say that? Okay.
Yeah, she said brick, then she said rock, and then she wasn't.
She said, okay.
You weren't even crying.
He said, but the point she said, he hit me, right? Did she not say? Okay. So that's my deduction. Like she was messing around, playing too much, and some man, because she said he hit her with the brick. That was my deduction after the fact.
Yeah, I got you. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. What's her diagnosis? I think this was a while ago, Adrian, when you were first talking.
Right, I said she had a mental illness. Yeah, I said she had a mental illness. I said she has mental illness. Obviously, if she's going around scamming folks and sitting there lying, and first of all, inject yourself in the face with saline. What kind of pain tolerance for pain do you have? She's nuts, to be very honest with you. If that's really what happened, I don't know. I wasn't there.
But that's crazy.
Fraud.
That's it.
She's crazy.
Being fraud.
Pathological liar. That's her diagnosis. Pathology.
That's an easy 40 for some saline. That
40,000.
Yeah, that's an easy 40. If somebody said, "Yo, hemp, I could," and I'm gonna take it out in 6 hours, I would do it for 40 grand. Shit.
You would?
Why not?
You're crazy too. That's not normal.
I'm a boy though. That shit don't matter. Like if I got my shit, I'm like, yeah, I got beat up. Oh.
Well, then I'm gonna call you pathological liar too. Like this going on, I don't like liar. I hate liars. So doing that.
If somebody inquired, I'll just if they told me, yo, you got to walk around with 40K, you can't tell niggas you doing it, and I got to make up something. That shit ain't about nothing.
It's crazy. Shit. It's still crazy to me. Like I said, her behavior was nuts. Sit there and lie twice, as G-Way or Gway. I'm sorry, Gway says
three times,
lying about that because GoFundMe. It's like the PPP scammers. They crazy too.
Them niggas is locked. Matthew Pearson with the $5 super chat. If someone wants to hurt her now because she stole from them, it's understandable.
What's he talking about? Wait. Okay. Never mind.
When they donated to her, she stole from them essentially.
So if you believe she can get hit in the face with
a if I was feeling for her and I donated a G or something, and I'm like, oh, you was scamming. First thing would come to my mind was she need to get hit with a brick for real now, kind of.
So all them PPP scammers getting hit with bricks too. Like, I mean, there's scammers out in this world.
Yes, thieves should get hit with bricks, of course. That's regular shit.
I just want to make sure it's across the board, not just.
No, her. I'm talking about her. I'm not tiptoeing. I'm talking about her. If somebody donated a grand, I don't know. Who know what people's pockets are? It could have been somebody last 100 and they gave her 50. She gonna get bricked for that 50, bro. Real shit.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
You want to play? Now, here's how I really feel. I'm telling you, somebody gonna catch up to it. Omac with the $5. Dana, you were wrong, and you cussed me and other men. Everything I mentioned was facts as it was. A brick to the head and no blood is not possible. Unpopular truth with the $5. It's really crazy that y'all women think bad behavior deserves protection or consequences.
What is he talking? Well, what is unpopular truth talking about? Who said that?
Well, I think he's addressing the fact that nobody addressed her conduct and all it was with what she shouldn't have gotten. When the truth is, I guess the truth is what she did to get to that point needs to be assessed and discussed.
We did. I think that we did on this panel. Like I don't.
But I guess it was also said that somebody should have jumped in for her too.
When tonight somebody said that?
No, last week.
Oh.
Nah, I do want to make a point though. So the fact that she's a con man or con woman, whatever, and she's been lying to people. Now I don't condone violence, but I will say that I don't like what it does for people who actually are in those predicaments. Because now you're lying, you're presenting something to people saying, oh no, I got beat on, feel sorry for me. And then, but what happens when a woman or a man, whatever, whoever actually goes through that? Then they're afraid to step up, and now you're crying wolf because you started this conversation, and now people don't believe us or as a whole. Yes, I don't like that lying thing. That does something to me. It really grinds my gears.
Tay, to your point, last week. It was I asked the question: are women who don't have poor conduct going to be collateral damage because of shit like this?
Absolutely. Because when it does happen, then she crying wolf, or she deserved it. Like no, she's really setting us back as a whole, and I don't think we're honing in on that part. We're just fuck that. Like she lied, okay, but now the real issue is when someone is telling the truth, are we going to believe them?
Yeah. Real shit. That was
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
$5. Wait, that's right. Keep it on that lying motherfucker. Fuck her. She trying to play on men. True Impact with the $10. Wait, she never said Black Americans. Those Somalian or African men you mentioned do no more than Black American men. Stop the cap. Wait,
I don't know what he means by that. Because if to say,
let me read it one more time. Because I don't understand. Gway, she never said Black Americans. Okay, those Somalian or African men you mentioned don't. What is this trying to say, love?
do
no more than Black American men.
He's trying to say that they don't do more.
They abuse women just as much.
Yeah, they don't. They
if not more.
Stop the cap.
You can get beef for your rice being cooked too damn hard.
That's what I was trying to say. I think he misunderstood that. You know, I was saying that she didn't blame the guy. They said he was Somalian. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's true or not, but I guess they said the guy that hit her with a brick was Somalian. What I'm saying is she didn't blame them, you know, and he's saying that because I said, oh, she blamed Black American, because most Africans, when you say Black, we know they're talking about Black American. If she was to, she would have said the Somalian, you know, I mean, as much as she away from her culture and all that stuff, some of those things are staying in her head. She would have actually said who it was, you know. That's what I'm saying. She didn't blame them. She didn't blame the guy that hit her. She just blamed all Black men.
Okay.
You so focused on the wrong thing, girl.
What is that?
Right. Let me get through the super chats and then y'all can discuss. KP from the KC, what's popping? She pulled a rosewood and y'all bought it.
Wow.
God damn, not a rosewood. Good grief. Andre Miller with the $2. Andre was good. The Bible okayed stoning, so a brick is light work.
Wow.
This is crazy. Lance Ray with the $10. Let's play scenario and say the act was true and a man hit a woman with a brick for not giving him her number. If you are okay with the man doing that, you are the problem. Last one I'm gonna read for right now. Savage Recovery with the $5. Brick baby lied and females took her word for it just because she was a female. Crazy story never happened. Females don't lie and are made of only sugar and spice. Mike Brown with the $10. You all should be more upset with her. This make the men that you all want to step up and protect you even more numb to the idea of doing so, because it's better served to wait and find out the truth.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Dana.
that.
Yeah, that's the point. We agree with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dana, you wanted to say something? Go ahead. Then we're gonna get to the meat and potatoes of this shit. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
East, did you want a word on this? You on mute?
I said no. I'm over it. I'm over the conversation.
Let me get you out the middle, leaning on your hand, and sniffing this shit. Good grief.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Go ahead, Ratchet. Final word on this. We get out of this shit.
Dana, I caught hella strays for you in the comments. And definitely, I feel like with this situation, I was conflicted then. Now I'm just kind of like, I'm sorry, y'all, my voice is gone. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, it's a good thing that I kind of wasn't like, why didn't somebody hurry up and protect her? Because we didn't know exactly what happened. And whoever says she has a mental illness, I second that. Because who does that? And I feel like it's a unwarranted attack on Black men. Like, what's up with this gender war? You know, like, this shit needs to stop. That's all I had to say, y'all.
You need a motherfucking throat lozenge too.
I'm drinking some tea, y'all. I had a weekend. Okay.
Yeah, tea ain't doing shit for you. You gotta stop drinking that. See, you drinking the tea that tastes good. You gotta drink the shit that don't taste good. That's the problem. Caesar's Pal. Let me get through these last super chats because they pertain to this topic real quick. Caesar's Pals with the $5. Women put all men into one box for what the small percent do wrong. Can men hold women accountable for what a small percent do wrong also? He one again, that's the taste. Well, I don't know. Is it a small percent? We're gonna figure that out. That's actually something it might be Caesar's Palace. It may not be a small percent. These heifers might be fucking up overwhelmingly. Damn. Savage Recovery with the $5. Dana, let's hope the booze don't kick in till after the stream.
Thank you for being a fan.
Still low key 21 with the $5. Last week, any man with questions was immediately portrayed as a bitch. Do any of the ladies feel differently now? KP?
Nope.
Simp and ladies need to apologize to Black men. Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Damn, man. Damn, so y'all can't even. Okay, we gonna get to that. All right, I got it. Yeah. Damn. All right, like, share, subscribe, hit that like button, all that good shit. Subscribe. Lionel, drop yours. Drop Hank's. Here for the tea. Drop your channel. Everybody plug it in, and we. You know what I mean, it's a family affair. You feel me? All right. I hear this shit so much. The men in the chat on this and that. So, bro, how do you describe an incel? Let's get to this.
Clueless?
Clueless?
Bruh.
Do you know what an incel is, Rotunda? I mean, Ro. I'm sorry, Ro.
I don't think so.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Ham, define what an incel is, so she can.
Nobody, you guys don't know because it is used so
I know
much.
what it is. So
I know what it
incel is
is.
involuntary celibate, right?
So
Involuntarily celibate.
How do those men present? Let me give you an example. The dude who shot up the Dollar General a couple weeks ago in Jacksonville, they were calling him an incel. And one of the reasons, I think Chaotic said this, shout out to Chaotic. The reason why was also because he wasn't getting no attention or no cheeks from women, along with the racism or whatever the case is.
Okay.
But they said, like, for instance, the Columbine boys were incels.
Yeah, they were.
So all right, bro, you hold on for a second. Who's familiar?
I know what an incel is.
So how do you describe them? Because I know it's always said about the men in the chat. So how does this present itself?
I never heard any of us calling men in the chat that, but
Come on, love. Don't start. Let me say something to you right now. Don't start the capping. Please don't start the capping.
Like I said, I've never called in one of the men.
All right, well let somebody else go. Dana,
let me answer your question. Wait, because wait a minute. Come on, man.
I can't. I'm not dealing with it tonight.
Wild West last week. I'm coming
what
up
I'm
here
saying
saying
is,
to you. All I said was I
don't
never
make me
called a
mute
man an
you.
incel.
Don't make me mute you. I'm saying that.
Describing them right now.
No, what I'm saying is, don't sit up here and say that you never heard nobody call the chat an incel. That's untrue. Is what I'm saying. So you just said that.
I said I never called anybody in the chat an incel.
Come on, man.
But I will describe. If you'd let me say, we could have went past it a long time ago.
No, because I don't want to start. I don't want to start the buffoonery of acting like things are what they are.
Oh my god!
But who called somebody an incel?
I don't care.
I've said it before.
You have.
That's the point. Okay. Dana said it. I never said it.
I don't care what nobody is over. I'm just telling you straight up. I'm not dealing with that shit.
Yeah, it's funny how when I come back out. Okay.
Well, let Dana talk. If she's used
all right, cool. She can talk then. Yeah. If nobody ever said it, they can shut the fuck up, and Dana can answer the question. Go ahead, Dana.
Well.
I'm not dealing with this tonight.
It's crazy to me. Like I was gone for 1 week, and you got all this energy because I didn't see it last week.
That shit over with. Go ahead, Dana.
Oh, now because I'm back, it's over with.
No, just period. Go ahead, Dana.
I think more than anything, it was said offline when we have our private conversations about people in the chat. But I don't know that anybody's actually said it on the air before. But the sentiment remains. The fact of the matter is there are a lot of men who come into the chat who seem extremely butthurt, and it seems like they're attacking us because they're either not getting no ass, they're not getting any attention, they're insecure about themselves, and so they prey on us as kind of like a revenge tactic because they don't have anything else to do with that energy because they're not able to get that nut off or get the attention that they desire.
Okay. All right, go ahead, love. How do you describe an incel?
An incel is someone who is angry. Aggressively angry because they don't get attention, they feel lonely, they lash out, and they have like an inordinate buildup of anger because they feel isolated and alone. And so they have an overabundance of aggression because it's all built up because they couldn't get out, whether it be through skeeting, or even through affection from another person.
Damn. So, all All right, I'm gonna name names because I'm not tiptoeing around this shit. So let me use Savage as an example. Would that, you know how you say he was angry, some of his comments, yada yada yada. As an example, would that be an okay example if I was trying to explain it to Ro? If I was trying to bring context to Ro?
He talked about his wife a lot, though, so no, you can't.
Well, you know, there's a lot of sexless marriages if it's about getting that nut off.
Good point.
And I'm not talking, you know what I mean? I'm just using him.
I get it. Yeah, here's an example. I get it. So, you know what? Okay, outside of him saying he has a wife, yeah, because yes, I will say that because he does come up here with this aggression towards us. So through the super chats, when I say come up here or whatever. So yeah, his behavior could be described as some incel characteristics. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think, can I ask a question? Will you also say that it could be him challenging you on your views instead of him being an incel? Maybe you'll just agree to disagree?
No, because of how he came up here before on another show. No. And his super chats were rapid fire one night. So no. I'm going off of what I've seen. I don't mind difference of opinions. I don't think Ham's an incel, and we disagree all the time. I don't think that Gunny is an incel, and we disagree all the time too. So it's not about disagreeing with me. It's the demeanor. It is the energy behind it. It's totally different.
I think it comes off like he hates women, and I think that's how incels present, like women are the problem.
But Ish used to say that to me. Remember?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think Savage is angry or anything. I just think that's his way of responding back to wherever he's getting. So, but that's just my opinion.
Do you think that incels like exist? That's a real.
I mean, I know. Yeah, I know that there's like a small portion of men that are not having sex, and they're angry about that and don't know how to maybe approach a woman or deal with a woman. I think they're mostly violent to me, and I don't think Savage come out as somebody that's violent at all.
He just said in the comments about him want to brick Asia. I mean, brick love. He just said in the comments.
What? He said what?
Right.
Like he be trolling as hell. Like most of his stuff be like real like that.
Hold on, let me read it. Caesar's Palace with $2. It's not a small percent. You are right. Dana, Savage with the $2. Dana, you are lovely tonight.
Fuck off.
Shit like that.
Omac with the $5. Stop trying to give that scammer an out with mental illness. The woman is evil to blame black men. That is a quick way to ruin a man's life. Damn sure. True Impact with the $10. Black women did not donate. Queer, her words. Folk always donate. Very good point. Are they queering black women? Does that still count? Or Jesus Christ. Savage Red Recovery with the $2. Love wants to fight Hamp. You got a brick. You need a shotgun. Yeah. She all little and shit. True Impact with the $10. He miss you, love. Dana has the vulgar insight. I did miss her. But she ain't gonna start that capping shit. Fuck that. Your daddy. Night-ish with the $10. Y'all are fire. Love the show. All of you. Shit like that. Still low key. So that was the comment right there.
And there was a lot of that last week.
Like break this.
Yeah.
Break
So
that.
Ham, are you not gonna tuck away? She was capping by jumping on Savage's bandwagon. You're not gonna do that.
But I wasn't capping
because we know. Hold on, I'm talking to him. We know Savage is nasty.
If y'all want to go down this road, I'm telling you, it's gonna be fucking ugly for y'all. If y'all want to go down this road,
are you not gonna tell her she capping? Because
No, I'm talking about something I know deliberately has been said numerous times on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking specifically about her saying Savage.
What you talking about then?
Nasty or violent? That's what I'm talking about.
Nasty or violent? Who? Savage?
Whatever.
I don't think. I speak to him more than y'all speak to him. So my perspective could be different too. So I don't know if he. Yeah, he be throwing shots. Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of them go. Some of them can be nasty. Mm-hmm. But I don't think he's violent.
He throws nasty shots a lot.
There's other words.
So that's how.
There's another word. Sorry, let me finish.
Aggressive.
Wait, now there's one thing though that I because sis might be right. Savage start the trouble though. He ain't ducking. He ain't ducking the first punch. Savage be punching first. I'm not saying all the time, but it's probably 50-50. Savage will come in.
I can agree with that somehow, I guess, but I just think Savage troll too. So like, and he's trying to like, he give it like he receive it, because like the comments towards him don't be nice either. It's not like the women are being nice to him. They say stuff about him too, so he has to respond. You know. So I mean, I just feel like as a woman, if you can dish it, you should be able to take it. That's just
for real. Like I'm going off episode when he was on Wednesday, and when nobody.
I'm with him on Chaotic Show a lot of the times. You know, I'm always on Chaotic Show a lot of the time with Savage. Like I don't feel like he's like
he came.
You know, I just feel like he
swinging.
Give it as he get it.
I wasn't even talking to him. He came on this show, not this one. It was a Wednesday night. Wednesday night when I first met him. Came out swinging. Matthew Pearson, thank you, Matt. To our super chat. Love and Dana, my fave, but they crazy. Love you too.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn.
Shit like that.
All right. So, does anybody else want to add to the description of an incel? Or are we clear on it? Bro, you clear?
Yeah. A little resentment. Yeah, I think y'all pretty much got it.
Resentment. I think resentment is the best word.
Yeah. For men who ain't getting none and are attracted to girls, but they hate them because they feel like they can't get them.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Ratchet, you agree? Ratchet, she ain't even this nigga.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I had to take my phone off of mute. But I do have a question for you, Gway.
Hey, hold on. You got to cough or something first. Cough.
I don't have anything in my throat. It's just gone.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
But Gway, I do have a question, and it's kind of been, I just wondering about this. When I see you appear on Chaotic Show, your name, you put the pronunciation of your name as your name or whatever. Why is it that when you're here on a panel with Black women, you put Liberian in your name?
This is on Chaotic Show. It's the same thing on Chaotic Show.
I told you why.
No, when you're on Chaotic Show,
I told you why. Go back. What episode is that? I already told y'all. This is shit I'm talking about. And Ratchet asked the right question. What show is that? Give her the number. I told you why. I told them why, Ratchet.
Oh, I didn't catch it.
You didn't hear it, sis. God.
Yeah, but I do want to answer that question.
All around. God damn.
Because I see you I'm always on Chaotic. I watch Chaotic Show all the time. When you go up there on Chaotic Show, you put your name Way, and then you put the pronunciation of your name. But I see you here on a panel full of Black women, and to me, it's ironic that you put Liberian next to your name. So I just wanted to ask you, like, why? What's the difference? Because we obviously would like to know the correct pronunciation of your name. So why?
How to spell my real name? How to spell my name?
No. The pronunciation. So when you go on Chaotic Show, you put Gway, and then in parentheses you put the how to pronounce it, right? So when she just mispronounced your name, I'm thinking, why don't you put that here instead of Liberian? What's the whole thing with you putting Liberian in your name? That's just my question. That's what I observed, because I was like, that's ironic. You're here with Black women and you put Liberian in your bio, but when you're on Chaotic Show, you put the pronunciation of your name.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. At first, when I was on Chaotic Show, can I explain? At first, when I was on Chaotic Show, there was a lot of people mispronouncing my name.
Not the cap.
In the beginning, but once I changed that, it's been the same thing. I've been on Chaotic Show like a couple of days ago. It was the same thing. My name is the same thing. I just put the way, because if I spell my name the right way, like they wouldn't pronounce it. So I just spell it that way so they can pronounce it.
Okay,
so the question is, are you trying to distinguish between being Black and Liberian? That's just the question.
But I put Liberian because I'm from Liberia. I don't understand.
So are you just trying to make it known that you're not a Black American?
No, I just put it there because I represent my country on my continent. That's all.
Okay, I'm Liberian too, but when you are on Chaotic Show, you put in parentheses GW -AY whatever. You put the pronunciation. So that's why I kind of was like,
okay. So when was the last time you were on Chaotic Show?
Like 2 days ago when they were talking about this. I think they were talking about the brick thing. I was there 2 days ago, so I didn't see you that day.
I wasn't on there because I was working.
But prior to that, I could pull up any Chaotic Show you want. I can just next time we come on here, I could pull it up if you want, so I can see. But it kind of did throw me off because I'm like, we hear your accent, so we know you're not American. We already know that. So instead of giving us the correct pronunciation of your name and your parentheses, why is it when you're on this panel full of Black women, you put Liberian in there? And maybe that's just me thinking like that. But I mean, of course, the first time I heard you speak, I know you're Liberian because you sound like everybody in my family. But it just puzzled me. So I just wanted to ask you that, like, is there any reason specifically? Are you trying to distinguish yourself from other Black
so
women?
were you on the panel when I changed my name and were you on the panel when I changed my name when the Cool Happy in Niger? When I changed my name to I Love Niger and put the flag? Were you there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, it was also that too. When the Cool Happy, I changed my name all the time. Like in the beginning, yes, I had to do that because okay, I sure they were saying my name wrong. But once most people got to
why didn't you do it? So this is the beginning here. And Love just mispronounced your name. I heard her. It was an accident. I'm not trying to put you.
I didn't hear that.
But why don't you do it here? You're introducing yourself.
That's how you said my name.
Right, but I'm saying you're introducing yourself to this panel, right? Just like how when you was on Chaotic Panel, people was mispronouncing your name and you were introducing the correct way to spell your name. As you being new on here like me, why wouldn't you give everybody here the opportunity to know the correct pronunciation of your name? Why is being Liberian more important than the correct pronunciation of your name on this panel?
That's the correct pronunciation of my name. My name is Gway. It's not spelled. Right. If you say, "Oh, I should put the spelling," then that would be different.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But you're moving around.
My real name
is moving around the point, and I know you know what I'm talking about. And a lot of us that be watching Chaotic Show, y'all probably know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with you. You're avoiding answering the direct question. So it's okay. I just wanted to know, like, why are you like? What's the difference between being here with a room full of Black women and being on Chaotic's panel with men, where you have like here it's like, oh, I'm Liberian. Over there it's like, oh, pronounce my name like GW-AH- blah blah blah. Like, no, I didn't catch the Nigeria show, but that's obvious to me. I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I'm Liberian too. It doesn't matter if I'm Liberian, if I'm Jamaican, or if I'm Black American. What does that really matter? The correct pronunciation of your name should have mattered more on this panel because you're introducing yourself not only to the ladies but to the audience. So that was just correct.
That's the correct. You're not letting me talk. That's the correct pronunciation of my name. So I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm saying. So when I have my name as I support Niger, if I had come on the panel with that, would that have triggered you too? Because at one point my name, that was my name.
It's not even a trigger, okay? So it's not even a trigger for me. To be honest with you, I look at it as disrespect because I have seen you on the panel and on Chaotic's panel all the time in the beginning. You do not put Liberian by your name. Why is it that you're on a panel with these Black women and you're putting that by your name? And I'm holding you to the fire because I'm from the same country. So to me, I don't sound Liberian and you don't sound American. So we know you're not American. We know you're African. You don't do that on Chaotic's panel. And that was just my whole question. I just wanted to ask you that. And if you don't have a direct answer, you're going to keep saying, oh, well, I love Niger, or that's the correct pronunciation of my name. There's nothing else to talk about. I've already said what I needed to say.
My name is, that's the right pronunciation of my name. If you was on Chaotic Show and you saw when the Cool Happy in Niger, I also put my name was I support Niger. So, I mean, I change my name all the time. I don't know what to tell you. You know, if you took that to be offensive,
you don't have to say anything. We see clearly through you.
I have no idea what that means, but that's their opinion. You're entitled to that. Can't change that.
Yeah, no, I don't have. I'm just saying. You know, I just wanted to point that out because it was something that I looked at, and I'm like, okay, when you're over there with them, you're telling them how to pronounce your name. You're over here with us, and you want to distinguish. Oh, I'm Liberian. We know you're not American. What's the point?
I don't understand. I don't understand how that would be offensive to anybody.
Right.
Like,
it's not offensive. It's how are you being Liberian going to offend a Liberian? That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, because you're getting so like upset about me.
I'm not getting upset because you're not being clear. That's why. Right. And I'm sitting here. I'm like, you're capping. You're capping. You keep talking about this one show about the cap. Let's talk about the previous shows that you popped up on Chaotic Show.
You made the point. Gway responded. We'll let the panel, let the people decide. You feel me?
That tea must have worked. What tea was that?
Yeah,
I want to hear Sis' point of view. Sis, I was just gonna say thank you.
Wow.
I happy all that noise. Ratchet, I thank you for pointing that out because this get risky. It got a little risky. You had her dancing. She couldn't answer that. So it is what it is. That's over and done with.
What
that's
answer what?
That's hold on, I'm talking. Let me finish. You had 10 minutes just now, okay? Thank you, is all I got to say. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm done with that.
All right, let me read these super chats.
I have no idea. Go ahead.
Still low key 21 with the $5. A world full of men with nothing to lose terrifies me. A man without a woman's love feels like nothing. Think about that. T.O. was good. Caesar's Palace with $2. Dana, are black women butthurt for not getting married? We're gonna get to that actually. Unpopular truth with the $5. Dana thinks shame in the chat covers up for her rude and nasty personality.
Wow.
Damn. Savage with the $5. So I hate women because I say women are wrong and Brick Baby lied. I was right, but I don't get laid with 2 baby moms and a wife. Savage said, I got time tonight. I think he was going to say time. Matt with the $2. Oh, I read this one. Love and Dana are my favorite, but they crazy.
Shit like that.
$2 from Savage. You were over talking me on that show, love. T.O. with the $10. Savage punched first like 60-40. But it's off of what the women say. It's not randomly. Savage with the $2. She wanted to be clear. She higher quality. Damn. So Savage is saying Gway want y'all to know she higher quality because she from Liberia.
Wow.
Damn. See, Gway, he's starting trouble. Savage with the $5. So we moved the combo because the ladies are feeling hurt. LOL. Matt P with the $20. If I can drop her ass, Ratchet, that is a drop. Her shit weak as fuck. You can't. She on a panel, bro. I gotta come up with a number to drop the panelist. That I don't know if I want to open that door though. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Niggas nervous.
You'll make a lot of money.
You make a whole lot of money. I'm worth 100.
Everybody gone.
Trigger Mike with the $5. Y'all can, matter of fact, y'all set your own number. Trigger Mike with the $5. Gway is distinguishing herself from y'all because she's smart. The fact that you're offended says more about you than it does her.
Another African.
Night-ish with the $5. Ratchet stand on business. I don't know. Mike could be right, except for the fact that Ratchet is also Liberian. So her agenda wouldn't be the same.
He's off.
Nice. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Y'all doing a good fucking job, man.
Shit like that.
Now, so we know what an incel is. Do you think the men in the chat, not saying you guys call them incels because I can't get a fucking okay on that apparently. You think they exhibit incel behavior?
I believe some do.
So let me get Isha first because you only got so many words for that throat.
I absolutely do, but I'm not saying at all. I think that some men offer good feedback, but some men are just really angry, nasty. I don't know if they think that us on the panel represent all women and they take the anger out on us, but it happens.
Yeah, well, right now you guys are a representation. That's just kind of how it is, you know. Dana, what say you?
Repeat the question, please.
I think I got this.
Are incels?
Do the men in the chat exhibit incel behavior?
Yeah, online. I don't know what they're like in real life. I have a funny suspicion that the way that they behave and the way that they move behind their keyboards is a whole lot different than the way that they move in real life, which is why a lot of times they get called out of their name, whether they deserve it or not. That's just how I feel. But I feel like when you move like bitch made, then it is what it is. But I don't think that they're like that in their real life. So
you think they're a bitch online, but not in real life?
No, that makes them a bitch in real life too.
That's what I'm saying. So what how would you differentiate?
I think they get big. They miss to get big online, but in real life, they're probably bitch made. Because I don't, and along those lines, the way that they talk to us is not the way that they talk to other men. And I know that for a fact.
How?
Because I watch the other show and I see them in real life.
What show?
The Wednesday night show. People who come up online or who come in the comments, they don't talk to the men on that show the same way that they come in here and talk to us.
Now I had to play devil's advocate. Do the men call them bitches?
Yes.
The men on the other show?
Yes. What's not Gunny?
Adrian when he called Chaotic a bitch in real life?
Ass nigga to his face.
But Chaotic stayed the
after
same.
he was on our show.
Yeah, but Chaotic doesn't deliver information like in the chat, like how the guys do. So did you expect his demeanor to go ahead?
Go ahead. I was gonna say,
no,
are you saying that Chaotic doesn't present as an incel?
No, I'm saying Chaotic just talks right. He talks the same way. He used to getting attacked, so he just responds how he responds. So I don't know if his demeanor changed from Tuesday to Wednesday.
I believe that it did. I observed that it did, and I feel like the men in the chat, when they comment on this show versus when they comment and address the men specifically on the other show, it's a totally different tone. It's a totally different approach. It's a totally different energy.
Okay.
I don't think they ever come at the men, their parents, or anything like that. On this show, they do.
Okay. So you think they exhibit incel behavior, Ish?
I do. A good majority does.
So the majority?
A good. The men who come up on the panel and talk, I don't think so. But the ones that stay behind their keyboard and type all kind of nastiness, yes.
Okay. Love, what say you?
So I think it's gotten better over time, but I will say there is a number of men in the comments that do exhibit incel behavior. Yes. Definitely how they talk to us. And I agree with Dana. I do not believe that the way they talk about us and to us in these comments, they would talk to a man in real life or in the comments. Also, I don't believe that they would just come off. If they saw me and my homegirl talking on the street, they will not come up to us and sit there and flap crazy and talk reckless like they do in the comments, because it doesn't make any sense to do that. They're not going to do that in real life.
Damn. Okay. Who else? What y'all think?
I kind of agree with Ish. I do believe, there's a good half in the chat, but the guys who come up on the panel, I learn a lot from. Even though I disagree sometimes, but I do learn things coming from a different perspective. But in terms of just the incels and the in the chat, like, it's specific to online behavior, online presence. So if you're behind a keyboard just talking shit because you see something you don't like, then that doesn't really, I'm not even going to compare to how you are in real life, because it stops there, because incels are online. So yeah, I mean, I think there are some in the chat, but I don't think it's the majority.
So you think it's the minority in the chat?
I'll say the minority, only because I feel like some of them are just saying it to be saying it, or for clickbait or whatever the fuck, they just because it sounds good. But I think some of them are really serious about how they feel, and that's cool. You're entitled to that, but I think the majority.
That's a good point, Tay. They live online.
They do, and it's easy to do that online, right? Like, you want to say it to my face?
But online is, at this juncture, we went virtual for 3 years. Online is real life at this point. So many couples I know, and I need to do some research, but online dating is how a lot of people are getting together. Like, it was almost taboo, 10 years ago. Now it is what it is. People find each other online and get busy.
I heard you saying that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But to Tay's point, those people who are in the comments have the opportunity to show their faces, to speak their minds, to address us directly, and choose not to, but stay in the comments and will not ever let up, Savage, and just keep going on and on and on and on and on in the fucking comments. I think actually, I take it back, because he has come on and shown his face a couple of times. But speaking, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
But speaking generally, that's just not the case.
Damn. Ro, what you think?
I think I agree with everybody else. I think we're an outlet for what they don't get in real life. Because not near one of these men, even the ones that come up on show their face, if they see me in person, they're going to talk to me like that.
Why not? Why do you guys assume that? And I'm asking.
I'm saying because in person, it's going to be where I see you, you see me, we see each other. And at the end of the day, they behind these keyboards, they can say what they want to say. They don't know us. We really don't know their lives. And at the end of it all, they're using us as a panel of women to speak whatever grievances they have. Whatever they can't speak to whatever woman, whether it's their wife, whether it's their mother, whether it's the coworker, or whatever the case is, that they think we act like, or we talk like, or we have mannerisms like, and I think that's what they do.
Okay. So you're saying when we do a live show, because we're going to get to that point where we're going to do one live, you think they're going to be like church mouse in that motherfucker?
I'm not going to say they're going to be church mouses, but they definitely going to need to come up where they got clean clothes on and act like they got a haircut. You know what I'm saying?
I was thinking the same exact thing. I'm glad you said that.
Come up on there, don't brush their teeth. They got they got Jesus in the background, blurry and everything. That is not what that's going to be.
But I think in the atmosphere where there's an audience, they'll still act out because they feel like somebody is laughing with them and they feel like they're somebody. They're not that person in the basement just typing. So when there's an audience, it means something. If it was just you and I there, you're not going to say the same thing because there's no audience.
That could be true as well. Like I believe, Isha, that could be true as well. But I side heavily on the part, if we were in real life, because they're angry, because they're insecure. Like, and I know y'all men say don't throw that word around, but they are. Like, they don't like the way they look. Like, they walk around with yellow teeth or missing teeth or raggedy clothes or no haircuts, or they got a limp or whatever. And so they're angry because they can't get women. And so they are angry. So the most angriest ones over here. I just don't think they have the same energy in person because they know, like, I got to get myself together. And if I see you in person, I'm like, nigga, I know you ain't talking to me with your missing 3 back teeth. Like, I'm gonna roast you. So I just don't believe that they would do that for the most nastiest ones. But like each said too, like they may want to put on the show because they put a show in the comments. They put on shows in the comments too because they have an audience and they be like, yeah, man, high five or ha ha, LOL, so and so. Like they like putting on shows, so they may very well do that. Maybe do a live show. When we do a live show, they may come there with their Sunday's best and their teeth brushed and still trying to put on the show in the in the audience.
Ratchet, I got a question. This nigga, what is she doing?
Huh? I'm reading the comments. Go ahead.
Don't read the stay out the comments.
I like reading the comments. I don't
You're
care
not paying
what
attention if you read the comments.
People have to say about me. I wouldn't
Read
look twice in real life.
Read them after. Now, Ratchet, question. I know this might have been speculative. I don't know if we had any data behind it, but was one of your sentiments last week that violence against women seemed to have like risen?
Uh-huh.
So you guys are saying this, but if that's true, and I don't know, if men are speaking out more, I think since I would say Kevin Samuels was kind of inspired a lot of men in that way, positively and negatively.
Mm-hmm. That's
the whole point. Yeah, that's what it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I beg to differ. That they what you don't intimidate these men. So why wouldn't they talk to you like this in person if Ratchet's sentiment is actually fact and that violence against women has risen? These niggas don't give a fuck now for real.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because I'm putting it all together as we having a conversation. What you say?
As I said before, I feel like the men mistaken empowerment, because there's nothing wrong to be empowered, speak your mind, but I think it's more volatile, aggression and violence since that's happened. And thankfully for me, I haven't ran into one in real life, one of these incels in real life. So I don't know. I think they would, because I'm petite. I think if I turned one of them down, they probably would brick baby me or cuss me. I've been cursed out before by men that I don't look twice at. So I don't know.
Yeah, so that's the point. Isha even said last week, and I think somebody else said it. You got to give your number out to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
So why y'all getting this notion that these niggas is gonna pussy up in real life? For what? Then they really see you, and now they really see that you're not a threat.
I mean, I don't think that it's like, I don't think it's a physical threat. I mean, for me, I don't think it is. I think my thing is the way that they're talking on here, they would not do it in person because you don't know who's in the audience or who's around me that's going to deal with you.
Yes, they would. They don't care, bro, because
they might not, but they gonna question. And then on top of that, if we really, like I said before, I've checked out some of these people's real Instagram, and all I'm saying is some of y'all federal employees, some of y'all folks that got these big time jobs, some of these folks that's working and on pins and needles about keeping a job. I don't think so. I don't think that they're gonna be like that in person.
Okay. Matt want to know what's your number, your kick out number. Matt said he need to know, man. Thomas McMillan with the $2 penalty box fee. Kick them for 10 minutes for $40. Okay, that might be more palatable. I can see that. True Impact with the $10. Librarian. Play those games on other channels. Anybody can say anything to
librarian.
Oh, no, I think you maybe. Okay. Let me see. Let me read the rest. Play those games on other channels. Anybody can say anything to people who don't really know them. Fake presentations are real. Men, be aware. Yeah, I think he might be talking to you, Goy.
I don't respond to that. I think people are entitled to their own opinion. Whatever self-hate that you have in your heart is not going to shake.
Wow.
Good grief.
Doesn't bother me. They've said some of the worst things in the comment about me and the content I'm from and where I'm from. It doesn't bother me at all. Everybody entitled to their opinion. So you can say whatever you want.
Well, you just said when you came in here that Black women were emotional when we see things. That's the first thing you said.
But we are. Women are emotional. That's just
no. You specified black women.
No, well, let me clarify. When she said it, remember I asked for clarification, and she said all black, all women who are black, not black women, capital B.
I know.
Thank you.
She did that, Hemp, after you asked her for clarification. Again, going back to how she has identified herself on here. So let's not, again, that game.
Would not be considered black?
I don't know, because you from Liberia. I don't know what you identify yourself.
Liberians are black. I don't understand.
Okay,
but you not, because my name should not trigger you.
But I don't have Atlanta, Georgia on the side of my name.
And that's you.
I know.
I'm always going to rep where I'm from because I know what I've been through.
Me too.
So, like, for me, it's more personal than whatever you think. There's a lot behind the Liberian name that you don't understand. I'm the one that lives in that country.
There's a lot behind all of our names. We've all been through things.
Well, then you put whatever you want to put.
We can have a smoke. Y'all can get a smoke session at the end.
You know, you can put whatever you want to put. Nobody tells me what I can put in my name or not.
I wasn't.
That's what triggering you. You have to deal with that by yourself.
You have identified yourself.
Yes, when I jump on their ass, don't act like I'm being mean.
That's what I'm saying. I am. I'm not telling a lie.
All right. Y'all can have that. Y'all can have that conversation at the end. I'm gonna put the smoke cam up, and y'all can go at it. And you can represent Georgia, and you can represent Liberia, and let's see what fucking place is better. Like shit, it's the same fucking people. Then they ship the Geechees back. Yeah, same nigga. Lance Ray with the $10. More than half the men in this comment give incel energy. Damn. The hate and narrative they give to women is crazy. Dana got a point that these dudes big and tall with women, but small and passive with men.
Wow.
Thank you, Lance.
Savage with the $5. You women are not men. Let's do a live show. I'll come say these things in person.
And why do you want to? Like, what do you honestly like? What is wrong? What? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make this is obviously got to be an assessed fan. Like, you want so bad to say something, be so smart and big and bad to women.
I think he just addressing the point that people said that they wouldn't say it.
But why does he want to prove that point?
Yeah.
But what?
That's the thing.
Go ahead.
That's the thing. Black American women can never be defended or just justified by anybody else. We're gonna get it for the comments, Savage, Way. Everybody is never gonna align with us. You know, we're always left on an island, and then when we protect ourselves, what's that word? Acting like a man. You know, that this shit is whack. You know, and it's noticeable at this point.
Savage with the $2. Drop the link and I'll be there. Hemp, host a live show. Yeah, man, we gotta figure out. We gotta see where the market is. I gotta look at the analytics. Unpopular truth, $5. Dana, the way you talk to men on here, you wouldn't say it offline like that because you know a brick is coming. God damn.
Wow.
Let me respond when you get through.
Yes, ma'am. Caesar's Pals with the $5. Why do you guys think it's different vibe with men who are just online? Even online, men still have more respect for other men. Women don't. Savage with the $5. These women are online talking nonsense, getting drug sounds like some bitter drunk bitches. Oh, that's what that said. Oh. Savage with the $5. After the panel, I will be putting a large part of my investments in booze. This panel is going to fund my retirement. Matt with the $2. I like to mess with y'all and help the channel. Not real shit. Savage with the $5. So let me get this straight. Ro is black and in her feelings, you're right. Gway wasn't right about black women. Wait, Great wasn't right about black women. Black women are emotional.
And white men think they run the world.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Dana, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, can you put it back up?
Oh, which one was it? This one?
Yeah, that's the one. I'm not gonna get out of pocket this week because that's exactly what y'all want, and I'm not going there with you because it's ridiculous at this point. But let's be very clear. The fact that you all keep condoning or you keep saying this in jest, like that shit is sweet, like that shit is okay. You got a brick coming. That shit, you would never talk to me like that in real life. Number one, we would never be in a conversation in real life. That's the start, okay? And if we were in a conversation, it wouldn't be this, because you understand that coming on the show, all we do is provoke. It's a provocative show where we have provocative topics that are meant to get people discussing and emoting and doing all these other things. But I'm not going to talk to you or anybody here like I do in real life, because I don't talk like it's just not it's not a podcast in real life. But also, you're not ever going to threaten me with a brick in real life either, because I think that you're bitch made. Next.
What makes him a bitch made?
Because he keeps on with the same shit, talking about brick. Any man who keeps talking about a brick to a woman, and we've expressed time and time again how we feel unprotected, or how we feel like that shit is not okay. We don't appreciate it. It's disrespectful. All of these things, but he keeps trying to provoke a response. And again, because he's talking to me like that here, and the other commenter was talking to Love like that on here, I don't think that you would, number one, come on camera and say that to me. And I definitely don't think that you would say that to me in my real life. And so for me, that makes you bitch made, because you're hiding behind your word, you're hiding behind your keyboard, and you wouldn't say that in your real life.
Cool. Dana, does it make a difference if I would hit a man with a brick too? Because I hear a lot of sentiment is you wouldn't do it to a nigga. So if I would do it to a nigga, am I still a bitch?
I still think it's not okay, but I think there's something to be said for people who prey on people, others who are perceived to be weaker.
Yeah. Okay.
Or you're a bitch if he doesn't also have a brick. You know,
right.
You picking up weapons, nigga, square up. You know, that
right.
would be the difference.
There's no rules in street fights.
I think there is between men and women, but maybe not men on men.
No, there's no rule.
Yeah. Don't hit me. I told you I can't fight. So you if it's me or you're gonna die. I'm gonna cut your dick off or whatever. But because I'm fighting for my life at this point. So you either gonna get shot or I'm gonna pull my knife out and your dick is coming off.
I remember one time me and one of my brothers was in a bar, right? And this dude get mad at me and shit, whatever the case is. And he like, nigga, I'll shoot you. I said, nigga, you better shoot me. I knew he couldn't win that fight. But he was strapped, though. I wasn't expecting that in the middle of the bar. But he didn't shoot me, so shout out to that. Thomas McMillan with the $2. But when the chips fall, I'm with the sisters.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Thank
like
you,
that.
Thomas. Thank you.
All right. Let me see. Hank with the $2. Did y'all drop Hank's fucking channel? My bad. I didn't mean to cuss at y'all. Can y'all please drop Hank's channel? Hank with this. I'm proud of you, Dana. Real shit. That's why she got that hat on, Hank. That hat got a shock. I got a remote. Whenever she go too far, I shock her back that fucking hat. Unpopular truth for the $2. You just trying to go viral? Matt with the $5. Hank, when you do a show with Team Fatty, you're gonna make a lot of money, but you have to put up bounties because we spend money and love the toxic shit. T, thank you, T. Appreciate you. I'm trying to get everybody and their mama to 1,000 subscribers. You feel me? Everybody. Shit. There's too much money out here for us not to be getting it together. You feel me? All right. So now, here's my question. I'm going to drop the link for a little while. Incel behavior for women. So I was thinking about this. If somebody already did this, I haven't seen it. I thought this was organic. I haven't heard it, but I could be wrong. Somebody probably did a show on this, I'm sure. You can find anything on YouTube. But incel behavior for women, how does this present? And I'm saying behavior, right? Now, is that person an incel? TBD. And I'm thinking that this, because incel, when you say involuntary celibate, it's so much that goes into it. But for women, I thought of this as involuntarily single.
Oh, that's okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
Yeah, because you have access to sex. You could walk on the street and get busy anytime you want. But can you get and keep a man? And when you've been involuntarily single for so long, how does that manifest in women? Does it come across with the Kevin Samuels shame, insult, guilt need to be right? Are niggas pussy for making comments and called a bitch for making comments because we are also dealing with some shit and we don't necessarily feel whole. So when we look at things, how the men are looking at us, we respond kind of in the same ways. And again, this is something I literally just thought about. I ain't calling nobody an incel, whatever the case is. But shit, the shoe wear with fit, wear the motherfucker. Not to say you gotta stay an incel, but if you involuntarily single and that shit creeping up on your soul, and it might be manifesting and coming out in a particular way, let's address it. What y'all think?
So I still kind of have a question. Thank you for saying involuntarily single, not celibate, because we can get sex down the street, around the corner. And as far as being single, I think you can define get a man and keep a man, because we can get him. We can get any old thing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's men out.
Let me be vulgar. You can get fucked. Somebody will put their penis in your vagina a bunch of times if you call him and ask him to.
And he'll come over and spend time and
to get pussy though, love. But his goal is to only get pussy. See, that's not what you want. So he might bring you to Del Frisco, $200, because the head is better when he bring you to Del Frisco as opposed when y'all make a quick stop at TGI Fridays.
Dating. That's dating, Camp.
No, but what I'm saying is it's only to get pussy, and then what happens is women will see that same man getting married to another woman.
So you talking about marriage now?
No, I'm just talking about a woman not on no Huggy Bear shit with a man. There is no title. She getting used. So you might be. It's a transaction. So he bring you to Del Frisco so he can get some pussy. Okay. He don't bring you to Del Frisco because he like you.
He spent $200 some just for this puss. Okay. I mean,
he likes you. He likes
that's what I'm saying. He like you. Thank you. Del Frisco, he like me.
sis, I'm trying to tell you, sis. Look. If see in DC, niggas is getting money. Like it's not the $200 ain't shit. My man said, "Yo, he sent me a cash app. I needed to send him $320 for a bottle that I didn't touch, that I didn't know he fucking bought. But he just assumed like, oh, yo, bro, here's y'all portion. Like just little shit. It's very. And I'm just talking because Asia live, you know what I'm saying? But in Houston, did you see where them niggas was having bottle wars? They was pouring the bottles out. So they had Clase Azul, Dana, and they just pouring them out to see who can pour out the most bottles. And you know, Clase Azul is $130 in the grocery or in the liquor store.
Right,
so in the club, that's $800. Oh, way more. $800. You know what I'm saying? But they 1942, they haven't bought. They don't care about $200, sis.
Because he like you a little bit. I mean, he could take the bitch to TMBR Friday or somewhere else.
But he got to eat too, sis.
I just said a little bit. What you mad for?
I'm just saying he don't. Trust me, I know.
Hamp, I think you're right on your definition. I was looking it up on what is a female incel.
Okay.
And the Atlantic did an article and they interviewed a series of women and they actually gave your definition. And the person I think of
shit like that
I think of on TV that we've seen. Y'all remember the show Mary Jane with Gabrielle Union?
Okay, you thought she was an incel? Well, yeah, incel. You thought she was an incel?
I think she was a female incel. It wasn't until later that she decided, because remember she had sex with the one dude. She needed sex. She'll call the big guy. She wanted a relationship, but she always found an issue with something. The guy was married. She was okay with it, then she wasn't. So I feel like under that definition and the Atlantic article I'll put in the private chat, I feel like that was her. She made a decision to be single up until the point where she felt like she was missing something in life. And that's when she started going through all these changes. She had her career, she had everything, but it was her choice to be single.
Right. That's the point. It was her choice. It was not involuntary. It was voluntary.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what Hemp is saying. For women that are incels, it's a choice. Where men,
no. Sorry, bro. She can think all she want that she choosing to be single.
Yes.
She choosing not to get fucked on a daily basis, but she wants a relationship, and it's not coming her way. Whether it's the wrong man, wrong time, wrong situation, he don't like to do the shit right, and now they can't find it, or they not being approached, they're not being taken personal. Go ahead, bro.
I agree with you. I think that if I was to think of somebody on TV portraying that, it would be her.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So what y'all think?
I think it's a real thing, and I'm just going to be transparent and honest right now. I know for sure I have exuded a little incel behavior myself. Just in terms of, to Hamp's point, you can fuck anybody, that's cool. But in terms of getting a man and keeping a man, I know I have shown a little resentment to a few people for that particular instance. I know I've been in that position, so
that's fair. Yeah. That's fair, and I think like motherfuckers act like, so. For instance, an incel will say like it'll exude in violence. That's what it was saying. Like these guys who be school shooters, but also they say fuck women, I hate women, coochie credit, shit like that, right?
But we say niggas ain't shit and all this.
Niggas ain't shit. Right? Niggas is this. Nigga. So it's like the same fucking thing.
I've said it before. I don't mean that. That ain't what I think, but I've said it before.
But it makes sense though. Feel me? Yeah. And all right, the chat. Thanks, guys. I know the cell doesn't apply, but I'm trying to keep it on the same gravy train. God, dang, y'all niggas never created nothing in y'all life. Now y'all want to break down Hey, chat, hold it.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Damn, these niggas talking about cell mean this. I know, asshole.
I was gonna say I agree with Ro, like to her point. I think that a woman incel is a woman who will date a married man.
Because she ain't got no responsibility to him.
Exactly.
But she wants it.
But she wants him. She wants his time when she wants it.
That's an incel.
Ro, you're off, bro. She doesn't have the choices she thinks she has, and then they try to mask it in I'm choosing this and all all that bait cliche shit. And again, I'm not insulting nobody. This is something that you can fall into, dead ass. So like Tay said, she had a gap in time. Shit, Tay, you was single for 10 years?
12.
Put him in the
I meant wrong button. My bad.
That's so stupid.
Wow.
Damn, wrong button.
Bruh.
Wrong button.
Bruh. Wow. Put him in the
I couldn't find the right button.
All of it wasn't bad. Okay.
I'm going on 8. That's not bad.
Not all of it.
Good God Almighty.
Wow.
So, and that's real because I don't know a lot of women who's sitting up and down talking about they don't want a man, they don't want to be in a relationship. So if Tay kept it a bean, Ro, you always honest. Would you say you fell into that category? Because you got heat for niggas sometimes.
I did. I fell into the cat. I think I just told them before we came on, I don't have time to date. I would like to go out and have a good time, but after that, like, I gotta get back. I got stuff to do with my kids. And so I think I said this before, high operating thought processing, doing things, needing to get things done. I don't have the energy to give a man the time that he deserves, but I'm not saying I don't want one. It's just, I don't have the space to give it to him as he deserves.
Okay. That's a little bit different. What y'all think? Anybody else?
So Ham, can I ask you? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So is a part of I hear feedback. I'm not sure if you do.
Y'all hear feedback?
I did, but not anymore. Y'all are good. Say something, love.
Test.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So Ham, could another incel behavior being? So I heard that sleeping with the married man. Could another incel behavior be settling for anything, like settling outside of what your values are.
Desperation.
Yeah, desperation. Okay, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
she's an incel, but she's desperate, and she'll just take any old man that comes her way.
Yeah, right? She may be making too many what's the one, concessions. Yes. To a point where you just straight like, listen, that nigga got a penis and he got a job
and he want me. That's it.
And he like me a little bit.
Right. Oh. So that is a part of the behavior then. Okay.
So yeah, that could be a part, and I think it has facets. So what y'all think? Now let me ask y'all: have any of you niggas exhibited incel behavior for a woman?
I did before I knew when I was younger, before I knew my worth. I definitely settled. I definitely made way too many concessions before for a relationship for a man. I definitely did. I think I admitted that a couple of weeks ago. I did. I wanted to be in a relationship really bad. So I made way too many concessions and I shouldn't have. And I look back on it like, girl, what were you thinking? But praise God for growth.
How you feel you at? Where you think you at now?
To be completely honest with you, I'm actually very content with where I'm at. I am single, but I am very content. I don't feel like I'm lacking or deficient in anything like I did before, if that makes sense. Now, of course, I enjoy the company of a man, but I'm not in the place where I'm desperate and to make, crazy decisions just to get one. So I don't believe I exhibit incel behavior because that's how I define it. I'm just very content and happy and peaceful where I'm at in my life.
What about when we call men insecure for the things they share? We tell men they butt hurt, shit like that. See, that's a part of it too. Because if you're calling men incels, we only going off of what they say. Mm-hmm. So how they attack you guys, it will work in the reverse too.
Wait, okay, maybe I didn't follow what you said. When we call men butthurt on this show, it's when they're attacking us. So that makes us incels. Was that what you said?
I'm trying to figure it out as we go. I'm not sure we always attack though. Like sometimes we'll be talking about, like, for instance, a man don't want to bring his woman to another country that another man brought her to.
Oh, I'm talking about that example.
I'm just giving an example, and then men instantly start getting insulted.
Got it. I get what you're saying. So, okay, thank you for giving that qualification.
And then one last thing, love. What you don't hear that from is from the few married women that we have. So, like, Mary doesn't support that sentiment. She understands why a man wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but not everybody subscribes to want to be in that type of marriage that Mary is in. And I've heard Alex say before, I'm going on my trip. She said it in the chat before. I've seen Alex say that. So
no, in terms of her going with her man bringing her to another place another man brought her to, like another country.
About going on trips.
No.
I don't know anybody else's. I don't know anybody's marriage right now. I don't think that's fair to do that. But what I'm gonna say is the first point you brought up was when you said we call men insecure when they don't want to take their girl to the same restaurant. You calling that incel behavior? I'm asking you.
No. Why would no? For a man?
No, for women. I thought you said that.
When the man was called insecure.
Right, when we called him insecure. When we call men insecure.
Would that be femcel behavior?
I don't think it is. I don't think that's incel behavior when we said that was insecure on a man's behalf because we gave qualifying statements. It was because the experience was with you. We're bigging you up. You right here are my man. We're bigging you up. I don't care what I did with that man before. It's all about you, not him. So that's why I don't think it's incel behavior because we're bigging up the current man we're with. So we're saying if you're too insecure, let me big you up.
You're not though, right? Because you insulting the man that says that he doesn't want to do that. So that wasn't bigging him up.
I wouldn't say it that way. If I'm having
a real call him insecure, right?
No, on the podcast, in real life, I'm gonna sit there and say you insecure in real life. It's a different conversation. And again, I said I wouldn't say anything. I'm like, oh, that's a nice restaurant. Remember, I did say that. I said, oof, you want to go True X? Great. I've always wanted to go there. Or I heard that's a great place. I did say that.
Dana, is omission lying?
Yes.
So you would sit up there and just be lying like a motherfucker, huh, love?
He didn't ask me, have you been here before? He said, you want to go to True Lex? I heard they have great food there. Is that a lie? No, Dana, is that a lie? Nope. Camp, is that a lie?
No.
Right. I know how to talk.
Let me read a couple of these real quick. Trigger Mike with the $5. Trigger Mike was good. Incel stand for involuntarily celibate. Being Mary Jane was not a femcel. She was actually a hoe.
What's a femcel?
I think that's the proper terminology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Like they correcting this shit. Savage with the $5. The only time the panel wants to hear from the chat is if we are simping or agreeing. We can stop doing super chats and stop giving to my man Ham. Yeah, I mean, I think people just agree with me. Yeah. Still okay with the $5. They're called femcells. It's definitely a thing in Red Pill. It usually applies to women dealing with men that have a roster. Okay. So like a
what's chick. Red Pill? What's Red Pill real quick? What's Red Pill?
The Red Pill comes from the Matrix, like the truth. Okay. In the Red Pill manosphere would be like Kevin Samuels, I guess, for lack of a better example. I think that everybody would know. Oh, God bless the dead. Savage Recovery with the $2. Money, yeah. Caesar's Palace. Women who are not married are femcells. Damn.
Wow.
All of them? Caesar's Palace? Savage Recovery with the $2. A side piece is just a hoe. Matt P with the $2. DJ Friend from Full House is a femcell, I thought. I don't know. Did I watch Full House? Sis, did I watch Full House?
She's married.
I ain't watch no fucking Full House, man. I don't know shit about no Full
I remember
House.
her friend, the real skinny one. The real
Kimmy Gibbler.
Kimmy, yeah, Kimmy.
Man, give me a fucking example that I can resonate with. Full House, nigga. Ain't that Harvey Weinstein? Man, hold it.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
Caesar's Palace with the $2. Love, women don't settle. That's all they can get. Mike with the $2. At what point is it not settling? I think it always is, honestly. Gary Grant with the $2. Is any women on the panel in a relationship? Anybody in a relationship?
No. Isha is. Isha.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ratchet
for some time now, Hamp, okay?
Are you serious? Damn, I didn't even know. You like you still?
Well, I'm not married, so I'm single until I'm married.
But you be kissing them on the lips and shit?
Yeah, I kiss
you better.
Lips. I kiss them where you need to be.
You can kiss them her lips. Let me shut up.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Kissing on the lips is big. Ratchet, you in a relationship?
Yes, I'm in a couple of relationships.
Bruh. Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Savage Recovery with the $5. Look at her face. Yo, get her off the camera, man. You can tell when the panel's eyes are locked on the chat. Yeah, I hate that shit. Stay out the chat. T.O. with the $5. Women are incels are femcells, and they are 10 times worse things online than the incels. Damn, really? I'm gonna catch the rest at work. Please keep building 100. Yeah, no doubt. T.O. Come on. Who want to read this?
It's funny when go ahead.
Shout out to Tio with the $20 super chat. It's funny when men question Brick Lady.
Not enough energy. Go ahead, love.
You ain't gotta be real theatrical, Dana, with the $20. You know,
show her how to do it.
It's funny when men question Brick Lady. It was black men don't protect black women and helping promote violence. And
wow.
do the same violent act to women as the unknown alleged man. And now it's known she lied. It's silent.
Shit like that.
Learn something, Dana? Good shit, love.
I didn't have my glasses on, Hamp. I can't see that shit.
Yeah. That somehow that fucked your voice up. I get it. Don't worry about it. You and Ratchet. You need a Ricola, Ratchet. That's what you need. That's what I was trying to think of. Damn. Damn. Hank with the $2. Damn, Love is out here finessing dudes. With the True Lux. Caesar's Palace with the $2. After they hit 30 and above, not married, femcel. Damn. What y'all think about that?
Who says that? Like, who? I just seen a couple get married. I think they were like 50 or something like that. Was she 50? And I was like, dang, like, who says that? Like, who says
that? Yeah. This definitely qualifies too. I don't need a man shit. That's in there. Wait, so you think 30 and up? Who else? Wait, what you think? 30 and up, is she a femcel?
No.
I don't think so.
But
because,
if she,
I mean, you can still get married, right?
Yeah. But if she can't get married, if she want to get married, and we know that clock start ticking after 30, and
then I would say that. If you, I don't. Sometimes I don't understand, like when people say, "Oh, I'm not looking for a man right now." Like it confuses me because, like, if the man you want was to step in front of you right now, you'll be ready for a relationship. So it's not you can, it's like you can say, "Oh, I don't want a man, I'm happy being single, I don't need a man right now." But if that man that you want step to you with all the qualities that you want, you will be in a relationship with him. So I think it's like more of saying, the man I want, I can, I haven't met yet or something like that, so.
Women can say they're not ready to be in a relationship.
But the context is after 30.
Yeah, women can still say they're not ready to be in a relationship.
After 30?
Yes. Women can say that. I said I'm not ready to be in a relationship.
Oh. You wrote me in. You saying can. Okay, yeah, of course it exists. That shit don't mean nothing. But the majority is the point. She almost got me, Dana. I started to answer that bullshit. Okay, yeah, they can. But what's the assumption that shit, after 30, y'all clock ticking like a motherfucker? Shit me?
Ticking for who? If you got kids already, who's it ticking for?
Yeah, ticking for what? That's what I was going to say, because some women, I mean, they have kids early and they're single after 30. They might not be, or the man might have kids that might not want to have kids. So it's like, I think it's situational based. And I don't like how
you're saying situational and it depends and all that. Those are not answers, bro. You know that already.
No, I think it's all of them. I think that any woman who's over the age of 30 who says that she doesn't want to be in a relationship at a given moment in time is because she's either healing from the last relationship, or there's trauma, or there's something going on.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's something going on, but it's not just I'm just happy being single. I'm living my best life. Nobody wants to actually be single in real life.
Shit like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment of, it's okay to be happily single, but like you got to be open. You got to be open to being in a relationship, and you have to want that.
Is that for me?
To you.
Okay. Yes, I am single. I just became single after I was in a 13+ year relationship. So I feel like I have to heal before I end up hurting somebody else. So, and I don't feel like
you did the hurting.
Huh?
You did the hurting?
I could say yeah, because it takes two,
So you were married for 13 years or in a relationship for 13 years?
No. I was in a relationship for 13 years.
Wow.
Why didn't y'all get married?
He didn't want to get married.
Did you?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
What year did you find out he didn't want to get married?
To be honest, I think when I was in the relationship, I didn't really requested that. I think it was like years on before I started to realize, I think as I got older, to feel like, because I kind of assumed, and that was one of the mistakes I made, assuming that, we would grow together and be together, and get married. But, my assuming instead of asking the question, end up not working in my favor. So, I think that was a question I should have brought up a lot earlier in the relationship instead of like waiting till years go by before I ask those questions. So,
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Damn.
Do you think that you kind of knew, but you didn't want to ask the question because you knew the answer already?
Not really. I think like I said, I think I just kind of assume, just sitting in it and thinking that, we're going somewhere instead of bringing up and talking about it, So in a sense, I don't really blame him because that was not a conversation that we had until years later. So I think those are things that we should have talked about earlier. I should express myself. So I don't really, to be honest, I don't really hold him accountable because I think that at the end of the day, I picked the man.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't ask those questions that I should have asked from the get-go instead of waiting and sitting in it and just assuming that that's what's going to happen. So I don't blame him at all.
Was he Black, American, or African?
No, he was African. He was Liberian.
He was Liberian.
Yeah. My first couple of boyfriends in America were African Americans.
How were they?
How
were they?
It was good. It was really good.
Yeah, we a little bit cooler. You know what I'm saying? Like overall,
and more affectionate, I would say.
But we also like cooler. Like we can dance, we can rap, shit like that. Like
right.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Men that can rap too, Amp.
Did you say some again? Are you over here not answering again? Is that what you're doing?
They got some Liberian men that.
Get her out of here, man. I can't take that shit, man. She over here barely answering, throat hurt, all types of shit going. They said I'm capping. All right, man. I'm gonna drop this link. We ain't gonna be up here all night kicking y'all asses. See the Palace of $2. Hamp, protect Gway. They're trying to come for her. I don't think.
No, we're not.
Wow.
It's all love.
Ain't nobody coming for her. They need to cut it out.
Damn. All right, man. I'm gonna drop this link. I'm gonna bring up one person at a time. We're gonna give y'all a time window, and then we'll rotate it back to get other people on. I don't see Ali was popping. I don't see Fatty. I ain't see him in the chat. Damn. Incels. I'm still gathering that thought about Ro. I think these men would talk this shit in person. I just got that feeling, man.
They're not going to threaten us in person because they're not going to risk their job or their livelihood. They are not going to do that.
Hank with the $5. I see what you're saying, bro. Hank with the $5. Ma'am, your name is Ratchet. We can't take you seriously about anything you say. Oh man,
internet. Hello.
Ratchet. She honest though. I ain't gonna lie. To with the $5. She says she did the hurting. She waited too long to ask, and he didn't want to get married. Do I smell accountability? Yeah, what's up? Was he black and cis voice? Mike stupid. Trigger Mike was popping.
Hey, Mike.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
Good, man. Welcome. So let me hit this. Question, comment, or smoke?
Oh, no, I really just came up to say, wait, thank you for sharing your experience with us, man. That was very vulnerable. I don't think I see that very often. You were very open. You didn't dodge any questions. You were very introspective about your experience. And I look at you now kind of like a role model for what mature men want mature women to be. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome, Mike.
What part stood out the most, Mike?
When you ask, I mean, damn, I'm going to be honest, man. When you ask a woman, unfortunately, especially our women, what went wrong with anything, they will never look inward. It's always outward projection. So her saying that it's not, she doesn't even blame him. She stayed too long. All of that that. I mean, look up right now. Look, they literally they're jittering because they can't hold themselves.
No,
together.
we're laughing at you because 2 weeks ago we had this very conversation.
Just proving me right.
Trigger Mike, I'm saying to you, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago. We're laughing at you because you obviously didn't watch the show live or the replay, because we literally had an accountability session about what we did wrong in our last relationship and what we learned and what percentage was ours. So
would you do it if you weren't asked?
Yes, because we've done it many a times. Many of us did it today. You just wanted to listen to what you wanted to listen to.
Well, wait. This was about appreciating you and your vulnerability.
Oh, thank you.
And you sprayed us too. And you sprayed us on some because our black women, sir, you try to spray us.
So let me ask you. Let me ask
about
you.
her.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
In the on the side,
ma'am. Let me ask you. Does a black man, does his opinion count for anything? Are we ever right about y'all in any capacity?
Sure. You're right about your thoughts about your mother, your wife, your children, your girl daughters.
So she said no, Mike. She said no. She's saying no. Love, what do you think?
I'm going to reiterate what I said to him. I don't mind having healthy dialogue. And if you want to talk to Gway and say how she's a role model.
No, Love, his question, that last question. Mike, ask the question again.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah, you might have missed it.
Are black men right about anything or about their opinion of their women that they interact with every day, the women in their community, black women? Are we ever right about our opinion about your behavior?
As a collective, yeah, you can be. When you say certain things, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's all I got, man.
Have a good night.
Mike, I'm gonna open it up. I'm just bringing everybody up one at a time if you're still around.
No doubt. Appreciate that.
Savage was popping. You're on mute.
What's going on? How are you doing, Gway? Look at you.
Hey, Savage, how you doing? Are you at work or something?
No, I'm actually at the vet. My dog's getting a procedure. I had rushed her to the ER. But you're doing great though. You're very, very feminine, and that was a lot of good accountability that you had about how you didn't ask the question and you didn't push the issue, and you recognize that. That's really good. That's really good. That's why we have to save women like you. Now, I got a question for you, Hamp.
Yes, sir.
Have you noticed on this with these panels, any time that a person in the chat sends a super chat or disagrees with any person on the panel, they are shamed and insulted?
I think it does consistently happen, and then also happens adversely if somebody says something that the ladies agree with. It's also touted.
Yeah. See, I've been noticing, besides when Dana was belligerently drunk, that a lot of the times when these women get in their feelings about something that's said, a lot of the times they just call us names. And unfortunately, it's hard when the conversation's moving and we're sending super chats. We have to address something that's said, and you can only fit like so many things into the super chat. So you can't really have like an in-depth conversation, because like literally it could be all men need to die could be said. And then if you address that comment, we get called bitches and incels and we hate women for addressing that obviously flagrantly bad comment.
Can I say something?
What?
You can get more words in if you spend more money.
Actually, I don't know if you know this, but if you go up to $50, it only goes up to like 300 letters. Like you have to go like
your life spend $50 on this chat. You spend 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and $1.99 and 99 cents.
Nah, Dana, I gotta jump in. Savage sponsored the show like probably the last 3 weeks, honestly.
On Friday.
That's what I'm saying. They're all little chats. If you want to get your point across, either come on here or just spend some money and say what you got to say.
Well, ma'am, to be fair, every time I've come on here, besides today's actually been pretty tempted. But most time, as soon as I start talking, I get talked over and cussed at. The last time I was on the show with you, you called me a bitch like 300 times, and I wasn't derogatory to it.
Wow.
Yes, I wasn't derogatory towards you. And to be fair, again, not about being a victim. The point of it is, you said come up here. So when we say stuff in the chat, you cuss us out. When we come up here, you cuss us out. So like you're trying to throw shade about how much money is spent. It doesn't matter. Like last Friday, I drew out $1,000 to this channel. So I know you're not dropping $1,000. I know that you're not sending any super chats. So the people that pay Hamp, you shouldn't shame because we actually are the ones that fund this show.
Oh,
sir,
wait, love. So you're investing into the channel, and so we have to bend down and kiss your feet. Is that what you're saying? Because that's not what this channel. That's not what this channel is. And please clarify, because it's looking kind of weird. It's almost like you're saying I've invested in this channel, and you're the boss.
That's not what I said. I understand that you can only hear. I understand that you can hear through your feelings and you don't understand the words that I said.
No, I heard you very clearly. You said we should treat you better.
That's not what I said.
No, that's not what you said.
I never said the word better. The word better didn't come out of my mouth. So again, you didn't hear what
we should treat you like what? Like the king you are because you're investing.
I didn't say the word.
With a bunch
I didn't
of black
say the
people.
word.
Is that what it is?
I didn't say the word treat either. Again, you're in your feelings.
No, not really. But I'm not going to let you get up here and talk to us like we're your employees.
I wasn't even talking to you, actually. So, again,
I was to you.
Again, you're in your feelings.
Nobody thinking about what Savage talking about. He's irrelevant. I don't even know why we respond to him. Why you got him on here? I want to say so many words. I can't. Why is he even on here talking to me? That's what I'm thinking.
Why can't the man come up here and talk?
Fuck out of here. Because nobody want
I got a question for him.
Talking about.
I got a question for you, Savage, since you came up here, since you clicked the link. When you paid your $1.99 super chat and said Love wants to fight Hamp, you got a brick. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was it was funny because the same conversation we had last week about some crazy lady talking crazy, you said there was absolutely no reason to get hit in the face with a brick. And then we found out that it was a lie. And to start the show off, Love started talking crazy to Hamp. So it was ironic. See, I don't know if you know this because I'm white. We talk in sarcasm. It's our second language.
No, first of all, you don't even know what you're talking about. Hamp and I were going at it. It had nothing to do with the brick lady. And if you feel because me and Hamp had our banter that it deserved a brick, you're out of your rabbit ass mind. Like, this is why I don't even fool with you. And I'm with sis. Like, why the hell are you even up here? Like, I hate even listening to you talk sometimes because you sound real crazy. Something. I didn't see you do $1,000 super chat. I'm up here using my time and my. Yes, you said it to Dana. And I'm telling you, we're up here every week, sometimes multiple times a week. We give our time and our energy and our thoughts. That's how we support this channel. If you want to spend your $1,000, kudos to you. And like you said before, it's only for my boy Hamp, not for anybody on the panel. I read that super chat. So guess what? We can say whatever we want to say to any super chat that's pertaining to us. And we're up on a podcast. What is wrong with you? What makes you think we're going to be quiet and silent? Because you don't like what we're saying.
I didn't say that.
You didn't call us some bitter drunk bitches either?
I did.
I
did say that.
Oh,
I did say that.
That's your white sarcastic language?
Yeah. No, go get your bitch from upstairs.
It was.
Why don't you do that? That's your bitch. Go talk to that bitch. That's the only thing I got to say to your ass. Go talk to that bitch. Don't call nobody up here no bitch. Go get that bitch.
Unfortunately, I'm not upstairs or at my house.
Well, wherever you
at, go back to your house.
You're not home with that bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Why is he still here?
I'm about to rotate real quick. Let Savage give his final his word. Savage, I'm gonna open the panel up. I'm just bringing everybody up one at a time right now. Go ahead.
The point that I was making though is the people that are donating are supporting the chat. So by you shaming them to not support the chat, it's counterproductive to Hamp. Was the point of that?
We're shaming you to not support the chat, so we're telling you to not support because you don't agree with the things that we say.
No, see, anytime
you don't like the things that we say.
No, anytime anyone super chats and they mention any of the people on the panel or they disagree with something that they say, you guys say that they're bitches and they're incels, and you're shaming them. And
we say you're a bitch.
No,
we say you're a bitch and you're an incel. We don't say that to everybody. We don't say that. I don't say that to Matt Pearson. I like him. I like Mike Brown. I like John the Baptist. I like a lot of these people that come in super chat. I call you a bitch. I call you an incel. You can't speak for everybody. So if you don't want to support us any longer because you don't like being called a bitch or an incel, that's your prerogative, Bobby Brown. But I ain't got shit to do with that.
Well, I understand that you probably don't remember some of the conversation from last night. Yes, I understand, Bobby Brown. So last week when you were drunk, you guys said if guys address you in the...
Why is he still talking to us? I don't get it. This. Oh, if I could use those words.
I know, right? I agree. It's like he didn't say nothing anyway.
Because all he's doing is provoking more negative comments and trying to provoke, doing all the... Man, please, read it.
All right, let me do that. Savage, go ahead and give your final thought. Then when I open the panel up, y'all can have this convo. Unpopular truth, you next, bro. Go ahead.
Addressing what was said last week, we were told any guys that address you guys on the panel are bitch made with bitch energy because men don't address women. That's what was said. That wasn't to me. That was to all the men. That real men won't address you guys on the panel.
Thank you. Good night.
Wait. Yeah, okay. That was said last week. Do you have a point off it?
Can I say something when he's done?
Yeah.
You done, Savage? You got anything else so I can say something?
Yeah, I was going to get off it. Then he said a question.
Well, no, stay right there. I gotta say, I think respect goes both ways. And just being from me being in the chat, me watching the show on the outside, and me being up here on the panel. That's all I'm going to say. Now, just because you send a super chat to these lovely ladies in Hamp doesn't mean that you can say disrespectful things or try to provoke them with your words and then expect them not to respond disrespectfully. I see a lot of that. I haven't really seen someone say, oh, you guys are wrong. And they're like, fuck you. Da, 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 da. Like, it's always like the brick thing. Like, I don't. And that's why people were saying I was taking up for Dana. But a lot of people were saying little provocative stuff to her, like, oh, well, you deserve a brick or this. And then you mad because she called you a bitch and all of this other stuff. Respect goes both ways. And I hope that's something that the people in the chat can gain from what I just said. Like, respect goes both ways. Don't expect it if you're not giving it. Mm-hmm. That's all. And Savage, I actually like you, Savage. So I feel bad that they actually going in on you. But I don't know y'all rapport. You know what I'm saying? So just try to be respectful on both ends. That's all I'm
He admitted about talking about him need a brick toward me. Go ahead. I'm done. That's all I just wanted to sit there and say.
Ratchet was clean with that. And I just wanted it to kind of land. I mean, I think that point just resounds regardless of who she's talking to.
So can I address Ratchet, or do you want me to go?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. And then I got unpopular truth up next. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ratchet, I agree with you. Respect goes both ways. Unfortunately, the problem is there's a lot of disrespect that comes off this panel from the jump. And anytime there's any pushback to the panel, they get mad and then play victim. So I don't care that I get called a bitch. But the problem is when you call someone, like last week, Mike got called a bitch like 3,500 times. So then if he says something out of pocket, it's unacceptable, even though disrespect was already given.
If it's Trigger Mike, he deserved it because Trigger Mike was saying little smart and slick little comments, and his whole demeanor is condescending. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said,
Roger, let him finish. Let him finish his statement. Let him finish.
Go ahead, sorry, Savage. Go ahead.
Happy, he's done. He's finished. He's
defending
another man.
Let him finish his statement.
On here.
Don't make me put y'all in the back. But if he finishes his statement, then we can rotate.
Nothing.
Go ahead, finish your statement.
But yeah, so yeah, he can be condescending, but he wasn't like that last week prior to him being cussed out multiple times. That's it. Like a lot of the times, it's just mad disrespect from the panel. Like even with last week when Gway came on, the women were being disrespectful to Gway, and Gway wasn't coming at them or being disrespectful to the other panelists. So
last week.
Yes, last week.
Go ahead, because I was up here. How do we disrespect her?
I don't think you were on the show that Gway came up on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think you were on the show that Gway the first
Wednesday.
time Gway came up. Okay. Yeah, I think it was Wednesday she came up. But long story short, the disrespect goes one way, and then when there's any pushback, it's automatically an issue. That's all.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna open it up, man. Unpopular truth. What's popping? Mic check. We can hear you. Say something.
Mic check, Mac. Mic check.
Yeah, you good. Let me just read a couple super chats and question, comment, or smoke. John the Baptist with the $5. Ladies, if a man doesn't mention marriage between 6 months and 2 years, you need the exit plan. I agree. It don't take that fucking long to see recognize sunshine. I don't even like comment, but he did say that. True Impact with the $10. TO is accountability. Trigger Mike, it could be fake. You were faked out last week. How hard is it to speak? And hey, Gway, True Impact don't believe you for some reason, man. Mike Brown with
he's entitled to his opinion. That doesn't face me at all.
No doubt. Mike Brown with the $5 at Trigger. The ladies are a little crazy, but they have some vulnerable moments. That's a fact. I will say, love, you have to agree. We work to get to that point, though. You know how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into Isha? Shitting me?
Don't do that. Don't do that. I've always been honest.
When I go to that wedding, I'm expecting a gift too. I'm gonna be standing right next to her and the light skinned boy. Shit, crazy. That nigga benefiting. You welcome, nigga, if you in the background. Shit, all of y'all, god damn it. Look at Sis face. Look. See what I gotta deal with? Uh-oh. Go ahead, Adrian.
Spoon Zaza with the Canadian $20. When people say blacks have low IQ,
wow,
the black women on here prove that study right every time.
That's how you sound?
Just like that real weak.
For $5 from Canada, yeah.
Man, that ain't right, man.
That's only $5 for US dollars? Oh wow.
Hell nah. Caesar's Pals with the $2. Can Savage spend money without being called a bitch? Yeah, please. Golly,
Can
Dana.
Savage sit there and not say I deserve a brick? How about that? No one's addressing that.
No, he said you need a brick. Still low key, 21 with the $2. Comprehension is not on this panel.
Wow.
Yo, still low
But yet
key.
it's still you watching.
Hit the link.
But yet he's still watching.
Come on. Spoon Zaza with the $10. These black women don't listen to anyone. They hear what they want to hear and respond with shaming language and proceed to gaslight like a motherfucker. No accountability at all. I'm not saying that. What's that word?
Yes, you better say it because he said it. He said it, so you better say that shit. Because you know it's whack. Say that bullshit.
You know, that's why my voice was like that. Like he said, period. That's why I read that $20 like that, because that's how he talks.
Wow.
T.O. with the $5. At True, I think he's trying to say at True Impact. Ain't it accountability and claiming or accepting the responsibility for one's own actions leading to consequences they may or may not like? Yeah. In her statement about the 13 years that she was wilding. Unpopular.
What did you say?
You was wilding with that 13 years, but at least you told the truth. Unpopular. What's good?
What's good? Nice to meet y'all.
Yes, sir. So I think you had some smoke in the chat, but I don't want to assume. So, question, comment, or smoke?
It's a comment and smoke because I've been trying to figure out for the last few weeks while I've been looking and watching y'all. It's like the disrespect is at an all-time nastiness when I've been coming on here, especially from Dana. And I've been trying to figure out why do y'all think how y'all performing on this podcast doesn't translate to your real life?
Who you asking that question to specifically?
Dana.
Dana.
Well, number one, because you don't know me in my real life. You have no idea who I am, what I stand for, what I believe. You come on here and watch as a fan, which we appreciate. Thank you for being here. But the fact of the matter is, as I mentioned before, this is a very provocative show. It's called This Might Be Risky. So people come on here to provoke. The topics are provocative. They're meant to invoke certain emotions or get discussions going. And unfortunately, sometimes shit gets a little heated and sometimes shit gets a little rough and it gets a little dirty. And that's what keeps you coming back. But that doesn't have anything to do with me in my real life, because again, I don't go around having conversations with men about whether or not they're an incel, or they would hit me in the face with a fucking brick in real life. So it doesn't translate the same way. Am I a little spicy in my real life? Maybe. I've been called that before, once or twice. But that doesn't mean that I'm a disrespectful person, because I'm not. And I feel like when I'm on the show and I'm responding, I'm always on the defense. I feel. You may disagree, but if I pop off or if I call you out of your name, it's not because I initiated it. And you can take that to the bank.
Well, we see pretty different on the other side. Like I said, everybody that comes on is saying the same thing. Like, there's no way that you could have been acting so sweet with that dude that you say spit on you, and how you act on here is, everybody can see why he did it. It wouldn't be. It's no way. No way that you. There's no way. There's no way that you came on there. No way that you talked to that man. There's no way that you talked to that man. Two people and they spit on you, and you didn't say nothing or act like you doing now.
I didn't talk to them. I didn't speak to them. You missed that part. I didn't speak to either of them.
That's the same thing we saying with the brick lady. The same thing we saying with the brick lady. There's no way that she didn't. She came out like she didn't do nothing to nobody. There's no way that you didn't do anything to that man, and he just spit on you just because you said you want to give me a number. And how your mouth is on here? How your mouth is on here? Everybody can see why he did it.
So you so you say
let her hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yo.
Let her reply. Let her reply. Go ahead, Dana.
So if you were listening, I said multiple times that I did nothing. I said nothing to these people. The first time it happened, I was brand new to this city, to DC. I'm 18 years old. I'm from the suburbs. I'm not used to being in a city. I'm walking down the street. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of people standing on the corners. There's a lot of niggas just outside. I'm not used to this. I'm walking down the street. I'm green. I'm minding my business. They trying to get at me. I'm fucking scared. So I just keep walking and say absolutely nothing. And it got spat on and called a bitch. And that's not just my experience. So even if you think I am a bitch in real life and I say things to provoke people and I am aggressive to people, that's your opinion. Your opinion is wrong. But it's not just me, is the point. There are other women that this happens to on a very regular basis. Men respond to us. Where the fuck are you at? What are you doing right now?
I just had to move some stuff.
Men respond to us very aggressively in real life if we do not sometimes, and this isn't obviously a woman, but it happens on occasion. If we don't entertain their advances, they get real nasty. They get real disrespectful. They get violent. This is a real thing that happens. So whether you think I deserve it or not, and also, by the way, you're making my point from yesterday or last week, whether you agree with it or not, stop trying to justify this fucked up ass behavior towards us. Like, that shit is not okay.
But you justifying your fucked up ass behavior. That's what's crazy.
I'm sorry?
You justify your fucked up ass behavior. You got a lot of fucked up ass behavior that you had on these panels the last 2 weeks. I know, since I've been watching. And that's been terrible. I would hope that you didn't think that that's something that you want everybody else to see, how you acting like that.
You know what? You're absolutely right. I've had some terrible behavior. And so does that mean I deserve to be spat on? That means I deserve a brick in the face? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I said. That's what I was trying to say. Everything, you leaving out something that would happen in your incident. It ain't just I ain't talk to them. They just
owe
spit.
you nothing to lie to you. Who the fuck are you? I gotta lie to you.
You're right. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy. You don't have to lie to them. But everybody knows that story, just like the brick lady story again.
You to think that you're important enough for me to fucking lie to you. Who are you?
I ain't saying you lying to me. You just tonight. You said that last week. You ain't even know I was on.
I'm leaving something out. What am I leaving out?
Yes, of course. You left something out because nobody's just doing it. Nobody 2 times. So you saying 2 times somebody you did the same thing. Somebody just spit on you. Same person too.
You tell me about your experience as a woman walking down the street in a major city, and then we can have a conversation about it. Because you can't tell me that I'm leaving something out. You can't tell me that this isn't something that women don't experience on a very regular basis. Whether you think I deserve it or not, it's not just me.
But like I said in the beginning, your mouth on here, it does flow into your real life because everybody knows one thing, just like you was drunk the other week. Everybody know when they drunk, that's their real person. They coming out. When they mad, that's their real person. They coming out. And on this online, this is what y'all do because you protected by the internet. So you protected by the internet. So you still say all that crazy stuff, and people looking at you like, why is she doing it? Nobody never understands. Nobody can't understand nothing of why you doing that because it was just like that man said earlier. It was a bunch of videos that I seen. Soon as me and came up, you was already disrespectful to them, and some of them hadn't been in the chat because I was in the chat with them. So you try to act like they was just coming up here disrespecting you. They was not doing that. You was off the jump disrespecting these men. No, but you want protection though. Like them same men, if they round you and something pop off, you would think, oh, you gonna blame them because they don't protect you. But look how you talk to people.
No, because I don't surround myself with bitch-made men, as I said last week. Okay.
It ain't about it. See, that's just like the girl with the brick. That's just like the girl with the brick.
Want to respond?
Go ahead.
In my real life, I don't surround myself with bitch-made men. I don't surround myself with men who would justify hitting a woman in the face with a brick. Okay. So the first reaction, the first response I had, if you watch the show, was Hamp asking us how we felt, how we react to it. Did she deserve it? And I said no. And then the comments came in and I responded to the comments, which were trying to make excuses, or they were trying to condone, or they were trying to blame her. And that, to me, as a Black woman, as a woman, period, is fucking disrespectful. And the comments and that's amplified again tonight by the comments, again, talking about love deserves a brick. I deserve a brick because of the way that we're talking to y'all on this fucking podcast. Like, y'all are outside of your minds. You think that you get to decide how I respond to your disrespect.
Yo, Will with the $20.
Thank you, Will.
I won't tolerate any Dana slander. Kick the nigga with the dusty do-rag.
I love you, Will.
How the fuck Will just pull up and got
that's what happens. They always have symptoms come say. They always have symptoms come say.
I wanted to hear what Ro had for him. Yo, man. Somebody paid a 20 for unpopular truth so he can come back. Goddamn, Will he just woke up and just started kicking people off, man.
In the meantime, we gotta go.
Damn, man. I'll take it up there. Get your ass, girl.
Will,
man, I wanted to hear what the man had to say. He wasn't even doing nothing. He wasn't even saying nothing crazy though. Like,
he was. He wasn't talking about nothing. He said he can see why she got spit on. Like,
that's
crazy.
As an 18-year-old young woman,
yeah, that's crazy.
In a new city by herself.
Damn, man, I wanted to hear what the nigga had to say. All right, hold on. Still Loki 21 to $2 and laughing at your goofy ass.
And thank you for the super chat for laughing in the super chats. Ew. You're a fan, nigga.
Gary Grant with the $20. Mr. Grant was popping. For the diaper fund, Hamp. Big up my sister Gway and the rest of the panel. Have a good night.
Shit like that. Shit
Mr.
like
Grant,
that.
You the
shit
man.
Like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
All these motherfuckers wearing the size 5. They just wear whatever Pampers I got access. That's what they wear. All of them. I put on the size 6. I wasn't ready. I didn't want to go downstairs. That shit looked like fucking crisscrossed fucking pants. God damn. True Impact with the $10. Unpopular truth. Thanks for being here. Love your perspective. She said she spoke before spit. Good God. Somebody gonna bring Unpopular Truth back too, man. I mean, he could obviously bring himself back, but Gary Grant with the shit. Will with the kickoff. Will just literally just woke up and just tuned the fuck in. He didn't even see the show. Yes. He didn't see last week's show either. I don't think he was here. He just heard somebody talking crazy to Dana. That's all that mattered. Omega Green with the $5. There's an underlying contempt that black women have for black men. I believe it's because they collectively feel we achieved little in the world. Damn.
Low self-esteem.
Omega Green with the $5. See, there it go. There go that femcel shit.
He has low self-esteem. He's talking about what we think about men in the world.
But why did you attack his self-esteem? He made a comment based on his assessment.
He attacked us for our achievements to make him feel better by saying we think that he's like that because he thinks.
He didn't say we. He said we've achieved little in the world. We black men have achieved more than black women.
But that's what he said. That's why I said low self-esteem.
But why does he see? That's the femcel shit, though. What did he say that was so crazy?
He said there's an underlying contempt for black women. Black women have for black men. I believe it's because they collectively feel we've achieved little in the world. To me, that is a low self-esteem statement because we did not say that. Nobody on this panel said anything about black men achieving little in the world. And he also said we have an underlying contempt for black men. Numerous occasions, no one ever said that. And you have asked us numerous times.
He's just making a statement, bro. He can't make a statement without you without you attacking him.
Self-esteem is going low vibration. Sorry.
What I'm saying is, yo, man, incels and femcels are real. Omega Green with the $5. Shout out to him. Real shit. From what I know, Brickgate had nothing to do with FBAs, but was a dispute amongst immigrants. FBAs have to stop falling for this.
What are FBAs, Camp?
For foundational black Americans.
Oh, wow. So many new terminology I'm learning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's another one. What's the other one? ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. Omega Green, you the man. You late though. I don't know if I seen you last week. Hope all is well. Apparently, you got low self-esteem. But I don't believe Ro. Omega Green, I don't believe her. Spoon Zaza with a $10 Canadian dollars. Ladies on the panel, how hard is it to say hi to black men you don't know? Also, you get spit on once. You think all black men treat women like that? Here's my $5 US. Yeah, I don't know who said that shit.
Put him in the fucking bed.
Yo, appreciate you. John the Baptist. Yo, Unpopular Truth, come back. I don't see him. Hey, if you in the chat, click the link. Let me drop this. Yo, y'all gonna have a hard time getting them off, man. Y'all gonna have a hard time getting them off.
No, we not, because Will is here. Will is in the town.
I don't know. Unpopular Truth, I just dropped the link back in. And I got Omac. I gotta get Omac up here too. Yo, come. I just dropped the link back. John said, "Bring him back, bro."
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yo, y'all in for it now, man.
Thank you, Savage.
Shit like that.
That was
Just set the man up.
Bring him back. Y'all in
Spend
trouble.
that money. Spend that money.
No. Caesar's Palace. Will is a simp. Shaking my head. Bring him back, please. Jesus Christ. Forget about it, bro. Unpopular Truth gonna be here. Oh man, I gotta get him back up here. Did you have a question, comment, or smoke? You on mute, bro. Yeah, he got 120 in the kitty. Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry about that. It's actually both a comment and basically some smoke.
Go ahead.
Basically consisting of, for one, as you know, as a culture, black people, look, we need to have more marriages. We need more men and women to basically get married. We need a strong, we need a stronger community. We need to have children, due to the fact that, look, without this, as a group, we're losing political power, we're losing wealth, we're losing our place in this, like in this country. Now the whole thing with the Brigade thing, all the stuff I brought up was basically going step by step, basically walking through it exactly the way you should analyze the situation. Even though I basically brought up, and I basically brought that up, I even stated, look, I do not condone any way, shape, form, or fashion any type of violence in any way, shape, or form towards a woman. Period. And I still got attacked, and that was kind of crazy because number one, I didn't say any of that crazy stuff. I basically just mentioned, hey, look, it didn't make any sense. There's no way in the world you get smacked with a brick and there's no blood. And regardless of that, I still got attacked. But that didn't make any sense
Oh,
because there was nothing insulting about like what I said.
I ain't gonna hold you. You might have caught a stray. You might have caught a stray.
Yeah. I mean,
for that, I will apologize to you. Okay.
Wow.
I will be accountable for that. You caught a stray. We were in the crossfire, and you stepped too close.
I mean, look, ladies, I want you all to be successful. I want you all to be married, have children, have a wonderful man by like your side, and he be your husband and everything. Because number one, you need to have those things. Because if we don't have this as a community, we're going to lose out. Look, the greatest wealth transformation is happening right now, and our community is completely missing the bus, and that's a crying shame. And this fight, and that whole Brigade stuff, that separated everybody so quickly, and nobody took the time to basically sit back and go, this doesn't make any sense. It was so just emotional, running rampant, and it's like, wait a minute, it doesn't make any sense. And then when people were saying, hey, this is not making any sense, it became this big old fight. And Dana, look, I appreciate your apology. I know you had feelings that particular night. I mean, look, it definitely was a ugly situation, and it shouldn't have happened that way. Because look, to me, I personally believe the woman should go to jail behind that. Because if they would have found some brother down the street, the cops, they would have took him to jail, and then the next thing you know, brothers get sent to prison all the time for a completely bogus scenario. I mean that's a very quick way of damaging a man's life, and it just ran amok last week. It was crazy.
Word, man.
But those are my points, though.
Yeah, no, good points. Good points. I think marriage is very, very important. If I'm not mistaken, that's the quickest wealth builder.
Yes, it is.
So and Omax said a word in terms of he want all of y'all to be successful. What does that look like? How do we get there? And I think yesterday, like he said, last week was a great example. He didn't even say nothing, but he was just a casualty of the war that was going on. He brought this to our attention last week about it being bogus. And I don't know if it even caught because all we cared about was a brick to the face. Reese Anderson with the $5. Is Gway and Ratchet Conservative descendants from what does that say?
Repatriated
Slaves that were brought to Liberia, Creoles, or do they descend from native Liberians?
My dad's 100% native. My mother's half.
So your mother is?
My mother's grandmother was American, and her father's side is simply Gribble. So they're from like the Gribble tribe, and my dad is like completely native, like all the way. He's from Grand Cheetah, so he's all the way native.
Got you. How about you, Gway? Just to answer the question.
Not native.
Not native?
No, we are native.
Okay, both sides of your family?
Yeah.
Word. Yo, Pablo was the fellas went in, man.
I was trying to come back myself, but Savage got me before, man. I appreciate that.
Yes, Savage, John, and Caesar's Palace. Now, this was the scene It was getting kind of blood. Get your ass off. Why did she get up there? This was the scene earlier. Now, was you and Dana done? Because I know Ro tried to jump in there as well.
I thought I was in the middle of talking to Dana, but I don't forget where we stopped at.
So I think I think the point of the back and forth was the fact that you were basically saying there's no way nothing else transpired for somebody to just spit on you based on your conduct on these.
Man, I hear those type of lies all the time. That's how I know that don't, just like the brick lady. If you look at what Dana said in her story, it damn near adds up just like the brick lady. But still, the brick lady, she really didn't happen. So I ain't saying that she didn't get spat on, but I can see how her mouth is. She got a nasty mouth, and I can see why somebody would do that, because I just can't believe that somebody just did that with her just saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna talk to you," or "I ain't getting you my number," and she just spit on you. Two people do it, and you ain't saying nothing to neither one of them. That just don't make no sense to me.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
so,
Ro.
I mean, we can go to Ro. I mean,
Ro, you were trying to jump in. What did you have?
Where are you from?
Pierre, Georgia.
Exactly. That explains why you don't think that somebody from an 18-year-old moving to a major city can be spit on by a stranger. You ever been to DC?
No.
Oh, okay. That explains it. That's all I have.
I've been to plenty of places, but I just ain't never been to DC.
I know, but that's the problem. You're making
just like right there. See, when people get on here, y'all be swearing y'all not disrespecting folks, but y'all be real sneaky.
You're making confirmed.
You don't know nothing about me.
I ain't gotta know nothing about you. I just
yes, you do. You just said 3 things, and I asked you, and you said I know.
I said, have you been to DC? You said no. I ain't never
and
been.
And what you said after that?
I said that explains a lot, because you ain't never been, so you don't know what goes on in that city. That explains a lot. You have no idea what an 18-year-old girl walking the streets of DC, what can happen to her.
That's anywhere.
No, you have no idea.
That's anywhere.
It's not just anywhere. It's not.
How you know?
You know how I know? Because I lived in different places and different parts of the country, including Atlanta. So no, maybe in Atlanta, nobody gonna step and spit on a female, but in DC, they just might.
Oh, they might do it in that. They gonna do it in Atlanta too. If you talking like
they might,
talking.
But more than likely they won't.
Why? What's the difference?
Why? Because at the end of the day, they're not just. That city is not known for somebody to just walk up on you and spit on you.
How do you know that? Why are you saying that like that's a matter of fact?
I told you I live there. I just told you I'm from there. So what you saying? I'm telling you, you're talking too confident in something that you have no clue about, because you've never been to that city. And secondly, you have never been an 18-year-old female in a major city by herself coming to a new place. So you talking, I know she must have said something. You have no idea, because you live where? You said Perry, Georgia? Where y'all got maybe 2 street lights? Come on now, I ain't got time.
We got more than that. But see, that's the thing. Like, that's what Savage was talking about. Like, every time somebody we could have had a great conversation, but you chose to come up here with a snorky attitude, trying to tell me what you think what you think you know about me by what I'm telling you where I live at. That has nothing to do with it. Women act like Dana down here just like they do in DC in the other states. It ain't making no difference.
Everything when a woman says she has an experience, that thing really happened because she didn't she's the way she.
I didn't say that she didn't get spit on. I didn't say she didn't get spit on. I said I can see why.
Yes,
I said I can see why.
But then you said ain't no way nobody just walk up on her and spit on her, because You don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that about anybody. I'm gonna say that about anybody.
You know nothing about an 18-year-old female living in a new city, walking in a city by herself in a city called DC. You are from Perry, Georgia. Y'all have.
The thing is, y'all believe everything that she say. That's the crazy part. She say something and y'all just believe it. Oh, I ain't say nothing to him and he just spit on me. If you paying attention to y'all shows, you can see Dana is not that type that ain't gonna say nothing. And I know y'all know that.
What you mean?
I'm 38. I'm 38.
Is she also? What you trying to say? She also that type that walk around in a short skirt asking for a slap on the butt? Is that what you saying? Is she that type too?
See, you add shit. I don't even know what she wear like that. I don't know what she wear like that.
Well, therefore, you don't know anything about her in real life about how.
Well, if that's the case, when we
real life.
Okay, this is a podcast, right? This is a podcast, right, Imp?
Yes, sir.
So, if that's the case, what you just said, we should never speak on no subject if I can't say something about her that I've seen with my own eyes plenty of times on this podcast.
You made an assumption. You made an assumption and said, no, she must have said something because ain't nobody gonna spit on you just cause. That's what you said.
And I did say that. I'm not taking that back. What I'm trying to get you to understand is you don't know either. Was you there?
I want you to understand how you
was you there?
I wasn't, but I know the probability of it is that she may be spit on if she's in a vulnerable state. If she's an 18-year-old female walking the streets of DC, yes.
You can get spit on being a 40-year-old female in DC. If that's the case, it really wouldn't matter, right?
You're right. That's the whole point. It could be.
So why do you keep on bringing up the 18-year-old thing? Like, what is?
I'm bringing up 18 because, again, the probability of it happening because she's a young female is more than likely.
No, because she's a young female that talks nasty like she does. That's even more of a probability for that gonna happen. And that's what y'all don't want. That's been going on this whole thing. Y'all will not address the fact that she has a bad mouth and won't say, okay, yeah, we need to tune in to that, because I heard him earlier. He kept on trying to point to the woman and trying to get y'all to say something about the woman. Then everybody just keeps on coming back to what a man.
That's not what happened.
That generalization, that Perry, Georgia generalization, that country talk. I'm gonna explain something again. I specifically say
super chats real quick.
Savage Red Recovery says $100 is 270 characters. Dana told you. That's how you said it.
Hank the Basement with the $2 super chat. Drunk ain't shit, Dana. John the Baptist with the $5. There will never be a black community, and as far as marriage, it is on life support. Just humanity is on life support.
Wah, wah, wah.
Omega Green with the $5 super chat. Roe is just an assessment. You don't say it outright, you just show it with actions. The largest issue with FBAs is that men and women do not get along. Savage Recovery with the $2. Yes, men don't know how women act.
Exactly.
He being sarcastic. Caesar's Pals with the $2.
I know that white sarcastic.
Women also say this is your baby.
Ooh, he must be hurt.
And just like men say they don't cheat. And
they don't lie. Men don't say that. If you notice, men don't say that shit no more. That shit over with. I ended that myself. Niggas cheat like a motherfucker. John the Baptist with the $5. Ro, you are so Ro.
Thank you.
Savage with the $2. Was Brick Baby City known for bricking women? That's pretty coherent based on what y'all talking about. Spoon Zaza with the $5. Dana really wants us to believe men decided to spit on her, an 18-year-old. Y'all stop playing victims. Nobody does something for nothing. Make it make sense.
Can I ask a question here? We get done with the last super chat. Real quick question. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Savage the $5. Was Carly Russell City known for men kidnapping overweight black girls?
He said white men.
Oh, what did he say?
White men.
Was Carly Russell City known for white men kidnapping overweight black girls? My bad.
White men are known for kidnapping a lot of people around the world.
Caesar Palace with the $2. Ro, how many women do you know got spit on?
That's a good one.
I know a few, but
Why
they can fight.
Women can't
Stop the cap.
fight. Why can't ask for the $2? Black women see no problem with her mouth on code. Love, ask your question. I know Ro was trying to say something.
Well,
Go ahead.
no, I mean it's a quick question because it may
do your thing.
go
Go.
saying. The question is for men, and since he's up here, Unpopular Truth is up here, I guess he'll be the man answering. But even if Dana, and I kind of want to get off her, but even if Dana did say something, right? Why is it okay for a strong leader, the man that is just so strong and leads society and is the leader of everything, is in charge of everything? If she did say something, why couldn't he just walk away? Right? Why do you think it's okay in saying she probably said something? Even if she did say something, devil's advocate, Dana might have sat there and said, "Get the F out my face," for whatever reason, maybe. Why is it okay for a man to be so offended by that and maybe use words back, maybe, but why an assault? Because spitting on someone is an assault. Why does an assault have to happen?
Let me answer real quick. You misunderstand. Leaders don't deal with that type of shit. And in countries where the men is in charge, you wouldn't dare. You see that heifer went to jail for what, 2 months in Dubai. You don't talk to men like that, let alone get the fuck out of my face. You lucky you don't get fucking beat to death with stick. Like, there's some shit that would happen in other places, especially in yesteryear. So that's not the justifiable thing, walking away. How dare you? That's like saying this, love. If my daughter was like, "Daddy, you ain't shit," and I walk away because I'm the lead. No, the fuck you talking to? And my son, I'm gonna beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? But there's gonna be a repercussion because I am in charge. That's the actual answer to that.
But what I'm saying is, on that. Oh, hold on. So what you're saying is, first of all, we don't live in Dubai. We live in the United States. So a lot of things that we get away with.
You said men.
Okay, you're right. United States of America, men. Why can't he just walk away?
We've been letting y'all get away with it. I'm about to tell you, y'all been getting away with it for so long. You think that's the norm?
Yeah.
Right. I told my wife, you wouldn't, if you was a nigga, you wouldn't dare raise your voice to me. Yeah. Right. Like we just having just a regular conversation. I said the reason why, even when your voice goes up and uptick, the reason why I get annoyed by that and it irritates me is because you as a man, this would be a fist fight.
But like you always say, Ham, if your auntie had a dick, she'd be your uncle. So there's a lot of ifs, and that's what you always say. But the point is, you didn't. That
doesn't pertain here. You're a girl. That's the only reason why you're not getting punched in your mouth. But because you're a girl, you shouldn't talk to me like that in the first place. And as a leader, I don't deal with your disrespect because I am in charge, and you need to respect that organically.
But he wasn't in charge of her. This is some strange man down the street. He has no ownership. Hold on. He has no ownership over her. He has no ownership over Dana or any other woman.
And I'm not putting this up here for smoke just because we the ones talking.
And that's fine.
But what you said, love, you prefaced your question with if men are supposed to be leaders. So if that's how you preface the question, that's what we're answering from, that aspect, because you said that.
I'm talking about the strength piece of it. I was referencing, I say the leaders, because your strength, you men are so strong, they're not emotional. We've been saying this on the podcast for a long time. So
let me be clear though, you did have a little bit of facetiousness when you said it initially. You agree?
I'm bringing up points.
Let me say something too on that.
I'm being very.
You can get up here. I'm just talking to her. Yeah. Go ahead. Say it again. Asia, sorry.
I was just being very sincere because, and I'm not even being facetious. I'm being very sincere. If men are, because we've been hearing women are so emotional, we've driven off of emotion. If men are the leaders and are so strong and not emotional,
you said it.
If a woman.
No, I got it. You said that. You said it. It's principle. See, men, it's very principle. Don't talk to me like that if you can't whoop my ass. If you know I'm the leader. If you know I'm stronger. See, that's the problem. Y'all take advantage of being the weaker vessel when you should respect us because you are the weaker vessel. If you remember, Troy, you watch movie. You watch.
Oh, yeah.
Troy, remember Troy?
Yeah.
Remember he had the girl who used to be like she was I forget whatever she was, but she was a nun now or some shit, and she was in Achilles' tent, and she said something to him. He said, look, you spent years talking down to men because that shit was unheard of for a woman to be talking out of turn to men because they knew the repercussion. The repercussion was violence.
I was in a situation when I said, no, thank you. I don't care. You know, I got a man. I don't care. I don't care if you got a man I still want to talk to. Sometimes we have to get a little bit more stern. And if I'm getting away being stern and saying, get the F out my face, I said no. Because you're not taking no thank you for an answer. Then that's when we have to get a little bit more like, and we're by ourselves too, like, or whatever with our girls. Get out of here. Get the F out my face. I said no. You're still here. And then the man rises up and gets upset.
Yeah.
So agree. And then Dana's, and as we see on the podcast, Dana's not just coming on the show. Good morning. I mean, hey y'all, and start cussing people out. That's not what happens.
So, love, another thing, unfortunately, is these men are being largely raised by women, and now they acting as such. Whew. So they getting
that. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, and it's not even a shot at y'all, but like they responded emotionally.
Yeah, let me piggyback off.
A emotional man is a very dangerous man.
Very
because
dangerous.
Because one, that is not his default. A man should, a man at all times should basically address the situation with a level, calm demeanor. Instead, you got a whole bunch of these young men now who have been raised by single mothers, and it is nothing but a emotional roller coaster.
I see you, Hank.
With them. Even like when I mentor them, and I basically have to check them as well. And many of them have never sit here and had a man, a man at the house. Now, now mama may have had some boyfriends, some booty calls and stuff like that, but very few of them have ever had a man at the house. And then you take a few like up under your wings, and you basically teach them along the line. This is how you approach it. No, you are not supposed to go off the, you're not supposed to go off the cuff. You're supposed to sit back, look at the situation, and then basically make a decisive decision. And look, sometimes you're going to make a decision, and yes, it will be wrong, but don't let your emotions, your emotions run wild. Okay, for like me, look, I'm 6'1", 285 pounds. Nobody wants a man my size to be emotional. That's damage to anybody. Okay, that's that's a lot of damage coming, like it your way. So yeah, you definitely want me to be mindful of the situation. You want to basically make sure to where my volume, like in my voice, look, it's called VLM, volume, language. VLD, volume, language, and distance. If the volume goes up, the language becomes snarky, mad, and basically just goes down the tube, and then the distance gets short. You're probably about to have a fight. So you need to manage that. And I basically teach them, do not let this situation go down that line. VLD, be mindful of that.
Oh man, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Hank in the back too. I need to rotate. Yeah.
Okay. Dana may have been drunk and it was raindrops and not spit. Shout out to V with the 50 bone. Bro, I know you so well, so I know that you ain't walking no city streets. City boys up, brick
shit like that.
That's not funny.
It's really
I like
not.
the research too.
That's not cute.
I like the research too. You better make sure you ain't got no social media, bro.
Oh, Mac, I think what you just said was really, what you said was valid. I think that what you said was important. And I think that this conversation, both last week and this week, could have gone extremely differently if y'all would just say that first.
I did say that first.
He did say that first.
Oh, Matt, listen to what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
I've already acknowledged you might have caught the stray because you weren't the first person that I addressed. So you came in the mix, right? But that wasn't the general sentiment then, and it has not been the general sentiment this evening. Okay. Because can you put the super chat down so I can see that young man's name, please?
Unpopular truth.
Unpopular. That was not what he came in here saying. That's not what the other one next to him came in here and said. That's not what Savage came in here saying. That's not what most of them come in here saying. Okay.
What you mean? What you mean? What they didn't come in here saying?
If you would stop interrupting me, I'll explain my point.
But it sounded like you had already said it. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. Well, just sit back and listen, and I'll let you know when I'm done talking.
Go ahead, ma'am.
The point that I was making is that the initial. There's just an initial attack immediately, right out the gate. What did she do wrong? What did she do to deserve this? It's not about the man and how he responds and why there's no accountability for him. Y'all love to talk about how we're not accountable for shit. If there was more conversation about how these men who are treating us and disrespecting us this way, how they need to be accountable for the shit they say and not reactionary and not emotional, to Love's point, it would be a totally different conversation. But it's never that. It's a constant attack on us in every single situation, with a few exceptions and a few outliers such as yourself.
Okay. Now we know you gonna bring it up anyway, so we might as well bring that other part.
You don't know shit.
Okay. You do it every time. You do it every time.
Wait. Are you reading this freaking super chat right now? Are you freaking kidding me, Savage? Are you kidding me, Savage? And I can sit there and laugh at that.
It's capitalism. Okay. Read it. Savage Red Recovery with the $2 chat. It's not kidnapping when you.
No, that's what your ancestors told the Africans.
Well, look, if you're gonna go down that line, also remember our African brothers also sold us.
That's
as
true.
well.
You don't sit there and just
like,
another black man think that's okay.
Wow. Let's stop. Let's tell the whole truth. Don't go there. Let's tell the whole truth. They're the Europeans were the ones that profited off of it. And that's why he think he can get on here and tell us that because he paid so much amount of money, we think we need to bow down and kiss his feet.
Did he say all that?
No,
did he say that?
Bro,
he never said that.
Did he say that?
I didn't think that. Come up here and talk to us.
He thinks because he pays a certain amount of money that we should be treating you all a certain kind of way. Okay? That's what he said.
He thinks because he's married to a black woman, he can talk to us any kind of way. That's what it really is.
Why wouldn't y'all show us respect from the get-go and then, if we say something bad, then you jump on us, but from the get-go?
Unpopular. Black women don't respect black men, bro. It's
I got you.
I don't agree. I disagree.
We respect black men. We respect the black men that can lead. Like Hamp, he's a
leader. On God. I got called a bitch.
Oh God,
like 80 times
I respect men that can lead.
I mean, last week.
Hamp, right. Hamp lead.
You know what?
Hamp be saying the same thing we be saying, and y'all disregard it sometimes. But Hamp does lead, and we get that.
No, we don't.
Y'all still Hamp be agreeing with us, but y'all saying the stuff towards us too.
No. Because on the real, y'all don't respect people who don't agree with you. Let me tell you something, okay? There is a version of a man, especially a black man, that all black women say they will listen to, okay? Let me be very frank here. I'm the Black American dream. I'm married. I have 2 beautiful black children, all right? I have a 6-figure salary, 6-figure business. I bought a franchise last week. I am the person that you'll put in the face of a fucking cereal box saying, be like this black man. But y'all won't listen to me. Y'all don't listen to shit I say unless I'm simping for y'all, right? So no, y'all don't respect black men. Fuck out of here.
Why
I got it. Hold on, real quick. No, I want y'all to respond. Mac, I just gotta rotate a little bit. That's all.
Okay, and I also gotta drop off as well. So everybody have a good night, and thank you for allowing me to be on the panel.
Yeah, Mac, I appreciate you, bro. You brought some sanity to this motherfucker, man.
All right, thanks everybody.
All right. I see you next week. Don't go to sleep. I know you still got to ice your feet and all that, so keep the show on, all right? Hank was popping.
What's going on, big brother? You good tonight?
I'm good, brother. They look like they bothering you already. You just got up here.
Man, I'm just concerned about what I'm hearing from these ladies, man. These ladies are different from what I heard when I was up here before, man. So I'm just surprised. And love, respect for you. concerned. I'm very concerned.
Concerned?
Yeah,
Talk to her, Hank. Talk to her.
Concerned, Becky. Some of the things you want to die on this hill. I don't understand why you want to die on this hill with this bullshit. Don't do that, love. You better than that.
And what hill? And what hill is that?
This brick shit, man. I mean, this whole shit was a story that she made up to scam people.
We understand that. We said that a long time ago. Hank.
Yeah, but we was talking about it more and more today, and you still want to down it, talking about Brick City and making fun of bricks and all that. I mean, now it's nothing but ma'am, now it's nothing but a joke. Now that's all it is a damn joke because she made it look like that. So, like somebody said earlier in the chat, she was poisonous the black community. Period. Right? When she made that statement talking about these black men don't help me, now every black woman looking at us men like we ain't gonna do shit for none of y'all. And we all know more than likely we one will sacrifice our lives, our freedom, money and everything to help you ladies out. But when I come up here and I hear all the disrespect, man, god damn, call my man a bitch multiple times. Mike said,
wow.
I didn't get it last week's show, but got called a bitch multiple times.
Wow.
So Hank,
yes,
so Hank, you keep talking about we bring in the brick girl.
Yes,
So we only brought it up because that was a part of the first 20-minute segment, number one. And so we all women, when I say we all, said that she was dead wrong and there should be consequences. We all said that. And then we also talked about how the men, even though we know that it was I hear echo. I'm not sure feedback. I'm not sure the men said regardless, even though it was, they were still like congratulating and justifying and saying, yeah, Brick City. I was supposed to get a brick tonight, according to Savage, the white boy, right? He said it because me and Hamp were going like we normally do. As you know, me and Hamp, we do our thing. And according to Savage, I needed to get a brick. Savage and other men were up here making fun and making light of the conversation because even though it was false and we've acknowledged it, they were still saying women deserve violence, essentially, basically. And my question 15, 20 minutes ago was, if men are the leaders, if they are in control of their emotions, if a simple conversation, I'm off the brick lady, forget about her, I'm talking about Dana. If we're talking about that and she says something that they don't like, why does violence have to incur? Why can't you be in control of your emotions as a man? Because at times we have to sit there and get somewhat stern. If I tell you, no, thank you, I got a man. No, thank you, I'm not giving you my number. And you still persist. Then we do have to be a little bit more stern. Get the F out my face. Leave me alone, or whatever the word is, whatever we need to say. And then you feel disrespected. And then there's spit, brick, or whatever, because we raise our voice to you. It's not right.
Love, can I say something real quick to that? That's actually why I came up here. So
hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Hank, did you want to respond to that first?
Yeah, let me say this. With the tone and delivery of the way Dana was acting last week, that was disturbing. So I don't agree that she deserved to get spit on or none of those things. Nobody does, right?
Right.
But when y'all got to the point, y'all was ready to challenge a man, talk about, well, y'all ain't gonna really come up there and do it in our face if something was really to pop off on a live show. Why would y'all invite that type of activity? Because you got to think, some of these y'all wouldn't invite some of that activity?
We weren't inviting it. What our point was this: they are keyboard gangsters. We're talking about incels. So
I understand
that was
but
a part of the conversation.
But love, y'all was saying, well, they ain't really gonna do anything. They talking all that talk. They ain't gonna do it behind those keyboards. Why would you invite that? Because what if one of those dudes really do something? Because these young dudes, they raise differently.
He going
see, a man like myself, like Trick. Hold on, Ro, I got you. A straight like Untruth and Hamp and all us older men, we respect women. We're not gonna put our hands. These young cats, they lay hands on you. They don't look at you as a woman. They look at you as an ops. So why invite that type of energy though, man? That's what I'm saying. Because y'all saying all this and all this, you got young girls out here listening to y'all, paying attention to y'all, and they gonna react and do some of the things y'all talking about. Yeah, we ain't gotta do that. As soon as they do, one of them dudes gonna smack her with a goddamn skateboard.
No, but again, we never said we ain't got to do nothing. We didn't say we have to respect men. We never said that. We were saying how they're in the comments, but how they're in the comments talking reckless. It wouldn't happen in real life. I give the example of me and my homegirl sitting down sitting on the street talking. You're not gonna have like one of these guys in the comments come up to us, start talking reckless and crazy because they don't like what we're saying. That's not gonna happen in real life. It's not. I hear feedback. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not gonna happen in real life. It's not gonna happen in real life to where we're sitting on a panel having a discussion and they start screaming out, talking junk, saying how ugly you are, how you're never gonna get married, and talking crazy because it's not gonna happen in real life. We weren't saying we wish you would. We wish you. We didn't say that. We're just saying it's not gonna happen. And like Rose said, majority of the men definitely won't do it because they have real jobs, real lives that they don't want to lose. Now, I'm not gonna discount the fact there are some reckless men out there. They're the minority that don't care and have nothing to lose. That may still try to come up and get violence, but then we have security at that live show, so I ain't worried about that.
Security ain't gonna save you.
Yes, it will.
There ain't no. So let me say no. Let me say what
I get it.
Let me say what I was trying to say. Hey, can you switch me out real quick? Let me say what I was trying to say to your a real rebuttal to what you're saying. When you were saying that women need to get a little more aggressive, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. And let me condemn the actions of the brick. And we don't want anything to happen to our women. But the one thing I've realized we need to teach women in general, same as I'm going to teach my daughter and I've already taught my wife. Men should never actually be aggressed upon by women. Nobody taught y'all that. I need a woman to respect and be a little bit submissive to all men simply because they could ball up their fist and break your fucking face. That's the type of respect. Hold on, I'll let you go. That's the type of respect, like we talked about, they have in other countries. So I want a woman to always make it look good for the camera. I don't want you to be cold approached and disrespected when you're trying to get past. But guess what? I don't raise every man. That can happen at any time, any given situation. I hope you are protected. I hope somebody sees you taking that submissive stance and comes to help you, because that's really the only way men recognize that you need help. But once we see you throwing your fingers and hands, you just another nigga. She deserve what she get. That's what goes through most men's heads. So I want some women to understand that we have to stop teaching, because y'all are well put together black women. Black girls are gonna keep listening to y'all, and unfortunately, if they do listen to you, more things will start to happen to you. Because I think you said that certain men won't do certain things. They absolutely will. Nobody ever made an allotment in history for women talking crazy to men, saying shit like, I wish you would hit me. Men have never in history been aggressed upon like that and never acted, because only men. And one thing I think y'all keep saying that's dead wrong. Men don't talk to other men like that. You damn right. Men have respect for other men on panels, right? Okay, we don't even call each other bitches the way the women call the men bitches.
So are men lost? Are men lost in your eyes?
Which, in fact, I absolutely agree with you.
I'm asking if there are men lost. Oh, okay.
Some men are lost. Some men are unhinged. And women need to be vigilant, because you have no idea who that man is. Every man you don't know could possibly hit you in the face with a brick. That's why you need to tread lightly in the street.
So you believe that women are the one that should be taught, not men? Because you sat there and said we got to teach our women. What about teaching the men?
Let me explain what I mean by that. Every man that will listen already has. Okay, I can only be accountable for these four walls in my house. My son won't hit you with a brick. I won't hit you with a brick. My father, my brother won't hit you with a brick. That's all I got. Accountability I got. I cannot say anything for anybody else. Now, how many boys do you know were raised in a house like I was? 2-parent household, master's degree, multiple businesses. White, like most people aren't raised like that these days. In fact, we talk against it. So you have to believe that people weren't raised right. People got no goddamn home training. So you should tuck your tail between your legs, because it's not safe out here.
I disagree with you. I think the men should be taught. I think men should have accountability. I think men should have accountability. I think the men in society should take accountability, and teach them and stop
Can,
putting
can
the
I
onus
can
on
I
women
give
to
you the
tuck our
phrase?
big tail between our legs and be
Can
quiet.
I give you the phrase I've been spreading on YouTube? I
You
agree
should
with
not
you.
say men should take
Hold on, Hank.
accountability.
Hold on, Hank. I
The
agree
world
with you.
forces us to take
Let me
accountability.
tell her what I've been
We
saying
have no
across
choice
YouTube
but
for
to take
weeks.
accountability. The
Love.
world will hold us accountable.
No, hold on.
Hold on,
There's
Hank.
no
Let him finish.
accountability.
Let him finish, Hank.
Love.
Let him finish, Hank.
My bad, bro.
Love. Mentorship cannot replace fatherhood. So we don't even need to try. Unless you get dads back in the crib, none of this is going to change.
Yeah.
Okay, I cannot mentor. This is the worst part about it. I see what you're saying. I'm an alpha, so I mentor a lot of kids, okay? I see what you're saying, but the reason that doesn't work is because after I remove that kid from his environment, take him to shoot a little basketball, talking to him about his future, I got to send him back to the same hell that made him that way. And everything I did just got undone. That's why mentorship cannot work. You're doing the work of 99 to save one. It's not possible. Get the dad back in the home to impress on that kid for the entirety of his child, adolescent, and young adult life, and you will create a trigger mic out here. That's the only way to get it done.
Okay, so I don't understand. So it's just like we always get going down this rabbit hole in this long path. You said teach these girls or teach women. We have to teach them. They're listening to us. What about teaching them? If you teach your female or teach your girl, she goes back to the same hell and same bad environment too. Like it goes both ways. I'm saying teach the men because the men are the men should lead, and I think that accountability definitely needs to be on both ends. I honestly believe
love you have to. So just because I understand your point, but you really have to focus on the topic at hand. Men and women is not mutually exclusive, right? So in terms of addressing the women, you guys will be injured, hurt, killed, taken advantage of. So if you keep saying, well, the men better do something, by the time the men end up doing something, girls are kidnapped, raped, hurt, maimed, killed. So it's very important for you to teach them how to protect themselves by being subtle, right? By remaining submissive to all men to some extent, because he's right. I got out the car going to the bar. This lady was protecting this, like, I don't know, she was a little security guard. And this dude was just cursing her out. And she just like, sir, I just asked you to move down the block. And she's talking like that. Mm-hmm. He's like, da, 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 da. So I'm like, yo, you don't fucking hear her? Mm-hmm. Move down the block. Now, if I get out the car and she like, I'm like, oh shit, she got it then. But because she was she was small and she was just like, I'm just asking you to scoot down to, she was just literally asking him because she had to keep the alley clean. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, yo, bro, move down the fucking block or one of us gonna get beat up. You know what I'm saying?
That's admirable of you, Hamp. But I remember on a couple of podcasts, several to be exact, a lot of men on Tuesday and Wednesday sat there and said, I am not protecting a woman I don't know. They said it. So you have such honor. You did do that, but there's a lot of men that were on this podcast and said they would not have done what you did.
No, I'm not even pushing against that. I'm just saying when she was who she was and presented as such, then I had that innate feeling to make sure she was solid. If she does what you said, get aggressive and all that. Now when I pop out, all I see is the aggression because that's where I landed. Now I'm like, okay, she got it then. Do you see that?
I definitely hear you. Yeah, because
there's more
it's
of an
like
opportunity.
The distress thing, like kind of like she's a weaker vessel. So I get that. And again, I'm gonna keep on talking about the honor and your innate honor that you have, right?
So what do y'all have?
Hold on, unpopular truth. Because there's been podcasts, and please acknowledge if you're
yeah.
So even if this woman encountered one of these men on this podcast and she was being just as soft, and this dude was still cussing her out, that one of these men, 90% would have sat there and let her get cussed out. Ain't none of my business, ain't none of my responsibility.
I'm actually disagree. Here's why.
No, you can't disagree because they said it on this podcast.
Can I make my alternative point and then you can rebut? So I think men are saying that in with their conscious mind, like women are tripping nowadays. I would not, but I want you to take a look because we all have Instagram. When a car flips over, when it's a child and a mom in there, who rushes to the car? All strangers. All right, literally gas pouring out and the car is on fire, risking their life to save. Men, like you said, you used the word innately, will help people in need. You just got to be really in need. Especially first off, we help children. That you're literally gonna throw yourself in front of a car for a child you don't know. That is innate. But a woman, like I said, the best chance we have for our women to protect themselves is to not to get into these altercations, because we understand that some men are unhinged, some men have mental issues. These homeless men out here are on different types of drugs. They're dangerous. Let me tell you something that a staff sergeant told some female Marines while I was a corpsman attached to one of those units. We were doing deployment training, and he isolated all the female Marines and said, I need you to follow every instruction that's given to you. Never detach yourself from the male Marines, because there are tortures specific to your gender. That means that men seek to do things to you that they won't even think to do to a man. That's why we're telling you, be careful. That made it hit home for me that the Taliban gonna try to take me out to get to them so they can do specific torturous things to them that they wouldn't do to me, because it's considered rainbow.
Mike,
That's
I think that
frightening to me. All right,
just to
I'm just
provide
telling you, be careful. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just to provide some context, what Love is referring to, the conversations that we had prior on the show, were, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Love, but I believe they were specifically about men potentially intervening in domestic disputes if they saw those on the street, right? It wasn't so much, I'm not going to pull a person from a burning car or, something like that. But it was just, I believe that's how the conversation started, and it evolved from there. But that was just kind of the general sentiment is, I don't know this woman. I'm not going to be a hero. I'm not going to get involved because I might lose my life, or I might, who knows what will happen. But more importantly, and that was the sentiment there as well as it is tonight, we don't know what she did to provoke this man. That's where it landed. And it's always, again, the same conversation. We don't know what she did to provoke this person to inflict pain or harm to her. And that is the problem across the board. Okay.
Context too, Dana. Context on that also is in that same conversation. If women were presenting as submissive and vulnerable, they were more apt to receive protection. That was also said in that same conversation.
It was.
So I'm trying to figure out though, how many of y'all ladies will intervene if you seen a man getting much disrespected, talk crazy to? Which one of y'all ladies will jump on the sword and get in there and come save me?
If it was a woman talking to a man, I would.
So nobody else. Okay, I appreciate your role. Thanks for saving me.
Where's my cap?
The rest of y'all ladies gonna give a goddamn.
That's not true. We already had this conversation. But that we already had this conversation. We said we would do. We've already had this conversation.
But let me say this, Love. We also know that some of these situations where they're scamming people, where you'll see two people arguing, get into a fight, and then they're trying to rob you and get over on you. How do you know that's not the whole scam? You don't know people's intentions. So my best way to involve myself, I'm going to call the police. That's the most I can do for you, because I don't want to mess around and get stabbed, hurt, like you said. I don't have no problem with somebody saying, I got to go home to my family. I understand that.
Yeah, me
because
too.
I'm going to call the police, and I'm going to say, hey, man, this girl's over getting her ass drug up and down the street. You might want to get over real fast.
Yeah.
Hey, but you're right. But that was sorry. You're right for saying that, but that wasn't the sentiment. The sentiment was, what did she do to deserve this man talking to him like that or her like that?
And that should be the sentiment.
I'm talking to him. What did she do to provoke him?
You see it? You see?
Because you keep interrupting. You're being rude. You're being rude. You're being rude.
So,
Stop.
Go ahead, Dana. Finish. Go ahead.
The sentiment is always, what did she do to provoke this man to respond to her that way? It wasn't, and the conversation, that question was actually raised. Would you call the police? And a lot of the people that responded were like, nah, I'm not getting involved. That doesn't have nothing to do with me. That's between them. And that's problematic to me. And that's the
Dana,
only point that I've been trying to make.
You know the ill shit, right? Not to overdo it in the conversation, but I almost look at it like if I'm teaching my daughters, if you out in the woods, right, and you see a bear, don't poke that motherfucker, because they ain't gonna reflect and say, "Yo, that bear mauled the shit out of her. Why the fuck was you bothering the bear?" That's almost how we have to look at it, and that may be unfortunate, right? But yo, bro, don't poke these fucking bears, bro. Because if the bear starting to maul your ass, motherfuckers ain't gonna say, well, damn, the bear should have thought more about it because he knew he was more powerful.
And
I get that, Ham, and I think it would be more powerful if the conversation just went both ways, and I just feel like it doesn't.
And you're right, Dana, but remember that you asked me for that statistic last week and I shared it. In the context of today's time, women start more of those domestic disputes than men do. So a man like I forgot
You're doing
there
it
were
right
dudes.
now.
There were
right
dudes,
now.
but you got to let me finish. There are dudes that are literally used to it's your environment, right? So if somebody lives in the inner city of Houston, 3rd Ward, and they're used to seeing people fighting up and down the street, I have dudes that work security to say, why is it always the 5-foot ladies, like the little joints, swinging on dudes like they can actually fight? So if that's what he's used to seeing, he's wondering. So we're not used to seeing men aggress against women, and we're seeing a woman, maybe she is belligerent, maybe she's arguing back, but we always have these conversations in the assumption that women are perfect angels and they deserve none of it. So I think it works both ways, absolutely.
But you know something, in a weird type of way, some of you ladies like them toxic type dudes. Y'all get like
they love them. They love them.
And aggressive. They argue with you. Some of y'all ladies are like that, unfortunately.
And like I was saying, like she thinks the attitude of the woman just doesn't matter. You got the attitude of the woman has to matter in these situations. You can't just say, "Oh, she got hit with a brick. Oh, that's all we're gonna think about." It got to be. Me ain't gonna try to figure out what actually happened. We always gonna do that. So y'all can get that out your mind that we ain't gonna do that. We gonna always try to say, okay, what happened? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is why she got hit. Now we trying to solve the problem after that. But we got to make it logical in our mind. We just can't say, oh, we just finna jump every time when somebody get hit. No, you can't do that.
Let me actually make, because this is actually a very good
hold on, y'all. Let me
make this
hold the thought real quick. Let me just get these super chats. And I just want to make sure that Dana, if one of the other ladies if they want to respond to anything that y'all just said, I want to make sure we got room. Mike Brown with a $2 super chat. Ro trying to get niggas fired.
Facts.
Hey, Ro, stop that shit, man. Caesar's Palace with a $5 super chat. Love, if black men are the leaders, you should follow us right or wrong as a collective. If black men in mass tell women to go left, then you better not go right.
If we tell them to go left, that means they're absolutely going right.
Spoon Zaza with the $2 super chat. This chick ain't trying to understand shit. Omega Green with the $5. Using the example of the Somalian woman, is it honorable to protect women that are brash, obnoxious, rude, and purposefully put herself in harm's way? You'd be a fool. Reese Anderson with the $5. Black women have always done stuff in their own self-interest. You can even go back to slavery and see why we be obligated to risk our lives. Man, that nigga brought it all the way back. T.O. with the $5. Women listening to men on moving safer to best avoid this is protection. There will always be crazy men, and others won't always be there to stop it. That's the fucking sentiment. Savage Recovery with the $20.
Shit like that.
You gonna read for Savage or what? Love.
Read it in the white sarcastic voice.
Lady, wait, I don't know if I do a white voice. Ladies, you have to understand, we have the chance of getting charges by the women helping. There's no periods or anything. Helping. There was a story of hold on.
Wow. Bruh.
We have the chance of getting charges by the women helping. Period. There was now he needs better grammar. There was a story of a kid.
Come on.
There was a story of a kid stopped to break up a guy beating up a woman. He said woman. The guy shot him. The woman lied and said the kid attacked her.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
20 balls.
Because it was hard to understand that.
Savage with the $5. Guy got a stalking case stopping stopping helping a woman with her car broke down. What the fuck?
Why do they always use the worst examples, sit there and justify their crap? Like, this is nuts to me.
Savage with the $5. A guy and a girl stopped to help some woman. The woman shot at them, and the guy shot back, killed one, and died. Reese Anderson with the $5. Just today, I saw some young black chicks right dress goods hang up. Chicks, right the fuck? Come on, man. God damn. Some right chick, black right goods hanging out with an old white man. Y'all always done stuff in your own self-interest.
Rent's doing a little bit.
Yo, maybe that's it.
That's that incel talking. Be talking about like y'all just hate women. Every little snide, snarky remark. That's
So
crazy.
black men can't make jokes. Married black men is incel. All right, cool.
Yeah, like Lamp said.
I'm talking about Reese. Can I finish these?
Yeah,
Savage with the $5.
Hit dog holler.
I seen a video of a guy in a wheelchair ask a girl out. She made fun of him for being crippled. Good God Almighty. True Impact with the $10. Trigger Mike needs to pay attention to his own home. Never understood that. T.O. with the $5. If men are leaders, they're leaders all the time, not when you feel like it. There's bad and good leaders, but they're still leaders. Does not change.
Somebody needs to take a business class.
What?
Bad leaders are not successful.
No, I think
follow the bad leader. He's saying follow the bad leader regardless.
what he's saying is when you preface things like men are the leaders, right? So that's a statement that's made. So if men are the leaders, then you guys say they need to do X, Y, and Z. Therefore, he's saying you need to respect it at all time. Not all of them are going to be good or bad, but you still need to look at all men as such. That's what he's saying.
Well, it also means that a good leader may not be good all the time. Doesn't erase the good that he's done.
That part's okay though. But if you're always bad and I'm still following you,
Sure.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, sure. No, that makes sense. Who been quiet? T. T. Oh, fuck, I said T. Tay.
Okay.
Way. Ratchet. What y'all think, man? Like, who? I guess the question is on the table, sort of. Nah, Mike. Wasn't there another question on the table?
Nah, I was gonna say.
No, it was Hank the Basement who said something.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone. And what happened from that experience is that I believe everything women said about everybody. So when you say, oh, black men ain't shit and they not taking care of their kids, I believe every word you said. Even though I didn't know none of them niggas, I was like, they must be out here cutting up. Where are they? Black men be hitting women in the face with bricks. Oh my God, where are they? I don't know any of them niggas, but where are they? We believe every single thing you have ever said for the entirety of our lives. And then we grew up. That's it. We grew up. Right?
That's not why
so what I'm saying is that we've given black women grace. And most black men have, because most black men were raised by black women for far too long. So now we're starting to realize and look at things from both ends and realize that some women are just using the fact that they're a woman against all men to keep their advantage in society.
Go ahead, Dana.
Wow.
I don't have any further comment. That's not why you're a simp.
Whoa, you gotta.
See, look, this is crazy, man. What's the reason for disrespecting a man like that?
Because I articulate myself.
She don't have a reason.
She don't have a rebuttal.
Dana, why you say that?
First of all, you disrespected HBCUs and those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come on. You just gonna act like
you got a
No,
degree.
we have to explain.
Wait. So
how did
you
I
got
disrespect
a degree.
HBCUs?
You went to a HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it opened the door for you to start working in your profession. Yes or no?
Excuse me. How the fuck did we get on this? How did I disrespect?
We got on it because you brought the fact that
explain it to you.
What did you call it?
Okay. What's the ratio for men to women in HBCU? What's the ratio for men and women that go to most HBCUs?
Don't answer the question with a question. Why did you say that?
Well, in fact, I misspoke. pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7 to 1.
Then say
What
that
y'all
shit.
talking about?
Then say that. What the fuck are you talking about? Then say that
No,
shit.
no.
That's not what you
It's
said.
worse. It's worse at an HBCU. Hold on. What is the number one voting block?
Hank, no disrespect. You ain't my daddy. You don't have to
What
intervene
is the
right
number
now.
one voting block? What is the number one voting block of the Democratic Party of all liberals? Black women, right? So they all on the HBCU's campus telling you to do shit for women's rights, holding up signs for pussy power and shit. Like that is a simp indoctrination zone. I stand on that shit 1,000. I ain't disrespect my damn HBCU. What are you talking about?
You did disrespect it because you went there.
You remember when I said we got to define disrespect because they just make up their own damn definition?
Just make it up as they go.
Don't tell the president of that school what you just said. That's
I will.
Go
will.
do it. Go do it.
The fuck they gonna do to me for that?
They're not gonna do nothing. But the fact of the matter is, you got your degree.
But what does that got to do with calling him? That's not the reason why.
It shows.
And then continue to cuss him out.
Deflecting.
I'm not
talking about what you, Dana, did though.
I didn't cuss him out.
Oh, okay.
So if I say that my job overworks me and I work too many hours, did I disrespect my job?
Oh, here we go. That's not what you said. But if you said that your company was
did I disrespect my job, or is it true?
If you were saying that your company was not paying you on time and you were getting treated disrespectfully, yes, then you would be dismissing your job and you would be talking about them in a negative tone.
No, because it was true. If it's true, it's not disrespect. I explained to you why an HBCU and most universities are simp indoctrination zones.
But that's
what is
not
your
what you
real
originally
rebuttal?
said, Trigger
No,
Mike.
I did not disrespect my HBCU.
Let's not change what you said.
I did not disrespect my HBCU.
He said it's a simp indoctrination zone. What was disrespectful is the question.
It was disrespectful because he called it, he said it is an indoctrination for simps, meaning that most Black men that graduate, and that includes the doctors and the lawyers that everybody's looking for to have.
So doctors aren't simps?
Give them, they are, they're not, simps. They are. They're simps because they got their education from an HBCU, and there's not many that need your help.
Nazareth. You don't listen.
I don't have to listen because you sound.
You are making a counter argument. You
don't have to listen, and you making a statement.
All of these doctors and distinguished people are simps. I can't believe you.
You're the one that
said it. Say something.
Yeah. So no, can I just say, okay? Initially, before he finished his thought, I was like, well, damn, I went to HBCU too. But he finished his thought, and I'm like, okay, I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I get it. And I would also like to say, I agree with the sentiment of us being careful as a whole, because we don't know these niggas out here. So I don't think everything that y'all are saying is wrong. I do believe that a man ultimately controls the temperature of the room, regardless of what's happening. But I do appreciate Hamp's comment to, him helping the lady out. I do believe in those situations, yes, we expect that. But when I get what y'all saying, we popping off this and together, she got it, right? Cool, I get your point. But I don't think that the disrespect is one way. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, fair. Mike, in terms of that simp indoctrination zone, see, I saw it differently. I was a fucking animal on the goddamn campus. I was waxing so much. I tried to get with this one girl, right? I said, yo, what? She like, no. I said, why? She said, because you had sex with my whole floor. I said, that's a good answer. I was like, that's a good fucking answer. Shout out to Walmart.
Like niggas won't get ass. That's obviously what was going on. But what I mean is, when I say simp, I'm usually talking about. So I don't think women realize how dangerous some men are, because what they're doing is they wouldn't agree with you if they didn't have a benefit from it, and they learn that from college. Because it's like, all I gotta do is go up here and hold this sign and go to this pussy power parade, and then all the bitches go beat it. They won't do it if they don't get a benefit from it, but the woman don't see it. So what I say is that if women want to know what simps actually do, paint a poster of a man and a woman arguing with each other, and a simp behind the woman acting like he's yelling at the man but grabbing her butt from behind. That's what simps do. They would not be behind you if they didn't get a chance, if they didn't think they was going to get something from it. that happens at HBCUs simply because everything is marketed to women. The Democratic Party puts all their stronghold, all of their grassroots marketing into those areas to push agendas, to win elections, etc. You might as well have called my HBCU Obamaversity when this dude was running for president, right? So that's all I mean. And I do have an intelligent rebuttal for everything.
Hey, him, I gotta get up out of here, man. I appreciate you letting me get on, but nice meeting all y'all people on here, man. Y'all have a good one.
You did a good job. Be safe, bro. Hey, let me one question. Do they still got slaves? They still got slaves where you at? Or y'all good?
You say what now?
Y'all still got slaves where you at? Or you straight?
We might. It ain't me though.
Yo, bro, be safe, bro.
Y'all be safe.
No doubt. Mr. Grant. Oh. With the $20. Men are supposed to protect women from men. But who protects the most vulnerable of us? The children.
Shit like that. Shit like
men
that.
Are
shit
the
like
only,
that.
men
shit
are
like
only
that.
leaders in their household, not on these streets. Ladies, do not let your mouth write a check that your fist cannot cash.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yeah, man. I really think that's something y'all got to get a hold of, love, in terms of our initial conversation. Like, men may not experience disrespect from other men because it is the physical thing that men respect, because they understand that it can get physical, it can get violent. So oftentimes we're not dealing with each other in the same way, but it seems like women don't have that fear because y'all don't think y'all gonna get touched. And I think it comes out overwhelmingly, maybe even subconsciously, and it causes big issues. Also, in terms of accountability, our accountability is different because we are held accountable from day one quite often. Like, our men's accountability rears its ugly head. We get called fat, ugly, this, that, and the third. You guys have a little bit more safety nets around you in terms of accountability and when it's time to be accountable, just generally speaking. Just because there's a couple things I had heard.
No, and the last I'm gonna say about this is real. I'm gonna make it very succinct and concise. All I'm gonna say about this, I don't believe. See, starting with me.
Ain't nothing about you, succinct.
It's never okay for a woman to be in a man's face and to hit a man. Like, I don't agree with any of that, and I think we all agree on all the women agree with that. On never sat there and said the opposite. So let's be very clear. And so the collective of high vibrational, high quality women, educated, mature women do not go around hitting men and cussing them out for no reason.
Interjection. You did say sometimes you got to get to a point where you say, "Get the fuck out my face."
Right. Exactly. I said unprovoked or unnecessarily. Right. And we do that because leave me. It's like when a kid's getting kidnapped, you're supposed to scream, "Help, God!" make a bunch of noise, right? And so you try to scare that person away. That's kind of like an internal defense mechanism. Leave me alone, God! It's the screaming, the hollering, and the cussing, whatever, to get them out the face, not to disrespect, but to literally, it's a defense mechanism. Fight or flight kicks in. So I want that only happens then, not because, hey, can I get your number? Mother Africa. No one does that. That's a real high quality, vibrational, mature woman. So
let me give you some game.
That's it. That's
let me give you some game. I know you coming from the old school. Okay. That jive turkey era and shit. Don't fucking do that in these streets. Okay. All that get the fuck out my face and all that does not work. It's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go. Men are done and tired of y'all fucking mouths, bro. Niggas is overwhelmingly done simping out to that extent.
So what do you think should happen then? So what do you think should happen?
Then go to a safer place. Go to the middle of the bar, right? Go home. God damn it.
They follow you. Like, these are real life situations. They will follow you.
But here's the thing. We called Savage examples extreme, but they happen, right? So we can't discount his examples and say, what if this nigga follow you, right? So all these things can happen, but get yourself out of those spaces. Get yourself in a different place. Get around other people. Sit at there's so many things you got to do differently, but what you don't want to do is start cussing somebody out. Not no grown man, especially these niggas out here.
It's a defense mechanism, and I just want to again.
It's the love. What I'm saying is, it's the wrong. Cut that.
I hear what you're saying. No. I hear what you're saying.
Don't use that no more.
I hear what you're. I totally hear what you're saying. but I don't want it to be lost.
Don't
about
use that
how
no more.
men-
Because see, here's what happened. If I'm around and you using that shit, you can get a nigga like me killed. You feel what I'm saying? That's what y'all gotta understand. You know, because even though my logic is what it is, I'm illogical. I know that about myself. Once I get angry, I'll be illogical. You understand? Most men are logical, and I wish I had like a one more second to think sometimes. But oftentimes I just see something and I take action. But that can lead, I mean, that could be very detrimental. And I got wild kids. I got mad fucking kids.
You got a whole tribe, a whole bunch.
You know what
of
I'm
kids.
saying?
That's
Yeah, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
One
Shit
son,
like
I've been
that.
fucking
Shit like
up,
that.
man.
I
What,
just
man?
want men. I just want men.
Just
to
real
do it.
quick.
Yeah. Uncle Jeff, I see you.
I just don't want us to get caught up in thinking that these examples that we're providing where men approach us and we reject them and they respond aggressively are one-offs or they're outliers, because that's not the case at all. Okay. And I think that I don't remember if it was we were talking on or offline, but we were talking about sometimes you got to give the man the wrong number, and sometimes that don't even work because they're gonna sit there and wait for you to respond to their like they don't let up sometimes.
Hey,
And that's not,
you know what I want to say, Dana? I want to say welcome. I want to say welcome. Welcome to this world where shit get real. You getting shit, you dealing with shit men fuck this that type of shit we deal with. This what y'all wanted, honestly, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
No, but the difference is, again, you're a man and I'm a woman. So me rejecting you is different than you rejecting me. And I'm not saying like let's say that the playing field is level. Let's say that I'm not disrespectful to you, and if the roles were reversed, you're not disrespectful to me. Some people just don't take no for an answer. And that happens more, I won't say more often than not, but it happens a lot. So I don't want us to operate in the space where we feel like those situations are the outliers and that's not typical, regular, usual behavior, because it is.
Can I ask the ladies on the panel a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I acknowledge her last point, though. Dana, that's fair, right? Because that's one thing we don't have to worry about is rejecting women left and right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, I don't have any experience. Well, I was pretty hot back in the day. I got a little bit of experience, but not as much as y'all.
Bye. Stop it.
So all the
John was popping. Hold on, I gotta say hi to John. John, what's good? What's going on, man? How you?
I'm doing good, man. Just enjoying the conversation. This ratchet conversation that's going on tonight. It is ratchet and ghetto.
God damn.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Like you said, you had a question. I gotta get John. John's an asshole.
So why you come? Dang.
Why you ask?
It's 1 o'clock.
Leave him alone.
Because he's a leader.
That's my friend.
He is.
Leave
him alone.
Because he's a leader, and he
Leave
has
him
to
alone,
stomp
man.
evil out where he finds it.
Yeah, you know he old. Leave him alone.
He is the king.
Trigger Mike, what you had a question?
Just a question. So if all of our ears are open as men and we want,
Hold on now, Mike. Hold on. Talk about. You and Love do the same thing. Now, are you telling me it's a question just to get your statement in?
No. I'm telling y'all my ears are open and I want.
Go ahead. I'm
some
watching you.
education.
Go ahead.
This is a real question. What, to Dana's point about what she said about y'all getting approached, and that happens a lot, and I could believe you, and that's a sincere point or a real point. What can we do as men to stop it? What do you think we can do to stop that from happening to you?
That's a good question. Can I answer first? Because I've experienced that, not the spitting, but I have experienced somebody calling me a bitch just because I did not want to give away my phone number. And this was a long time ago. But what I think could have been done differently is he could have approached me correctly, as in not being a million feet away. Hey, girl, you, or whatever, just something disrespectful, because I don't like that. If you want to talk to me, come to where I am, or we can meet. It don't matter. I just would like to be respectfully approached and not called out of my name.
Just to add context to the question, I'm sorry. What can we, like the men of the community, what can we actually do to stop that from happening?
Approach women respectfully.
No. What I mean is that I'm never going to do that in my life. And most of the men like me, we're gonna take no for an answer. You have a good night. I just got rejected. So to the men that won't listen, that won't get right, that are maladjusted, that weren't raised right, what can me, an upstanding man and leader in the community, what can I actually do to stop him from doing that?
You guys have to hold each other accountable. And I feel like conversations like this, conversations like last week are where you guys immediately attack and you're immediately on the offense and immediately, what did she do? Yada, yada, yada. The conversation needs to come first. Hold this man accountable. And then let's find out what the details are. The details are null and void at this very moment. Let me make sure that she's okay, or let me make sure that this man knows that this behavior is not okay, and then we'll figure the shit out later. Or maybe. I mean, it doesn't always work that way. It depends on the situation, obviously, of course. I'm speaking very generally. But overarchingly, you all need to be able to hold yourselves accountable and stop placing so much blame on us.
Anybody else?
No, I mean, to me, I don't feel like there's nothing that can be done. I think there's nothing that can be done. If somebody wants to be disrespectful, if a man want to be disrespectful, or he asks you for your number and he call you out of your name, for me, once they're not following me or anything like that, or even if they are following me, I try to go somewhere safe and maybe call the cops or something. Because I mean, even if another man tell him like, oh, stop doing what you're doing, if that's what he wants to do, he's going to do it anyway. So they have no control of that. These men are just out there with no control. They don't respect women, and that's who they are. You can't change them. So I just think it's better for you to, if they're not following you, just walk away and keep going. And if they are following you, try to find a safe place to go and call the police.
Indeed.
Boy, I hear what you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but I think he's speaking on an overarching base, like a community level, as opposed to specific instances or situations. Is that correct?
I am. I mean, but she kind of answered it both
He likes
ways.
her answer better, Dana.
No, please don't do that. She said she started.
No, you showed it.
She started the answer by saying there's nothing that can be done. That's the overarching answer, because there's actually nothing that can be done.
Why'd you
and
ask
my point. Hold on.
Then why ask the question, Mike?
Hold on. I mean, don't be disingenuous.
No, you are, because you asked
Hold
the
on.
question
My
with an
actual
answer in
point,
mind.
ladies, my actual point is that nothing
So you didn't have
can
the question,
be
you
done.
had a point to make.
Every man that is going to listen has listened. Every man that wants to raise a good family, everybody, we all listen, and we live out here teaching our sons how to treat women. We cannot speak, nor can we correct everybody else. In fact, accountability, like you said, Dana, it already happens. 90+% of the prison population is men. They fuck up bad enough, they going to jail. That's accountability for me.
Mike, what was your goal? What was your goal, though? Because it seemed for a second like you were actually genuine and wanted to know what our feedback was, what our thoughts were. So what? Because
I said I wanted some education.
Mike, I'm not done asking the question, so you can answer it yet. All right. So if that was not the intent, what was the purpose in just asking us the question, knowing that you already had an answer in mind?
No.
You were just going to disregard everything that we said.
Hold on. I knew what I thought.
Don't tell me to hold on and you're interrupting me. Go ahead.
I knew what I thought, but I said I'm asking for education. What can we do as men to help protect y'all better?
But you
I don't think anything can be done. And I accept the answer.
And that's fine.
I still think it's wrong.
That's fine.
And I'm telling you that she said accountability for men is jail.
Okay.
You just want to argue.
Well, I want to get John in. John.
You just want me to agree with you.
No, I want to get John the Baptist in, honestly, because John's up here and it's 1:00, and I at least want to get him to say something. And Uncle Jeff is the first time up here, so I'm at least let him say something real quick, because it is 1:00 in the morning. So thank you, Mike. But John, do you have anything to say quickly?
Yeah, my point is this. I got some smoke for the men tonight. Chivalry started out as being between men, and it was later on hijacked by the women for women. And I want to say this: men, we have to stop saying, whether you believe it or not, stop saying that you would not hit, or that it's not right in this situation for you to hit a woman. Whether you believe it or not, stop saying it. Whether you would act on it or not act on it, stop making that statement, because there are people with bad intentions are actually using that statement against you. So stop making statements that's allowing people to misuse your statement against you. Even if you wouldn't do it, don't say it, because people who are going to push the limit are going to push the limit because they know that you won't do anything about it.
John,
But
who are
if
these
it's
people? Who are these people, John?
men who say this, men who say I would never hit a woman.
Who's
Whoever
these people
said that?
Who are you talking about acting with bad intentions?
Oh, females that have bad intentions.
Okay. Let me get this
Got
super chat. Hand, put the
And
back
so-
up, please. Real quick.
I didn't get to finish.
I'm sorry. So
Well,
real
go
quick,
ahead.
because he's been up for a long time. I should have read it before you started talking. I'm sorry. Savage Red Recovery found a super chat. Men have to change behavior in the world. Okay. We are telling you guys this because as men, we care. It's not about what's okay. We are talking about what it is. Thank you, Savage, and I can respect that statement. Seriously. Unpopular Truth, $5 super chat. Hamp saying the same things we said, but they listening because it's all about delivery.
And he's a leader.
And he is. Caesar's Palace, $5 super chat. Thank you. Ratchet. You're being disrespectful to me by calling yourself Ratchet. I'm offended. I'm also offended by your nose ring. Way she was talking crazy. I think that's sarcasm. I think. Savage, $5 super chat. Dana, you're saying we need holding him accountable, but it never happened. So it would be the men crashing out for lying woman. Child, you're just doing good for a minute. Mike Brown, $2 super chat. Who has that house phone? Uncle Jeff? Uncle Jeff got a house phone.
Uncle Jeff, yeah. Because when the grid go down, something that people don't know is that landlines work and that you can use Morse code. That's how the military contacts one another. But because we have been detached from analog and we don't have much respect for what comes before us, we think that access to knowledge is the same thing as wisdom, and it is not. The janitor has keys to the library.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Thank you, Hamp. We needed that one. Go ahead, John.
You still got a CB radio?
Just because you said that.
Bruh, I had a CB radio. I got a marine radio, the boat radio. All that shit you're going to need when the shit hit the fan. I got all that shit. So niggas can laugh their ass off till they out of here.
I bet you Dana get in line when that shit go down. She gonna come look for you.
Bruh, and they be right at my door talking about what you got. I got bullets.
John
I just said I'm gonna get me a landline.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. Y'all rock out. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Rock out.
Get you a landline, a shotgun, and a big dog.
Look, Uncle Jeff, I don't want to hear that shit. If this shit start to fall apart, you come to my house, nigga. We'll figure it out.
My man, that's what's up.
John, you gotta finish. John, hold on, Uncle Jeff. I gotta get.
I finished. I'm good.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did. I'm good.
You said it's the women who take advantage of men saying you would never hit a woman. Is it that egregious that you saying you just can't say it? Period. It's too dangerous to say that.
Yeah, you have to stop saying it because women are using that statement against you now. And I'm not promoting hitting women, but I'm saying stop saying it. Stop saying what you want to do, because what you're doing is you're limiting your ability to handle a situation. A man should never take off the table of any option of controlling the situation, because you don't know what you're going to need at any single moment to control a situation. And so you're putting your hands behind your back saying, I will never do this, when something may happen when you have to do this.
Damn.
Brother John got a point. I'd like to push back just a little bit on it. I agree with 96% of it. I too, I'm on the same page. I don't believe a man should ever put his hands on a woman, but that don't mean you can't pay somebody. I don't. I think you should be able. I think you should be able to pay female felons that just got out of jail to slap the shit out of the women. None of y'all like. It's some women none of y'all like. That don't take care of their kids. They're spending all the abortion money on nice shoes. Them women. The women. Here's the biggest problem in communication, man to woman. And let's address them dudes that talk to y'all foul. I'm gonna apologize for them. First off, shout out to how civil y'all have been talking to one another. This is very refreshing to see.
Thank you, Uncle Jeff. Thank you.
You went up here earlier,
number
though,
two,
brother.
Uncle Jeff is out here.
there's a threshold that we do hold men accountable to. I don't know one man that I respect that takes care of his children that condones a man that don't take care of his. I don't know one man that does not put his hands on his woman that condones a man who puts his hand on his woman. And amongst us, amongst this tribe, I guarantee you, if me, Hamp, John, and Hank was in the same city, from what I'm hearing here, if they represent themselves that way accordingly for real, we ain't dealing with none of them niggas. The other hand is that every group of women I know got a skank in that group that they all point to. You can't tell me what I don't know, sisters. Of course, this does not apply to
shit like that. Shit like that.
following
Shit
I'm
like
about
that.
to
Shit
say.
like that.
Love, Tay.
Yes, the fuck it
Wade,
does.
Dana, Ratchet, sisters. I'm about to say some stuff that you've never heard of.
You might be looking
never
at
seen
her.
these
Go ahead,
people.
go off, Uncle Jeff.
There's only I like to say
And you can't love the stank of the group.
that as much as y'all hate the word bitches,
Wow.
as y'all hate the word bitches, and I understand you should, but and they seem to disappear when we talk to you classy queens. So I'm only talking about 3 of them. There must only be 3 bitches, but these 3 bitches are extremely busy. They are keying up all the cars because somehow they disappear. And this is the problem. This is the problem. When you talk about accountability, here is what we see. You cannot tell me what I don't see. I can't tell you what it is, but I'm going to tell you what it looked like. And it looks like to me that whenever we talk about the foul, cantankerous gutter snipes that we cannot stand, the beautiful queens we are not talking about circle the wagons around them and start to defend them from you get ready to die on a pseudo pink hill. This is what we see. When we come to you with complaints, here is what I think we hear. Here's what we hear. Here's what we never hear. When I come to complaints to sisters, I never hear this. Man, I never thought about it that way. How can we from our end fix it? This isn't what I'm hearing. And I'm sure you ladies have said it countless times in the conversations you've been in, but in the conversations that I have been in, and in the travels that I have been in, sisters generally they hit you with not meism, what aboutism, men do it too-ism. And the biggest problem with this is that none of that helps you. Right now, no man on this problem is having a mate problem or a date problem. There is no great American black woman shortage. There isn't. You outnumber us by 2 million, and that's a fact, which means that we want to get to those of you we can work it out with. But y'all gonna have to let the heifers walk the plank, and you don't. You don't.
And that's
the policing. I'll say this and I'll shut up. The policing of our own is far more easy for you than it is for us, because the dudes that are too far gone for us will try to kill us. The sisters that are too far gone from you just need to be told, Tracy, you full of shit for not letting Marcus see this boy because he ain't got no money.
Yeah. So let me
Tracy,
say this.
You full of shit. You full of shit for constantly telling these kids how they ain't shit in front of and talking about their father in front of them. Y'all could easily do that.
We do.
Oh, exactly.
So let me say
sorry,
this.
love. I didn't mean you. I'm sure you.
Well, no. Let me say this, Uncle Jeff. You're being very sarcastic right now. But I'm being
any
very
ladies
serious
here because you've never seen or heard or
That's
been
not what I'm
around any of
saying.
these women
That's
I'm
not
talking
what I'm
about. And when
saying.
you
What
are,
I'm-
goddamn it, you pull your capes out and make it happen. And so I'm not talking about you. I'm
so
talking about
listen, what I'm
maybe the
saying
few
is I
women
don't have-
this might apply to who are not here.
Okay. So as I was saying, so of course I know plenty of women, and I do hold my friends accountable. We hold each other accountable. And so no, we're not perfect. So we may have 5 good traits and 2 or 3 bad traits. And because we're friends, we will tell one another, yeah, you wrong for doing that. So no, we're not hanging around perfect individuals. We never claim to be perfect women. Nobody up here has claimed to be perfect. But what we do is that when we see one another doing something that's off kilter, we will pull the other to the side and sit there and say, that's not right. So we're not saying we're perfect, but we do see things within one another.
Okay.
And we'll call it out.
Let's take this out of your
circle. We're not perfect.
Let's take this out of
For
your
love,
circle and
did
apologize.
any of y'all call out the way Dana was acting last week? I didn't see it on the show. I missed it.
Yeah, you
Did
missed
any
it.
of y'all ladies?
Show last week. I wasn't on the show last week.
Okay. Any ladies that was on the show, did anybody call Dana out for her activity?
I don't feel like she was 100% wrong in some of the comments that she made. Some of these people, like I said before, Trigger Mike is very condescending.
Right. There's no accountability.
I didn't think you
said we hold each other accountable.
We do. Brother Hank,
but wait,
Brother Hank, you didn't. I don't remember
men?
you. And again, ladies, you have to listen to us closer because man speak is a much simpler language. Man speak and woman speak are different. They're like Spanish and Portuguese. They sound the same, but they're not. Hank did not once say she was wrong. He did not say anything about her context. I believe he was discussing her behavior, and the sister came on and defended her context. He didn't say she was wrong. He said her behavior was out of line, and he said in that out of being forgive me, correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Hank, because I wasn't there. In this sister's foul behavior, no other sister has said, hey, no, we don't do that.
Because
as a matter of
her ratchet sit there and say, I didn't see nothing wrong with it.
Right, because he was reacting.
But you don't just take a piece of what I said. Take exactly what I said. I said that I don't think some of the stuff that she said. Now, I said some of that stuff that she said was warranted. I don't think everything, her complete behavior was wrong. She was drinking. She was triggered. She even said that in the beginning. And yet people started to antagonize her. So whatever came out of her mouth after that, and y'all can read the comments, I said that. Whatever came out of her mouth after that, you can't sit here and police her when you're antagonizing someone that clearly said, I'm triggered by this conversation.
Okay, well, sister, here's the pushback on that. Number one, the earmark of insanity is to say that whatever you do is justified by however you feel. God damn it, why did you burn my car up, Sheila? Well, shit, I was mad. That's not the end of the conversation. Our person is involved.
You know what is really grinding my gears is that the men here, it just seems like all y'all want to do is just point the finger at the woman. I didn't hear not one person say, you know what, guys, maybe we shouldn't be joking about throwing a brick at a woman, or maybe we shouldn't be joking about abusing women. All of y'all come up here and be like, oh, well, women. And to answer Trigger Mike's question, as a leader, as a man, if you have a platform, you need to hold men accountable as well. No, yes, women, we should hold each other accountable. Women can be wrong, they can be disrespectful, they can be all of that. But as a man, you need to also, while you're dispelling women for what they do wrong, also call out the men like I did. But nobody hears what I say. All y'all want to do is say, "Oh, she's taking up for her."
John, she been asleep. She ain't paying attention whole damn
Hey DJ,
show.
hey Ham, can I ask the man a question?
Yeah.
Come on, man. You ain't been paying attention.
What do you mean?
Ham,
I watched the show 3 times after I was on the show. I did not hear or see any of y'all hold men accountable for laughing about abusing women.
There was a
Like,
sense
it's not
of
okay.
accountability today, ma'am. That men was holding each other accountable.
When?
Yes, you didn't hear all that.
When?
Okay.
Yes, last week. Because you can rewatch the show.
I'm pretty sure if I asked every man on this panel more than once in their lifetime, have you ever seen a man acting ill in a bad way towards a woman? Have you ever did anything about it on more than one occasion? I'm pretty sure every man would say yes 2 or 3 times and more.
Mm-hmm.
Because men hold each other accountable all the time.
I'm talking about like while y'all sitting here, oh y'all didn't hold Dana accountable. Y'all ain't holding the men accountable for antagonizing her, joking about abusing women with abusive women. Period is not okay unless a woman put their hands on you.
Okay, first off,
y'all won't hold Dana. You don't hold Dana accountable. You don't hold the other men accountable. How about you?
Can I say something?
I am addressing the. What do you mean address the panel? Because I'm responding to what y'all saying. Like, okay, you know what? What I realize in these spaces is men like y'all. I'm just gonna let y'all have it. Because at the end of the day, we always wrong, y'all. No matter what we do, men don't do anything wrong. They could beat women, abuse them with bricks.
I love you, but that's called polarizing.
Like y'all.
That's called polarizing. Here's what happens. This is how communication falls apart. I am going to say something that is the needle in the red. It's all the way over here. That men never do anything. Axiom number 3. Never speak to a man in absolutes, because he will absolutely always tell you you're wrong, because nothing is always or never. Never use that when you're trying to debate with a man. You never take me out. Wrong. I took you out 5 years ago. And he's right. Here's how you tell a man that same thing. Babe, I really want to spend some time with you, and I don't seem to be getting the time that I need lately. He can't argue that, because there's no always or never in it. What you're really saying, sis, is I didn't feel this brotherly love I'm supposed to feel when the other night y'all was making jokes about a sister getting hit in the face with a brick. Coincidentally, on Wednesday, tomorrow night at 7 LA time, check into Giraffe Balls, where I get high as giraffe balls on YouTube. And you know what tomorrow night's subject is? How not to get hit in the face with a brick. I outline how not to get hit in the face with a brick.
Who are you talking to, women? Why are you talking to women?
I'm not going to say that any man is excused for using any violence against any sister. I've got a mama, I got niece, I got a daughter. I am not going to say that any man is justified in any of that. What I'm going to address is the fact that the queen's shoes don't get muddy because the queen don't walk in the mud. I'm going to address the fact that there is not a face brick epidemic, that there is not people just walking out the bank, coming out of church, and getting drive-by bricks in the face. I submit to you, ladies, that you will more than likely die from an unopened parachute, be eaten by an alligator, or struck by lightning before someone hauls off and arbitrarily hits you in the face with a brick. But there are ways to avoid it. I've got some ideas.
Talking to men. Like, why don't y'all men talk to men? Like, I don't understand.
What makes you? Here's. I'll answer that for you, sister.
You know, let me
I'll answer
just
that
go
for
back
you.
on mute.
I will answer that for you. I'll answer that for you. We don't talk to brothers in mass because we have been taken from brothers in mass. I can promise you that the brother who hit this sister in the face with a brick was not a member of the Nation of Islam. He wasn't a Black Panther. He wasn't a so-called Christian. There are groups of us. Who do talk to one another. We just don't get the press.
How can you feel comfortable talking to a mass of women, but not a mass of men? Like, I think that's where my sentiment comes in. I can say, yes, women, we shouldn't be talking to men any type of way. I said that last week. I don't play like that. I don't play with guys like that, right? But at the same time, I did not hear people saying, okay, well, if a woman rejects you, you shouldn't be hitting her with a brick. Like, why are y'all constantly talking to women?
Let me just clarify one thing quick. Till this day, a woman has not been hit with a brick in the face. So just FYI, now that we know what is actually real with that story, no woman has been hit in the face with a brick. The bitch was lying.
Whoops.
Is the point.
Hold on, Ham. You called her a B. You can't say that, Ham.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I can call a bitch a bitch. for sure.
No, you can't
Well,
call us.
no,
No,
you know what?
John. The
Don't
point
do
was you
that.
said
I'm gonna
before
tell
you
you
can't
why.
call
Hamp.
us one on
I'm
the
gonna tell you
panel.
why.
You're trying to be nasty and
Hamp, when you
funny.
do that,
hold
brother,
on,
here's what happens. You
So
give
so
sisters
hold
an
on,
out. You give them an
hold
out
on.
when you call them a bitch. Just hold on, just a
Hold on one
second.
second. Hold on,
I got a word for him, brother. I got a word
Yeah,
if I
y'all.
could.
Hold on,
All
hold
right.
on. Yeah, all of y'all chill for a second. They know, just like the women up here, they know a bitch when they see one too. So a bitch that could pull that type of shit and lie and steal 40,000 for motherfuckers, a thief is the worst type of motherfucker you can be. So if I'm gonna call anybody a bitch, it's definitely a liar, thief, and a motherfucker like that. Point blank. Period.
But you
If
let them off
anybody
the
up
hook,
here,
bro.
hold on, Uncle Jeff, God damn it. If
Okay, I'm sorry.
and I know for a fact nobody up here got a problem with me calling that bitch a bitch.
I don't, but here's what I'm getting at, brother. Please, just okay. The women who have a problem with the word bitch, also, if not, they're hypocritical, have a problem with the word elevator, plane, door, and gate, because all of those words have multiple meanings. It is easy. It's easy. You let them off the hook when they get upset about the word bitch. All bitch is, sisters, is a shortcut because we don't want to say foul, vile, untrustworthy, cantankerous, nasty mouth gutter snipe every time we mean bitch. So let's stop saying bitch, but we got to talk about them women. Let's call them rutabagas. Nobody's using that word. That's an old vegetable word. Let's call them rutabagas. Do you have a problem, sisters? If I talk about foul mouth, nasty ass, cantankerous, trifling, fucking don't take care of their kids, take the child support money and go and buy Gucci loafers with it, the stinking ass heifers that you don't like, is it all right if we call them rutabagas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say whatever you
There
want.
you go. Now they can't hide. Now they can't talk about if I'm a bitch, your mama's a bitch. You talk about a female dog. No, I'm not. I'm talking about a stinking ass rutabaga. And if you gonna lie about getting hit in the face with a brick, you are an untrustworthy, evil shit starting stinking ass rutabaga.
And if you think I'm not gonna start calling these bitches rutabagas, you out your mind. But real quick, can I just ask a question? Jeff, I like you so much. This
Thank
shit is
you.
hilarious.
Thank you.
I love Uncle Jeff. I can't roll
like
with
him.
it.
Come
Uncle
on,
Jeff.
Hamp. Call them rutabagas. They can't say shit then.
I like Uncle Jeff. I like it to sting, bro. I need the.
You don't think rutabaga sting, nigga?
Hell not.
Now that
Everybody.
we know what it means, you
Uncle
funky
Jeff.
ass rutabaga, and she
Uncle
can't
Jeff.
say shit.
Uncle Jeff, you got niggas in the chat trying to look up Webster what the fuck a rutabaga. By the time
It's a vegetable you don't never hear. You ain't never seen it in the store. So they can't say shit. I took a word from the past, what nobody using.
Yeah. Hey, Uncle
This
Jeff.
is for the bitches.
Nah,
Like,
real
rutabaga.
real shit. Just on that rutabaga point, Dana, I want to get you in. So, Uncle Jeff, I own a moving company, right? And so we walk into a house, and if it's some bullshit, I'll be like, "Yo, this is a honey bun." So the customer don't know it's a shit show, but my team be like, "Okay, we got some shit." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we talking wild shit to the customer, like, "We fuck you, lied, we hate you." But this is a honey bun as opposed to saying what we want to say. So that makes sense.
They now know what you're talking about, Hamp.
Yeah, my team be like, "Oh, okay, this is a honey bun. All right,
This is a honey bun situation we dealing with here.
Yeah. And I can say that in front of the client. She like, "Oh yeah." I said, "Yeah, I only like Cinnabons. I don't like honey buns."
Right.
And we just keep going. You know what I mean?
Right.
Dana, what you wanted to get in real quick?
Trying to get this in for a second, but just really
Y'all
quickly.
old motherfuckers got to go to sleep. All of y'all up here old too. Damn.
You say that like you don't want to get old. Are you planning on dropping dead in the next 15 seconds? Because if not, you're older.
Really quickly, as it comes to the accountability piece, because men will often say to us that you can't hear what we're saying. You're so lost in the way that we say it that you don't actually receive the message that we're sending you. You're so caught up because you're so emotional. You're so caught up in how it's being said that you're not listening to what's
I'm calling
being
my
said.
wife.
I love this nigga. I swear to God.
Go ahead, Dana. Finish.
do you think it's possible that goes both ways, that applies? Because I feel like that behavior is displayed more often than not. And I think to Ratchet's point last week, like she wasn't condoned, or actually to Jeff's point, Ratchet wasn't condoning how I was speaking. She was supporting what I had to say. And I think that was lost upon a lot of the men, the viewers, the participants in the conversation, because y'all don't like the way that I speak. Y'all don't like the way that I address men in particular. And so you couldn't even hear what I was saying and the point that I was making, because you were so emotional about how I was saying it and the audacity that I would have to speak to a man that way.
Okay. I think I speak for all the brothers when I say we would just like 75% of the respect you reserve for your white male supervisors.
John, what say you about Dana's question?
I've never seen this shit here. I've never seen that come out. I've seen the skankiest rutabagas. I've worked with them, but they put that shit up when the supervisor come by with that clipboard talking about who's gonna get some more hours or not. They don't give him none of that. So I'm just saying, maybe every now and then, if you could treat me like a white male supervisor,
that'd be great. All right, John the Baptist, answer.
What I say to that is, men listen to women for years, because in order to get into a woman's presence and to make her feel comfortable around you, you have to know how to speak to her in order to get her to listen to you and to accept you and to receive you. So men know what women are saying and what they're looking for, what they're thinking. I think in the process, what's happened over time, and since the beginning of time, what's happened what has actually fell apart is women don't really listen to men. It's the inverse. Women don't know what men are thinking, what men are feeling, and that's what's happening. It's not. We understand you completely, because we can't get next to you unless we understand you. That's why you have incels. That's why you have a lot of incels who fail to understand the woman's nature. Men who are successful in relationships and with women that have, whether it's getting one night stands or whether achieving marriage for 20, 30, 40 years, you can't do that unless you know what a woman is and how she moves in the essence of a woman.
All right. Hank, what say you?
Yeah, I disagree with what she said all the way around, because Ratchet sit there and said she didn't see a problem with the way she acted last week. That's what. So again,
hold on, let him finish. Go ahead. Yeah.
There's no accountability. Wasn't no accountability last week, and it continues to show there's no accountability now. So,
Dana, in terms of what you're saying, I'm thinking through it. I don't think men are as stoic as we try to say. I think men are much more emotional than we want to admit. In a lot of situations, you know. So I think that masculine frame that we so-called say, hey, this is how we are. We speaking in generalities, but when you go one-to-ones, it doesn't always come to fruition like that. To be fair, I think that we take deliveries of any type better than women. I think it's a gap, but I think that delivery to I don't know, maybe 60% of men matters when it really shouldn't. Well, I don't know if it should or shouldn't. I'm just saying I don't think it should. Because what the fuck are they saying, and what can I use based out of what they said? That's how I like to process information.
I want to ask what you just said. I want to ask what you said too, Ham. What you just said there is that men are emotional, and we got to recognize this. Men can be just as emotional as women, but it comes out different. If you look at in general, women are more emotional based on how they feel about a situation. Men are more emotional about what belongs to a man, whether it's his wife, his family, his possessions, If you come at a man on something that is something that he values, something that he loves, he's gonna show you all the emotional world that you do not want to see. Or the opposite can be true. He can be emotional in a positive way about the things that belongs to him, wife, kids. It can be emotional. It can be love or hate.
Let me clarify, John. You're right.
Go
You
ahead.
you just brought something. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Like I was saying the other day, my foot can get ran over by a fucking truck. I'm not crying. But if something happened to one of my kids, you know what I mean, my wife, that's a different ball game. So emotion makes sense.
Kettle of fish.
But what I meant to say, sensitive. Niggas is sensitive. Niggas try to act like they ain't sensitive. These niggas is borderline pussy. But I love my brothers. But I think the sensitive nature of men is coming out overwhelmingly. And so, yeah, a woman ain't gonna say, shut the fuck. Like my wife ain't gonna come at me like that 100%. So that delivery matters. What I'm saying is at work, right? When the men are talking, like, yo, pick the shit up and put it the fuck down in the truck. You know what I'm saying? When we had women, you like, pick the shit up. Oh, I don't like, fuck out of here. Nigga, pick it up. Or go in the house or get fired. You know what I mean? Like, when it's like work-based, I just want the information.
Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't getting offended. But yeah, I catch your drift in terms of, you know, some of the correction y'all offer.
But with those opinions, so along those lines, I'll ask the question again differently, I guess, because now there's more context. So do you think that there is noise in how things are being said to you that you can't hear what is being said sometimes? Does that make sense?
Hold on, let me read the super chat and ask
but
it
I don't
again.
know what the
Hold on, Jeff. Hold on, Jeff.
I want to get them in. Let me just read these super chats real quick, and then John says something first. So we're gonna go John, then Uncle Jeff. Savage Red Recovery with the $2 super chat. He wasn't real. Yeah, facts. T.O. with the $5. Y'all protesting and coming at men for questioning a fairy tale and responding to disrespect from women with a brick emoji. JTB Simp. Nighties with the $2 super chat. What does that mean? John the Baptist
talking about me. He talking about me. Yeah, me and Nice. Yeah, we always shoot at each other.
Oh,
I get him later.
All right. Savage Red Recovery with the $5 super chat. Hemp, let's be honest. Most of the time it's 4-on-1 on the panel. That's true.
Even Love didn't agree with that statement.
What? John the Baptist being a simp? No, she ain't. Yeah. Gary Grant with the $5. Men and women have the same emotions. The only difference is men must control theirs and women are allowed to express them. Different consequences. That's a word.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Dana,
Shit like that.
new
Shit
question?
like that. Shit like that.
Yeah, we about to get out of here in this.
No, it's cool. It's just the same question. I just want to I want to know if the men feel like it's possible that there was so much emotion involved in how I was speaking that you didn't hear what I had to say.
So Dana, what I've noticed about you is that when you're not drinking and you're in your right mind, you're a clear-cut communicator.
John, I drank every single show. I'm drinking right
now.
Okay.
Okay, so
the devil is in the bottle. Jesus is in the bone. You need to.
So maybe it's maybe it's the levels to what you're drinking in.
Some of this shit here.
Because when I watched the other night, you didn't seem like yourself. You
I
seemed
was
like
not
maybe
the other night.
Don't I can look at that. Fight.
So I think,
Jeff,
but I think, but that's what I was going to
fight. You fuck your high.
So,
Uncle Jeff, hush, God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Keep going. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I lost my train of thought, but go ahead. I lost my train of thought.
No, I'm sorry, brother Jeff. I'm so sorry.
Jeff, stop apologizing.
When he said liquor, I was like, that is.
Does he have his own show? Does he have his own?
Yeah, take it off camera. Take that off camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Look.
I ain't trying to look.
Jeff, be quiet. John, I understand the point that you're trying to make, but along those lines, there's the conversation about me being disrespectful in the way that I speak. It wasn't just last week. Last week was a lot. I can admit that. I got a lot of shit going on. I'm not making excuses, but it's always been a conversation for as long as I've been on this panel, right? So take that out of the equation. You have never liked the way that I address the men on this panel. A lot of men have never addressed never liked the way that I address the men on the panel. So what I'm saying is, can you look past how I'm saying it and listen to what I'm saying? Because you guys accuse us of not being able to listen to the actual message being conveyed.
The answer to that is no. We can't look past how you're saying it, because you have to realize the way you're saying it is, and I'm gonna use your height against you for a second. You're 5'10", right? Talking like a man who's 5'10". And men not gonna look past that, because what men do, men listen to what you're saying, but then we also listen to how you are saying it. So, for example, if I come at Hink is a big dude. If I come at the Hink talking him crazy, loud, and he don't have to hear. He don't understand what I'm saying. He just hear the tone in which I'm saying it in. If he determines it's disrespect, he can come right back at me with more disrespect.
But
And
I'm
we
talking
keep
about
going
the panel,
hold-
John.
it- on the panel, correct?
I'm talking about
on the panel.
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
real life when you can see how tall I am.
No,
I'm
saying on the panel too. I'm just saying on the panel.
Okay.
And on the panel in real life, it doesn't change. We keep thinking panel is different than real life. It's not.
You brought up her height, is why she said that. He can't see her height.
I got you.
Okay,
You're correct.
I
You're
think y'all
correct. You're
missing
correct.
his point. I don't know if
You
you're
are
missing
right.
his point or avoiding it, but I think you kind of hit something on the. You hit the nail on the head, sister, when you said a bunch of people think that I come foul at a bunch of men. Are a bunch of people wrong?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, here's what we keep trying to tell y'all, and I don't think y'all getting. That
I get it, but
anytime you are in an interaction with a black man and you come off snippy, it doesn't hurt us. It hurts you collectively because you have put an image in this man's mind that he must take out in the world that's being replayed over and over in his interaction with sisters. You're not making it hard for us because we don't have a mate problem. We don't. The earth is lining up literally to have sex with us. Literally, it's the truth. We want y'all. We don't want these other people. I mean, speaking for myself, I'm telling you, I am not giving up potato salad with no raisins just to get the last word. I can't. I love black women. I love you. But I'm telling you what we need. And all we hear from you is why you should be allowed to keep doing what you're doing. I don't know if that's what you mean to say. Sister. I don't know if that's what you, hold on, almost done. I don't know if that's what you mean to say. I am telling you what we hear. You are responsible for what you mean. We are responsible for what you say. And it is up to you to get to us, the lesser communicators.
So Dana, to go back, Dana, to go to your point, I don't let you have it. Dana, to go to your point, your tone as a female is the most sacred thing you can have talking to a man, and I'll let him take over.
Well, what I was gonna say is, how would you feel if a man came with that same energy towards you on the panel? He just came up and started calling you bitch. You ain't shit, bitch. You bald head bitch, bitch. Ma'am, I have never heard nobody, ma'am.
So you don't watch us enough then. You don't watch us enough then.
I haven't seen nobody come up and call you a female dog or nothing.
Hold on.
I'm not even finished, man. I thought I had the floor.
I know. I'm going to interrupt you respectfully. Am I making that shit up?
I don't know if that's possible.
Hold on. Everybody, please pause for a second. Ham, am I making that shit up? Do niggas come up here and start talking foul to us first? Like, I don't just... It's not, first of all, it's not just me. And they talk to all of us. They talk to Tay.
They really do. They really do.
They come up here and talking.
If somebody comes and says,
bald-headed, fat, ugly bitches regularly.
Wow. No. All right.
I haven't seen it. I must be missing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we had the one incident. Barnabas, who was in his gay energy, said bitch. and then
Big Al. But nobody up here saying bitch this and bitch that.
I'm talking about the comments.
Well, that's not what Hank was saying. He's saying people don't come up here and say
wait a minute.
But when they come, hold on. But when they come and say they got smoke, y'all bring smoke energy. But we are, and I'm saying we, because y'all with me, overwhelmingly are more insulting in terms of just words. Bitch, shut the fuck up, yada yada yada.
I can agree with that.
Okay, Brother Hamp, did you see what just happened here?
But why is that okay? That's what I'm saying though, Dan. Why is that okay for you able to do it and get away with it? Y'all be ready to go in on that man as soon as he has a situation like that. Like, I'm sure if Al did this or whatever the other guy, I'm sure y'all all piled up and heard it up and got on his ass for him even talking like that.
Hey,
I'm sure that happened, but
it was
nobody. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, you go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is, I haven't seen nobody, or did nobody say that last week? Dana, you might have went too far with that baby girl. You might have went too far. Well, how about you tone it down just a little bit? That wasn't even the case. Yeah, I don't know. They could have did it on the back chat. I wouldn't have witnessed to that. I don't know.
I'm saying, I hear you. What I'm saying is, when men do come up here and they're disrespectful to us, like I know y'all don't believe this, but I said it and I meant it. I don't throw the first punch. I don't throw the first punch. Okay, it's reactionary. I'm not saying that that's necessarily justified in every situation, but I don't come up here, or I don't, when the men come up here and as soon as they open their mouths, we're not just disrespecting, we're not just popping off. It's reactionary. It's in response. We're being defensive of us constantly being attacked, as we have said several times this evening.
Could I?
You also know that you cutting the man off is a form of disrespect, man.
Could I give a suggestion?
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
You cutting me off, or just shutting me down, or telling me this and that. And I'm in the middle of a conversation. That's a form of disrespect.
You want me to apologize?
I think I have a suggestion that might help the sisters the next time that this happens.
Right. Go,
is this your show, Brother Hamp?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, Sister Dana, tell me what you think of this. The next time somebody come out their mouth with the old word for rutabaga, because rutabaga is a new word, and we know who we talking about, right? And they deserve it. But they come out with that old word, or they're disrespectful to you. How about this? Excuse me, Brother Hamp. This brother's being disrespectful to me, or this is how I feel about it. Could you or some other brothers talk to this brother? Is that all right? As a suggestion?
Brother Jeff. Can I speak for you, Hank, on this? Can I say something on me, Hamp?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what you're asking Hamp to do is, or what you're asking the women to, you put Hamp in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
You asking women to judge the situation if this is volatile or not.
Yeah.
You asking her to judge a man.
Yes.
According to her standards, was disrespectful.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now
and when she goes to a man, when she go to you, John the Baptist, on some bullshit, you gonna say politely, sister, that's bullshit. Keep going.
Okay,
or
so
you gonna say, you know what? You got a point, sis. Bruh, you out of line. You shouldn't have said that. Is what I think will happen, because it'll be put back on the men. I am trying to make these men responsible. You said that's what you wanted. Here is what it is. When you feel disrespected in this room full of men or anywhere else in the Alpha Centauri quadrant, it is not your right to be disrespectful back. You know why the queen's shoes don't get muddy? Because the queen don't walk in the mud.
Jeff,
you will
Jeff,
find. I'll say this and I'll be done, sis. I'll say this and I'll be done.
There you
will never find.
That's disrespectful, Dana.
You will never find.
You did the same thing I did. You trying to interrupt them too.
You
all right, I'm about to interrupt all of y'all. Hurry, make y'all points. I'm tired.
My wife's sister, the women in my family, my daughters, you will never, bet you my pinky finger, find them in the face of another man in any situation, electronic or otherwise, because they know that they have men who do their bidding with men, and that it is not their place to ever be in a man's face, because that's that's why I don't get in these brothers' face. That's why John the Baptist got respect for Brother Wink, because it might not go how you think. It might not. This is why we have this Mortal Kombat shield between us that we go, I'm going to take a walk before this get too hot. You don't have that. You don't. And I'm trying to tell you that you about to have some Lot's wife experiences, because you don't want to get it from the person who gave it to you. You want to get it from God. And when you in a man's face, giving him word for word, that is not your place. Stay in your place is only offensive when you don't understand that your place is queen. I'm done.
That's solid. You want to respond, Dana?
Yeah, I do. And as far as the initial point that you were making, Uncle Jeff, we have to understand. I know that you say that there's no difference between what happens here and what happens in real life. But the fact of the matter is, if somebody comes up here and they're disrespecting us, which is every show, if we run the hand every time somebody comes up here to disrespect us, we wouldn't have a fucking show.
I disagree.
Well,
you wouldn't have to if it was handled correctly.
Jeff,
if it was handled correctly, you wouldn't have that problem.
Jeff, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Because the fact of the matter is that has happened, but we have a show to maintain, and we have to be able to. What HAMP will do is encourage us to have conversation that is open and that it is not being clouded by the noise of emotion on either side. Okay. If there is a person who crosses, if they really like legit cross a line, I don't think that HAMP would just sit there and not say anything. But he knows we can, Jeff, but he knows that he can handle ourselves to an extent. Okay. But along those lines, I know HAMP in real life. And if I see him in real life, these situations would never happen. But if it did, and I don't even have to be out with him. If I see him in the vicinity and I say, HAMP, this man is being disrespectful, there's no way that he's not going to say, or whatever. There's no way that he's not going to intervene on my behalf as his friend and as a woman. And also in real life, and I don't talk to y'all like this in real life.
And just to clarify the points, the men, they take that shit on the chin. Pause.
Thank you.
Like when y'all be telling them to shut up. Even John, like John been told to shut up. John don't never say shut up back.
That's not.
And then the bitch word doesn't. I mean, it just doesn't come out.
If you don't, brother, I really wish I had time to do this, but my wife just getting back in town, and I'm trying to make my neighbors call the police. So I got to bounce. But there are 100 holes in what you just said with regard to there is no defense for a woman ever being disrespectful back to a man ever.
No, so let me. Oh, he just ran. I'm gonna tear Uncle Jeff ass up when I get a one-on-one with him. You gonna see, cause the talking is cute, and I think he said a lot of dope shit. But I'm gonna kick his ass on a couple of them points for sure. I think the key is this is a show. It's called This Might Be Risky. So I think that we do need to have a level of decorum, but at the same time, it is for debating, right? So this is a different forum than if Dana's outside and she having a back and forth with Hank and you start to raise your voice. That's not tolerable. You know what I'm saying? But on this shit, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But, to his point though, fuck you, shut up, bitch. That shit is, y'all be wilding with that shit.
I think my only pushback on Uncle Jeff, not that I think he was completely wrong.
I like Uncle Jeff though.
My only pushback is that I don't think you should leave it up to them, because the way the panel was set up and because I understand how HAMP works. I don't think the women should judge that, because I've seen how the women operate. I've seen how they move. They get emotional in defense of themselves and not to the point of the argument. And I think HAMP is a better judgment of what true disrespect is. And so I think he can judge a man better than these women can. So that's what I'm push back at on Jeff, is that I don't think you should leave it up to women to make that judgment. And then it's like the women putting a battery in your box, in your bag. Mm-hmm. That's the part that makes me upset with that statement.
Yeah, no, 100%. And like you said, John the Baptist, like I always sense it. You know what I'm saying? Like I could tell when the guys start to get annoyed a little bit. But even last week, they still was kind of just saying like the brick shit, which could have been a little bit, on that line, kind of like who you don't want to tell somebody getting hit face with a brick, but it still wasn't that egregious because of what they was getting in the first place. Like I think I counted the bitches. I think Trigger Mike was called a bitch 316 times. And he never said nothing. He didn't say it. Like, he just didn't say it back. You know what I'm saying? Like
that sounds a bit extreme.
I might be wilding. Yeah, John. Brave Dave. John is old. He meant to say back, But you know,
and I actually corrected. I did say back too. I did say box first, and I said back later.
Hey,
But go
Dave,
ahead,
leave him
Dave. Hey,
alone. His Alzheimer's acting up. Don't worry about it, man.
hey, get your 30 seconds of fame.
Damn, man, I love y'all, man. What you say, Hank?
I ain't got nothing. No, I was gonna say I ain't really got too much to say. I just hope a lesson was able to be learned doing these conversations. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think a lot comes out of it. But I don't, man, that the arguing should be funny as hell too. I mean, it's entertaining, and we gotta find a way to like, do we want to entertain? Do we want to coach? Do we want to teach? Because the fight videos still get 1 million views on YouTube. People still watching them fight compilations. So there's something to it all, you know. Listen, man, I do not fuck with Jerry Springer, but I do like one of his constructs. Shit, Hank. Final thought.
Shit, my final thought, man. Black men, protect yourself at all times. Do what you got to do for your mental and your emotional, man. If you need to get on somebody's couch or somebody's Zoom meeting, man, get your mental right. Get your blood work checked. Diabetes and heart disease is the biggest killer amongst black men. And for a man of older age like me and John the Baptist, I know Hamp's not there yet, but his time's coming. Get your prostate and your colonoscopies, but take care of that. Colon cancer is a motherfucker. I've seen it with my great-grandfather, and it was hard to go through with dealing with it, but it's something serious that could be prevented. So right on. Thanks, Ham, brother. I appreciate you having me.
Word. Gway?
Take it easy, Ham.
Yeah, what I would say is to women, you can't control other people's actions. All you can do is control your own. So instead of trying to, buck up to a man, I would say you protect yourself first instead of thinking there's some man out there that will protect you if something was to go down. So I think women need to protect themselves and need to move very different with men. And I would say that's what they should do. And just try to protect yourself. And I think that there's people out there or men out there that will protect you at all.
Word. John?
My message for the men again: men, never let society or women put a limit on your ability to rule your space. Never let anybody tell you what you can't, what your options are. So stop saying message that I would never put my hand on a woman, I would never do this, and I don't approve of it. You don't have to say that. Just if you don't do it, you don't do it. But just don't verbalize what you won't do. Be the master of your own domain. Rule as you should rule, and don't worry about the consequences. You rather die as a man than live as a punk.
Word. Tay?
I believe we should be intentional on creating spaces where men are okay with being vulnerable. I'm finding that, we don't have those spaces enough. And I also think we should work together to be better for each other collectively.
Super chat.
Shout out to G Firm with the 199 super chat. Hamp put me down with Tay, my brother. Wait a minute.
Wow. Word. Ratchet.
Good one. I just think everybody should just stand in their truth. Both genders need to hold each other accountable, and that's just what it is. Women, I second what Gway said. You don't just, don't pop off expecting nobody to do nothing. Because just like if a female was to pop off at you, I'm sure you would pop her in the mouth. Men feel the same way. So, and men, teach other men not to be so volatile towards women, not to be so, I wouldn't say not be sensitive, but at least to walk away. Abuse towards women is not cool just from verbal confrontations. And I'm just going to leave it there.
Word. Dana?
Just to piggyback off of what Rasha just said, and we really do have to hold each other accountable on both sides. Disrespect should not be tolerated on either side, whether you're a man or a woman, and you don't get to decide how someone responds to your disrespect. Along those lines, I always say, whether you believe it or not, we need each other. We have to support each other. We're all we got, and we have to figure out how to work this shit out together. Shout out to Hank the Basement with the $2 super chat. Thanks for having me, Ham. Thanks to all of our panelists. It was a great show, great discussion tonight. Look forward to seeing y'all again next week.
Word. Yeah, man, it's hard out here. Some of the old days, I feel like they got it right so often because you had to be so much more careful. Like you didn't have the police to call, you had to depend on your men. Now our women feel so much freedom, but the truth is you just calling other men to do the job your men should be doing. Right? If you need protection, you call the police, and 90% of the time you probably want to send a man to deal with a man. Think about this. Back in the day when we were hunting, gathering, things of that nature, you had to identify trouble based on the gait of the men. So like your men walk differently, talk differently. You had to identify that from afar. If those men get too close that aren't yours, it's too late. Right? So the women had to be very vigilant, understand, right? And really know their men. Because again, back then it was much different. You didn't have that protection, that you could just call the police and shit like that. And I think there is a sensitivity level with men that needs to be addressed. I think men are far, and it's gonna sound crazy, I think we far too understanding. Like we so afraid to be toxic. You know what I mean? Like my son, he be crying. I just roll him over like, yo, bro, stop all that shit. 8 months or not. You know what I'm saying? I know he a baby, but goddamn, how much of a baby you gonna be? Let the girls cry.
Don't be afraid to do. Don't be afraid to do that. My son would cry. I would change his diaper, give him a bottle, and then if he didn't stop crying, I put him in a room and just let him cry it out. Just let him cry. And then after a while, he would like, just stop crying. You stop. No, it's dead serious. When you're raising boys, you have to.
All right, hold on, goddamn it. This is my final thought. Y'all could have thought of this earlier. I thought.
My bad. Go ahead.
But no, John is right though. I'll be outside like hitting a heavy bag, and we in Texas. It's 100 degrees at 10 a.m. He be sitting right in his high chair, sweating and smiling. You know what I mean? Or half sleep, I think he be passing out some of the time, but he always wake up. You feel me?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Shit like that. Shit like that. But I think men need to. I don't know. We need to recalibrate. So I love y'all, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Dana Savage agrees. That's crazy.
Don't be that way.
Way, I appreciate you.
No, thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. Jaquin, Nina, Ball, Brave, King Shenard, Roz Girl, everybody, man. We grinding, and I think the love is definitely shown and appreciated. So, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out.
Bye.
Peace.